around the corner. A minute left on this clock. Story's going to reaggress. Oh, finally meets his demise. Wow, this is getting a little bit messy. It's a 3v3 and Muteris is on 6 HP.
Oh wow, no, Crazy's gonna fall, and suddenly is down to Muteris and Angel to get it done with one of them limping on his leg. Oh, makes that HP work though. But miltz still has a fighting chance, and he's got armor to support. They're slowly going to start to creep up. Muteris is closing the distance, and he's been very quiet about it. Head spotted now, focused on the first player. miltz starts to fire off shots away.
So, round number 3.
Sorry with a little technical hiccup there, folks. I was frozen out of my goddamn mind.
No, you're good. You're good. You didn't miss much. Bizarre round to be losing, though. I think they just sort of pressured a little bit too much for that short control, right? Once that first contact was made and the MP9 didn't find the kill and confirmed that there was 3 around there, it might have just been time to pull it back a bit. I understand the urge for the SMGs to play close, but the M4s quickly got overwhelmed and would have had a major advantage had they just reeled it in and played back from the site or car or long or wherever you want to take it. Right now, a minute on this clock, and ENCE are still yet to make a move. They're putting pressure on Cat again. Yeah, this is very slow.
One for one, Muteris is trying to make that 5-7 work. Unfortunately, Versailles, all of their pieces are in the basket of A site.
Yeah, having nobody on me should be a problem, but I don't know. I mean, this retake's got some wheels on it, I feel.
Yeah, it does. That was a really
kills.
nice way to take recontrol, to recontrol middle. 2 prongs mid and CT to get it done. One of the players wrapping around from tunnel, so there's a window of opportunity where they can make this 1v1 happen against miltz, but he's buying as much time as possible. They do need to get on the bomb quick though, but Naichu is going to make quick work of them. Muteris knows he's got to back off, will be chased, and he doesn't even get to live with the AK-47, so ENCE able to save a round. It definitely got a little scary, though.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think Saw needed to just up the pace a little bit on that retake. With no kits. Second, they waited a little bit too long. The prospect of actually winning the round sort of goes out the window. But they made it really expensive. And I think that's a really key factor early doors when you are trailing, especially in a scenario where you win the pistol and lose the second round. You want to just inflict as much damage as you can, keep that ENCE economy honest. It's going to be a run down into the B site again, recognizing that this is somewhat the Achilles heel of this Saw defense, at least at the moment. Weakness in the form of nobody being there. And that's the flawless round that ENCE were looking for. 3-1.
Kind of surprising to see ENCE being in the driver's seat, much like Saw was, now that the maps have switched up. Look at how quickly they're playing this. They want to make sure that they can still make that MAC-10 work, but two players waiting for them. Clothesline at the ready. But Angel, quite low on health, is going to need a little bit of support. And the time he's been able to buy allows the sniper to sweep right in for Story to add a kill to the tally. Regon's going to find a crack. Knows it's all about who hits that first bullet. He's ahead, and Pody's just better. 5 rounds secured by ENCE, and they were so close to having a terrible half.
Oh, that is such a horrible whiff from Uteris to not catch him on the cross, getting up to short. It's just ridiculous that he doesn't find that kill, and then as soon as he doesn't, you then find this position left where actually, yeah, it's nice, and I'm not going to call it easy, but it really accommodates to the low HP because Odie is able to, you know, he sort of got that head angle, if you know what I mean, is he's coming up from onto short. You've not got the whole body to aim for. He's just trying to tap for the head. Muteris can't hit the head, and then the same goes once he's got that bomb planted. He's got the leverage, knowing that the CT is going to be coming up from the A site ramp, and only his head's exposed. He's a little bit quicker to the trigger. Not connecting headshots here though. Saw going to take a lot of ground and should be able to get this bomb down at the very least.
Oh wow, that is just so much damage being delivered, and you say you get the bomb down at the very least. I think not, with the way things are going. Very easily mowed down by ENCE, and it won't be long before they're able to tie things up. And on the defense, I definitely rate their chances a little bit higher than what we saw from than what we should be seeing from Saw on the T side. With how dominant Saul looked in the gun round, it's kind of disappointing how that half ended for them.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, there was a real opportunity to have a very one-sided half. You know, losing the fourth round is whatever, but that last one was really bad, actually. And then to fumble the pistol. As I say, there was lots of time and space to get that bomb down. They didn't do so. It means a full eco here, and it just shows how quickly these games can close up. You know, this has gone from 7-3 to 7-7 in pretty much a blink of an eye. As we go into round number 15, this is where Saw need to kind of wake up a little bit and lock back in.
Miltsy knows that this fight is particularly difficult. Now the utility is going to start coming his way. There is no one that can actually bail him out of this. A flashbang to support, yes. But I am very surprised that he gets anything from that angle, Josh.
Yeah, it's done very well, but still a lot of ground to be covered with 45 seconds left. Agil is going to be that snake in the grass, the big piece that needs to pop off, and he doesn't. It's a huge whiff and a missed opportunity. Crazy left in the clutch. Sunday Young strips his head from his shoulders. And that is rough. Sorad, again, a really good opportunity there. The timing on short, he could have even found both kills. That would have been round, done and dusted. Instead, yeah, tactical pause. I don't blame him. I think it's a decent time for it. I
Nuke, I mean, Dust 2 feels kind of like a repeat of Nuke, but if everything did actually transpire off of the rounds that can build you up in the favor of ENCE, you know, like they were winning the force buy, they were winning the pistols, those kinds of things are actually compounding for ENCE this time, and that's something that Saw simply aren't ready for. Before, they've been able to interrupt, they've been able to consistently disrupt whatever momentum that ENCE is able to bring to the table. Now Saw will be on the receiving end of it. Obviously not to the same degree, because that was an abysmal showing on Nuke. Saw still not too far away in terms of the score. But if ENCE are allowed to go any further beyond this point, then things will start to get tricky. Faster long take, a little bit of util behind it.
Right, well, we saw around that ENCE were able to get done with the Tech 9s on their T side. Now it's time to return the favour.
Oh no,
that kind of range,
fallen.
Yeah, I mean, it has, but the cavalry's here. They should just be able to clean this up, and they will. 4 players stay alive. Yeah, you know, the smokes to kind of split it in the middle and close the gap a little bit was good on long, but the second you're taking really ranged fights, you're trying to get a Tech 9 working against rifles across the bomb side, it just doesn't happen. And ENCE are on to 9.
When I said that the M4 has fallen, I was more worried that Saw dropped the only M4 that they had picked up on the way in, because that would have actually given them a reasonable chance at fighting back. But then, by the time they're close enough to the side, by the time they're inching close to ramp, they've already lost the biggest weapon they've got, and unfortunately, they can't really do much with those resources. Double tunnels push, though. I like this. ENCE wanted to take initiative. That initiative isn't going to go to punish. Never mind. Agile, head on a swivel, is responsible for both the refrags, and all of a sudden, the kill feed is populated with yellow on blue action.
Wow. Kind of comes out of nowhere. We'll see. Pursues survival, and I'm not sure he'll be able to. Yeah, already on the cross. I think he's heard Agil, so should be able to get the drop on him. He does. Now down to 12 HP. It does look like he'll survive here. Ooh, needs to be careful. He's getting a little bit close to Aragorn. Almost gave up the sound cues.
Terrorists win.
Ooh, nice start. It's a good trade back onto Bodhi. Puts us into a 4v4.
I'm really enjoying the fact that Saw are actually holding a candle to ENCE on their map pick, because that first map just whizzed by with no real resistance offered. Even if ENCE win this one, they'll know that they had to work for it, and that decider is not going to be easy. Saw aren't even out of the picture just yet. One ran away from tying things up, even if they lost the lead for a moment. But ENCE are also being really cautious with their utility. They have Naichi, who still has a Molotov to deploy late round. Same goes for Raygon. He's got an AWP, so that's also meant to kind of protect him. And Saw don't really have a whole lot of options. Slowly progressing through middle. Hoping that they'll find something. Someone posted up on window and door. Nate, his responsibility right now is just to try and hold them off for as long as possible for the reinforcements. A labored end of the round.
Yeah, I don't know. If Uterus finds that one kill, then quickly that could have become a 2v2 and a retake on the B-bomb site, but as we go into number 19, ENCE still ahead with a decent margin. Saw are going to throw themselves back into it with a buy, but 3 Galils, not a lot of util. If they lose it, ENCE are on to 11 and beyond. Saw will have no cash. So it does feel like this is actually probably the most important round of play we've seen so far here on this map, and maybe even in the series. miltzy gets off to a blinder with a great flash from Pody to play through the smoke, gives him the advantage. Crazy's got to try and return the favour, but he's not going to check his corner. Yeah, this is done, surely. Aragorn's got so much work to do.
I really like how much time is being bought on this B site right now. Raygon is going to burn to a crisp, though, eventually, as he backs into a molly. And now that it's back to a 3-on-3, with a distraction being cooked up on B and the actual bomb going to A, this is a masterful round for Saw. They've seen the bomb, though. That's an issue. Still have to worry about the lurker, sure. But for now, it's going to be a 2v2 as committed to the cause. They start retaking on B. And things are all over the place for Saw. No idea what the hell is going on.
Wow. Aragorn just going massive in this round. He got out onto B and was just staying alive. Realistically, he should have been insta-traded, but I think the smoke sort of bought him a bit of space. He just gets a whole lot more than he bargained for. It shows how quickly CS2 can really flip-flop, you know, as teeing that round up as if ENCE win it, they pretty much win the game, or at least they get on to 12. Now that really comes into question, because it's their own finances that are broken. It's a safe door, but that's about it. Pistols around it. Saw should be able to tie this up at 10 apiece, and now it's anyone's game again. It's an easy start for Story.
Yeah, that topsy-turvy round for Saw actually
Oh my God.
uses the hell out of ENCE, and now here they
Oh
are.
my.
Oh, hang on. This can go really wrong. There's an AWP in the hands of the opposition. They're being watched like hawks. But the smoke is going to allow for a little bit of mobility. Love it from Muteris. As the smoke's about to bloom.
Oh, this is
We'll take the liberty to
ridiculous.
take out the AWP player, but Pody, having recovered it once again, wants to play this 1v2 to perfection, and ENCE have gotten away with absolute theft.
It's obviously the AWP that has the overarching impact, but honestly, that round is all on Nightyu. He should have just been dead to rights, and instead, they have a huge issue killing this USP. He stays alive and just continuously baits them into the AWP, and Saw are too afraid to just pull the plug on it. You know, in hindsight, you can just walk away. You know, you don't have to pressure that fight onto Nightyu, but one by one, they were so desperate to trade out this USP that all eyes were focused on him, and they just walked straight into the scope. And yeah, it's justification for a tactical pause because they've just thrown away the map.
Big opportunity fumbled by Saw to not only even the scoreline, but keep it progressing. Keep it pushing forward. Flashbang. Start taking control of short. ENCE crazy on the angle. And Young gets the liberty of walking away. He at least has a choice as a Molotov is going to protect him from behind. Short control now fully gained. Weapons recovered. This was a much more locked and loaded Saw than they looked like when the round started. That's an M4 recovered. That's a Galil picked up from Mid-Terrace. And the number's about even. Felt like a bit of a lost cause after the fumbled round in the last one, but if they can still turn things right back around, I still don't see a reason why they can't make an argument. Pody, watching the angle like a hawk, though. This is a really important shot.
They do connect. Trades are there, however, and oh, wow. For a second, things get real interesting. Still a 1v2 and a winnable one at that. Oh, misses. Crazy. Can't afford to not connect a shot like that. That is crucial. If he hits it, we go into a 1v1. There's maybe a world that they win that round and stay in this game. Instead, ENCE got 3 map points.
Saw looked absolutely dominant on the first map. Now, ENCE have done good. Stop them right in their tracks. NightU tag teams up with the LP player to very quickly push them back. There's a sliver of opportunity for Agile to have the 1v1 to just hold the angle and find the kill, but that's going to be botched by him. It's not a quick enough reaction time there. You can tell that Saw are looking very locked out, just very disjointed. They're all the way in T-spawn. They have one player that is starting to take control of long. A little desperate if you ask me.
"45 seconds left to tick. All or nothing, balls to the wall, push up long to try and stay alive in this game. It's 1-for-1, I'm not sure it cuts it. Double nades, in fact, a third nade goes into the smoke to try and catch him on the cross. No one's going for it yet. I love the patience, but jumping onto the box is suicide. And Aragorn's going to drop as well. Crazy last man standing, 1v4, can't make it happen. Young's there to shut it out. ENCE make it 13, and well, a pretty good map from them. It really felt like it could have gone either way at the end, but they hold true. And a strong game from ENCE.
You're absolutely right about that. That game looked neck and neck, but there is a pretty big difference in the kill distributions, right? You had your Crazy and Materas doing most of the heavy lifting, while the distribution on the side of the right side that you're looking at on your screen, ENCE, they looked a little bit more distributed. ENCE on top of the scoreboard, but not really too far ahead of anyone. So that was a really, really good game overall from ENCE. I think there were moments in time where Saw could have actually closed it out if they don't drop some of the rounds where ENCE is allowed to swing. Some of those closer engagements end up working out. Like, to make sure that they can instill a lot of confidence before they head into Overpass. But I don't think they're the ones that are going to need all that confidence, because it is, in fact, their opposition that doesn't have a whole lot of practice on it. Saw have been mostly absent from the server as far as Overpass is considered. They don't only played it like once in the past 3 months, which frankly I didn't even bother to check who it was against or when it was. Frankly, we have no idea how either of these teams are going to play on Overpass. So this game, we're going in blind, Josh.
We really are. I'm going to go ahead and assume that Saw have been prepping on Overpass, because their second wave ban was actually Ancient, which is a map that historically they've been pretty good on, and ENCE are also pretty good on Ancient. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that Saw have sort of floated this Overpass on the basis of two things. A, ENCE will not be able to prepare for the fact that they would have even floated Overpass. They certainly haven't been doing any kind of anti-shredding or anything like that for it, and there isn't any matches to even really go back and watch. And also the fact that, yeah, I imagine that in the practice server they've been picking up Overpass a little bit more recently, because otherwise I don't know why they wouldn't have opted for Ancient as that decider. But we're underway. Saw starting off on their CT side as well. They win the knife rounds. They get that luxury. The double Julie's out. This is a slow round, a very slow one. Some Young's just clearing his corners. Story's actually going to dial it back towards the side.
Oh, good shot from Story. There's a little opening for Regon as well. No, dude, letting Aragorn lives means that Nate, you must die. And ENCE, now with a man disadvantage, because one of the players got a little sloppy. Regon and miltz trying to make this thing work still. P250 acquired, gives him a little bit more of a fighting chance, but only one of these members has armor to their name. Up against 3 sets of Kevlar, it's not going to be an easy affair. Flashbang appropriately thrown allows miltz to move in, and the 2 kills actually put them back in contention. 2v4 brought down just to the 2 members. But we'll see if ENCE can actually close things out. Materis trying to keep the water player busy, getting a little labor, but now back to Regon, who hasn't done his fair share of the heavy lifting just yet. It was miltz to get a double, and Regon will have to do the same. Long timer on that defuse, but now down to just 5 seconds. Regon's taking his sweet time, now starts to rush in, and that is going to get him punished. Saw, first round of the board, and ENCE not off to a great start.
Yeah, not a great start at all. They do, however, get the plant, so there's a bit of money here to go for a force if they want it, and they take their time to make that decision. It's the final couple of seconds of the freeze time before going into the round that we see the investment come out. It's util heavy. Firepower light. 2 Galils, couple of pistols. 90 on the UMP, which is a rare sight. Aragorn. Ooh. Easy pick for him, but a good trade.
Incredibly slow round, and ENCE are taking their sweet time. Saw no reason to approach. They know that the time is going to start taking in their favor. It can't even be a last-ditch effort to A anymore. Agile goes forward to avoid the flashbang, and it's beautiful stuff to pump bullets into that tunnel, find a body. It's Bodhi and Sumdai Young who are still desperately trying to get this bomb done. 3 players already on the retreat though. Trying to push forward. Story holding the tripwire. And it is Saw to take another round under their belt. ENCE. No more gas. They'll have to wait.
Strong buy comes out off the back of it as well. I like the fact that Aragon jumps in with an MP9. Oh no, sells it. There is going to be one on Agil, however. This is a full eco, so... yeah, nice chance to sort of rack up a bit of money, and also... try and keep things as clean as they can. The mission for ENCE is deal any kind of damage. Pody pops one with a P250.
Mid-Harris up close. That rock's not giving him enough cover. Story quickly to get a little bit of revenge though. Milsey is going to walk the plank as the AWP awaits him. A player behind him as well, so there is really no running away from this one. Trying to fast track his way into the ace side, but can't find Crazy. And it is a very clean start for Saw, who have, prior to this, never actually shown what they're capable of on Overpass. And that kind of sucks for ENCE, right? Because they get to do no prep.
Yeah, it does. But I think that's sort of the superpower of it, right? That's why Saw went for this call. It's a bit of a curveball, and it comes at, you know, they've sort of been saving it, I guess, for an important time. And I think the quarterfinals of a tournament like this is sort of worthy of introducing Overpass more into their ball, I guess. And as you say, yeah, ENCE haven't been able to do any real preparations for it because there's just such little data to go off of how Saw play this map. So far, from what we can see, it's pretty good. Although, in the buy round, they have lost the early 2-man advantage, so Story and Crazy already having lost their lives. Puts this into a 3v5. Sumdai Young. It's on the other side of this. If Saw do want to go for a boost, they're not going to see him, but they will now, because Molly's going to burn him out. He expects the boost. He's waiting for it, slips away. The timing on that is criminal. Terrace knew exactly what was up. As the numbers kind of claw back a little bit. If Aragon can find 2 kills here, this is Saw's round for the taking. Oh, there's one. Almost a second.
Ready and waiting, both players. This AWP needs to split a bullet in half and can't get the lineup. It's Muteris to sacrifice Agil's life to be able to pick up the final piece, and that's a close round anyway, but Saw 4-0 start that I'm sure they're going to keep piling on rounds to, because it's going to be a little while before ENCE can actually bring out the firepower. Might be able to invest just enough money to keep themselves afloat, maybe get a couple of pistols and armor, but that should be all they get. ENCE within this game, historically, they have been able to do quite a lot with force buys and things like that, so maybe this is the olive branch that they need to come back in.
It's the pistols. They're going to barrel into the B side. Agil tucked behind the barrels. Oh, that's big. That is a lovely shutdown. A little 1-2 sucker punch with a crossfire there between him and Crazy. So wipe the floor. So HG goes into short. Flash so far like Pody and Nighty are really just locked out of this. I don't see any avenue into this round for them. Story gets the freebie. It's Nighty that just gets spammed away through the smoke. 5-0. What a start here for Saw. This has been fantastic.
Bit of a scuffle from ENCE. And one of the few times where ENCE have actually gotten the initial push without being traded out. Already a monstrous start for Saw, but this must come to an end. ENCE played their heart out to make things possible on map 3, but if they can't make good use of this decider, then it will all be for naught. So far, so good for Saw, though. And ENCE, although they've gotten the initial kill, they've spent quite a bit of time after that really not accomplishing anything. A tiny bit of damage on Crazy does soften up a site, though. And sooner or later, the realization that they have to actually push into a site is going to dawn on them. Waiting outside B, they've got a couple prongs over towards connector, over towards outside middle. And they're just trying to make the utility expire. There's still a Molotov remaining, though, so that's going to delay their progress even further. But that was it. That was their last legs as far as utility goes. Buteris trying to scale up. Forced to back off as the flashes start to come in. And that last-minute effort from ENCE is going to be to start coming back. And this could be a disaster if the bomb can be interrupted. Aragorn has still not been taken care of. A second player will be headshotted. And all the kills go the way of ENCE. Which is oh so surprising considering how low everyone was.
Yeah, you can just see it, but sort of switching POVs periodically. I do want to say, I love Rigon's like massive jug of water that he drinks from. He's had that throughout the whole tournament. But yeah, we see it just constantly switching POVs between the rotating CT players, and yeah, every single time it's sort of teed up for a multi-kill because you're looking at it and got 3 players in the red pressing up onto the site. You think, all right, this is the one that's going to trade it back. This is the one that's going to trade it back. But Rigon was just so quick. Really clean. Big round out of ENCE. Could be the start of more. They've actually kept things pretty close, made things pretty expensive in the rounds prior. So even though it was a 5-0 start, there's actually not a lot of money for Sort. We'll come into this with one last bite. If it doesn't work, ENCE will really start to close this gap. But yeah, I mean, like, a bit of praise to ENCE for making a lot of these rounds expensive and then ending up in this position, but also I think it's almost a negative on the basis that there were so many scenarios they were supposed to win and they didn't. Here we go, minute 30.
Flashbang to start inching closer towards Aragorn, who decides to recede instead. And ENCE have really been playing a slow game, and that almost caught up to them in the last round, but this round doesn't have as much utility behind it and also less firepower, so it's going to be about whether or not they can make a good raid. Look at how Story's trying to play this. He wants to get an initiative going. Just try and get that early information. And the work is now becoming a whole lot easier for Saw. It's going to be a last-ditch effort into A, And if Aragorn can tuck up to the right side, then it will feel like a bit of an impossibility. They're going to bump heads, though. And here it comes. Story has to try and at least slow this down. Misses all of his shots because they're very hasty. And as the bomb is being planted, the reinforcements are already in position. No one wanting to move a muscle. Moving right into the drug player's Story. I mean, Crazy is also going to be found. And it's Agile's responsibility to come in from behind and try and get a double. But he realizes that that is an exercise in futility. And instead will be backing off. Bodhi, quick to find him though. Chases after him. And makes sure that one less weapon will make it through the day. Important save for Story though.
Yeah, bringing that AWP across will do some favours.
Oh,
Another unfortunate round loss. Yeah, he could. No, Rigon took him the other way. So it does actually end up with another pick, another kill to his tally. However, yeah, I mean, saving this AWP is all well and good, but there isn't really anything to buy around it. Everyone's around the 2k mark. The loss bonus is such that if nobody spends a penny, they can buy into the next. So I think Story's goal here is either A, to find an ace and single-handedly win them this round, or to actually hold on to this AWP again, because they won't be able to afford it in the next round either. Getting aggressive here, though. Boost over the top. Oh, that's so well played from Pody. This one should now be a done deal.
So are starting to realize that the vice-like grip they had on the game starting to slip. After a 5-0 start, you're expecting to have a much easier half, right? But they're still in a position where ENCE could actually come all the way back and make it an advantageous offensive half. And if it gets to that point, I think it might actually slip out of their fingers once it's time for ENCE to slip into the blue uniform.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it's CT side overpass. So whilst I'm not going to go as far as to say it's supposed to be one-sided, it's only supposed to go in your favour. If it prevents few too many here and we tie up at 6-6 or something of the sort, then he could have some real problems. Nothing really to go off as to how Saw's T side here is going to look. He's just got to kind of hope for the best. Group up and head over towards long. There's a good little double man set up in place. Aragorn turns the flash. Muterius peeks off with a contact, but 3 is too many for him to deal with. He'll go 1-for-1, leaving the numbers against them still. A minute left, ENCE ahead.
ENCE wanting to push through the tunnels now. Agil has his work cut out for him. Crazy needs to swing as well. Good timing, but only able to get a singular kill, which leaves Story in a position where he has to get both kills. And he sees him coming. The impression's been given. Oh, dude, I thought Story was going to be ready for it. I thought that ENCE wouldn't be cautious of him and that he'd get away with dropping the bomb, wasting enough time for the timer to just expire. But this is quickly turning into an uphill battle for Son. Not one that they expected, surely.
Still a possibility with the buy that they've got in hand. These 5-7s to do something. I thought they were actually going to aggress all the way through connector, try and go for a little bit of a wrap. That isn't going to be the case. So need to be careful. Aragorn scratch back up to the A side. They're actually going to go for a heavy stack. This could work well, you know. We've got 4 up here on A, 2 venturing into the toilets. They trade off of each other. Hold down these crossfires, or also establish these crossfires, because at the moment, a little bit disjointed. There's a chance they can make this happen, and there you go, story with first blood. Oh,
Dude, Majerus had to tuck away. MP9 recovered, actually, and this could be a complete disaster for ENCE. How is Pody still alive for that long? Okay, crisis averted. Nate, you though, 1v2 allowed, and the isolated first duel will allow him to make this more than possible. He was responsible for the 1v3 on Nuke, and I think he could do it again. Oh. There it is. Headshot found, and Nate, you keeps bailing ENCE out of the critical ones.
I felt really foolish for Crazy to walk through the smoke and actually peek into long there. I think the idea was to try and get to the AWP, but yeah, they didn't have any info on the last man. And the 2 versus 1, 30 seconds. They needed to just play it together. That was a real opportunity for Sort. Even though it wasn't a round that they were supposed to win, it was one that they really could have. Now they're in position for a little bit more. AT works his way up. Realizes con's completely clear. The bomb's outside a monster, so we might actually finally see another B here from ENCE.
First time in a long time that Saw have had a sigh of relief. This might actually be at least the cushion that they needed going into the offensive half, because if ENCE ended this half with 7-5, feels a little unrecoverable, doesn't it?
There's a little. Still, I think we're looking down that margin of, you know, like a 6-6. I'm really not sure if that's enough for a CT side of Overpass, but yeah, as I said before, we'll see what Saw have got up their sleeve for their attack. Hopefully it's something good. It's into round number 12. ENCE, of course, with plenty of money. And got everything out. AKs, AWP on Pody. Same goes for the other side. We'll go into a chaotic last of the half. Good HG. That's pretty much max damage on Zanatu.
Sorry. Opening kill onto Nachu. Not traded here, but elsewhere is where they're going to find success. B-side cracks open. And the work has now been cut out for Saw. A difficult retake that they're going to have to establish. Position for Milty. Catches Story on the come up. Regon will find Muterus. And Aragorn knows that he is essentially walking into certain death.
Ooh, yeah, he is. So there's that aforementioned 6-6, a 5-0 start. It was so fantastic for Saw. Then it all just started slipping away. ENCE found their groove. It was a couple of, I'm not going to call it lucky rounds because they weren't, but, you know, a couple that could have gone either way. I think that's a good example of one here when ATU's clutch. A couple prior to that as well that actually got the ball rolling for ENCE was when it was really late rotation with about 10-15 seconds left. Recon found massive entries onto the bomb site itself. Yeah, there's been a couple of scenarios that could have, maybe should have gone Saw's way. It would have been 8-4, maybe even 9-3. But not to be. Now the second half pistol's really important.
Sum Young breaking first blood, breaking first contact. And Zara a little disjointed for a T-side pistol, actually. Could be what cost them their lives. Story's position is a little unprecedented, though. I think he might be able to catch Sum Young a little off guard. Oh, here it is. Ready and waiting now. Sum Young deals with the most potent threat there. Aragorn scaling up. Sum Young just too quick on that USP. And he's won all the engagements that have come his way. 4K. And inches away from making it an ace. Muterus. Position known. Regon doesn't get a chance to steal the ace. And I'm kind of surprised. Oh, there we go. Sum Young. Beautiful pistol round ace. Just a little surprised that he's not the first one to go for the fight. But ENCE.
Yeah, they pull ahead. No bomb plant as well for Saw. I want to contextualize this game in the VRS a little bit, right? So despite the fact that both of these teams are like dead even in the HLTV rankings, it's 30th and 32nd, Saw are actually much further ahead in VRS, so they're 22nd and to 39th, right? Saw need to win this game. We were talking about Finn's sort of, you know, like VRS prediction thing yesterday, and ENCE are basically impossible. They have a less than a 0.1% chance of making the major. It's just, you know, they'd have to win like every single possible game and enter every single competition to make it through. For Saw, they're in this kind of awkward little spot where right now they actually qualify, but they are right on the cusp. They're right on the verge of not qualifying. It's almost exactly a 50-50, and winning this game and actually going sort of semi-deep in this tournament is a really, really important part of that. If they win this game and they continue to have good results, then they qualify. If they lose this game, it gets actually a whole lot harder to qualify, and their percentage really shoots down. So there's a lot of weight behind this, and we were talking about this in the series yesterday as well, about how it feels like every game as we get into like the later stages of the year is the equivalent of like an RMR final, and that is really the level that the level of weight that this match has behind it too. We saw BetBoom fumble under that pressure yesterday against Partizan, and things went to 3 maps. It was one that they needed to win to keep a major run alive, and they lose it. Sora got to do the same. Now comes the bye, and they need to win it.
Saul looked like a team of the better caliber on map 1. But that facade has slowly started to fade, and you're right. I think it could be the pressures of VRS affecting things. Some Die Young and Miltsy kill a piece. Miltsy to double that up. Matthew's going to have a laugh here as well. And although Crazy tries to pull off a nasty spray, he's not going to get any rewards for it. ENCE singular round away from double digits, and the red carpet is essentially rolled out for them as Saw have nothing to fight with. Last legs for what looked like the better team for most of the game. With how convincing Nuke was for Saw, we could see a position where, I mean, I haven't done the math yet, but we could see a position where Saw end up losing the series with more total rounds in the game.
Yeah, yeah, that's possible. With just in fact, it's almost likely, you know, if Saw lose this, as long as they don't lose pretty much every round from here on out. At a really one-sided map in the first of this series. Oh, AGL good trade. Hang on a minute. His pistols might actually be the answer. Someday Young and Pody have clawed this back into a 2v2, so I'll hold that thought for a moment. If Story had Kevlar and a rifle retrievable, this would be a different round, but they got to go grab the bomb on short, and he's only got a Glock. It seems like they're sort of neglecting it at the moment. Yeah, Pody. The flank works nicely. It's all onto Maturis. This is doable. I don't think they realise he's creeping behind, but Someday Young checks it and ends onto double digits.
What does he if ENCE are going to allow for any speed bumps that Saw can take advantage of? Bullets and connector control not quite established yet. Slowly Muterus is going to creep down. He's got a buddy in the back line as well. It's eventually going to be the B-side split. Saw being cautious not to give off any audio cues. Smoke is going to be well timed, but surely they want to supersede it. Surely they want to go right beyond it. And ENCE haven't made the read just yet, so Saw are going to get a relatively uncontested bomb site that they have to fight in. Bullets raining in from heaven. They still haven't cleared Miltsy, and if it goes by long enough, if enough time elapses, they're going to forget that there is an actual threat in the back of the site. Agile, 1 kill, 2, maybe no. ENCE just don't stop.
Yeah. This has been exceptional. Someday Young's putting up massive numbers whilst calling, and he gets a lot of shade, he gets a lot of hate when ENCE are struggling. A lot of people put the blame on him, you know, Glaive's replacement. But he has games like this when it really matters, where he steps up. He puts up numbers himself, he calls a good game. His calls were pretty on point towards the tail end of the first half. CT side puts the pressure off the in-game leader a little bit, but it's Aragorn this time round at least to find the early entry. This was a bold call from Zort to go for this map pick. They've got to show that it meant something. They've got some tricks up their sleeve still. Losing this round means series point for ENCE. Qualification into the semi-finals, and Saw's major dream really starts to slip. Someday Young. Oh, takes another. Back into the 4-on-4.
One of the first bumps in the road for ENCE. What is the conversation going on there? I like this little approach from AJ. He realizes that he needs to get a move on, needs to quicken up his pace, but he's firing off into the air.
Oh no!
Initiative taken allows for ENCE to get enough of a distraction to find a double. AWP pops off, and it is a 1v1 when all is said and done. ENCE has already scaled all the way up, and I don't think he's going to realize that Agil has peered through the smoke. Does it become obvious? Is he taking his sweet time?
Is he going to wrap all the way?
Dude, if he goes for the full wrap
like
around,
this.
there is no freaking way that Agil is going to expect this. Absolutely not. Fully. Oh, wow, Agil!
Oh, I mean, what a reaction shot from Agil, but why the step? Ay, ay, ay.
I think towards the tail end of that play, he starts to think maybe they're going ring around the roses, or that the time is just ticked down too far, that he needs to get a move on. But that was like the final angle he had to clear, right? So it feels a bit hard done. He played everything to perfection. Like, comes in from behind, double kills, scales up, goes for the full wrap, and then just lets go of shift. One keystroke that he fails to press.
Oh, man. Muteris did just see one. Neither pulled the trigger. Saw stay alive. Still a lot of work to be done. It's a good HG. Comes from afar. He does a little bit of damage, but makes those Galils lethal. Aragorn's going to be the first point of contact here in toilets. Jiggles, baits the shot from the orb. M4's going to press. Rigon takes the first, should be traded. Yeah, it's a little bit messy, but the Mac 10 prevails. And with the orb missing, Pody's got to get out of there. 4v4.
Dude, there is something that is awakened within Agil as they've inched closer to the scoreline. In fact, this is actually going to give Saw enough breathing room to start to make a bit of a comeback happen, right? It kind of felt like a foregone conclusion when ENCE got as far as they did. But off the back of some pure firepower from Agil and Crazy and perhaps a little bit of story, we're seeing them become relevant contenders in the match once again. You've also got to remember that ENCE have also heavily relied on some of the individual pieces to pop off really well. We've had ENCE had some moments. We've seen some Young get the ace in the pistol, things like that. So if they start to buckle under pressure, then Saw could actually have an opening to make this happen. Not even too far away after this one.
Yeah, you're right. The full eco rounds always give you a bit of space and a bit of a confidence booster. ENCE end up losing this and they look back and they think about that Milty 1v1 and how he steps and throws it away as being that first domino to fall that took them from being right on the edge of victory to now potentially facing defeat. It's nightmare fuel. That'll keep them up for sure. Still going for now, though. Not a lot to gain by trying to play for any kind of retake here, so I guess it's just exits.
I'm really enjoying what I've been able to accomplish in this mini comeback. And I want to see if they're going to continue to turn up the heat. The VRS implications of every game. You talked about it last night. Every game feels like an RMR and from the days gone.
Like, I hate it, but it's also kind of fun, you know? I think it creates, like, I don't like the system. I don't like the way that it works. Although, yeah, games, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a quarterfinal playoff game for like an $80,000 tournament, so it's always going to be like an interesting game. But it does, like, even when we're talking about like group stage matches in small online cups and stuff, it does actually put a lot of weight behind just, you know, average mediocre matches. And I think that sort of does the scene some favors, I guess. It makes things more exciting.
I don't hate it at all, because, like, the thing is, right, I don't like the fact that teams can just bow out of tournaments without having any consequences for the major. Like, that's the point of the major, right? That's what makes a difference. Like, if it's supposed to wrap up the season, or if it's supposed to be like a decisive showing of who was the best in the season, then what the teams did in the actual season should matter, not just that they made it through a qualifier at the tail end after shitting the bed the whole time.
I guess. Rewards consistency. But it does mean that we don't get those sort of Cinderella runs anymore, really. You want to pull off a Cinderella run, you've got to do it across 20 different tournaments and face all of the hurdles and obstacles that are within Tier 2 and Tier 3 Counter-Strike nowadays.
I mean, I know that Cinderella runs, like, for the individual storylines of the players and just for, like, the content around the team are really important. And, like, they look fun. But truthfully, if you want to have quality CS, then you need to reward consistency, because otherwise, like, you remember the time when, like, what eventually became like the Iberian Soul roster and then the Gentlemates roster, like when they made it to a major as Koi, and then they just like don't do anything, right? Like, you don't want those kinds of like positions to happen. Like, you want genuinely every game, even at the major, like nothing should feel like a guaranteed 0-3 pick.
Yeah, I guess so. I think that's actually going to be sort of the interesting factor when it comes to this major, that there is no guaranteed 0-3s. Now, to be fair, like, I think everyone had Legacy as their 0-3 last time round, and they were all proven wrong and had their pick'em screwed. But so, you know, sometimes you do have those sort of sides that squeeze through and then still do continue that form into the major itself. But I will agree, other than like the regional side of it, so we're not just saying it's the top 32 teams in the world, we are taking a couple of teams from NA, a couple of teams from Asia and whatnot, and therefore like there is still that factor of you know, normally the Oceania teams are a weaker link, or the Asian teams historically have been a weaker link, recently kind of haven't been. Yeah, I will agree that, like, yeah, it's not possible when you're looking right now at like the top 20, top 22 or whatever it is on HLTV of the European sides, like, they are all pretty capable of beating each other. I'd say anywhere from probably 8th to 20th, 25th. They're all very, very capable. Holy.
Speaking of capable, right? I mean, both teams are in a position now capable of taking out the others. Saw this late game resurgence a rehauling of the offensive side. Becomes able to sneak away the AWP, and that could actually be a pretty big difference maker, but if he can get it in the hands of someone that has a little bit more oomph in their HP, then maybe we can have a longer talk. Utility to usher them into A. AWP duel being won out by Story, and that is the biggest piece there, because if Rigon connects that shot, suddenly it delays their progression into the A site a little bit longer, and it also allows for the reinforcements to start hopping in. Should be a comfortable round for Saw. And honestly, the way things are being played out, overtime feels almost inevitable.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Overtime, or maybe even a 13-11 regulation win, which would just be crazy, but it feels like that's where we've been headed. Hey, Jill. Nice little hunt, but actually ends up just hand delivering an AK. There we go, 11-11.
I feel like Saw's success in this game has become so much better when they've pivoted their attention from B to A. Like before this, they're just trying to do these late B split setups, but I'm really happy that they decided to throw a wrench in the works and completely overhaul it to going towards A, and that's where they found the weak spot. Now, ENCE are going to try and patch that hole by having Pody posted up close with the AWP, try and get a bit of a grip on things, but I think that might be a little overwhelming. Pody stuck right next to the toilets. Need to hit one more, but Crazy's a little faster. They still need to get past Rigon, though. There's the reinforcements coming in. Now they know where he is. Truck Flare also activated, and they need to start hitting their shots, and they do. Agile. Body shots connected. But now, with two players lined up, it's just impossible to get into A site. And ENCE, they've done just enough. They have at least guaranteed overtime. And Saw need to do more.
Yeah, I think you were right when you said it had overtime written all over it. I didn't see a world where ENCE didn't give us a little bit of something back. But yeah, now it all starts to kick in. That realization for Saw, they'll call a pause and they will give their absolute all for this final round of regulation. It all boils down to a single round. We've seen nearly 3 hours of play in this series. And it comes down to the next 2 minutes. Pody with his AWP, a couple of AKs on the defense, over on the other side, much of the same. Round number 24 needs to deliver.
Big shot to be missing, but Pody, he's not lost his life yet. could be the final hurrah for Saw. ENCE have the cushion of overtime to land on. And this needs to be played pristine by Saw. Inching up in toilets. The read being made towards B. If they prioritize numbers from ENCE into the B side, then this A side where things will actually be cooking up will be left defenseless. Readjustment made. ENCE on the angles, ready and waiting. Molotov available as well for Pody to try and slow things down. And this push from Saw is going to be so disjointed, so late, so hurried. 20 seconds, Pody's making things harder. And with the op posted on the angle and there being a truck player, how quickly can they get the bomb down? There it is, Angel starts to stick it. A little late is better than never. And ENCE feels like they're almost destined for overtime now. Needs to be a very difficult retake. No, the CTs are dropping like flies. Angel's getting tagged up as well. The Tech 9 doesn't work. And Story, he's got to hold it off with the AWP. Misses a crucial shot. Will be challenged up close. 5 seconds on the defuse. And that's it. So close yet so far. Saw, despite having a very decisive map 1, will be punched down in maps 2 and 3. And ENCE uphold the narrative of coming back later in the series.
My, oh my. Some Night Young has a monster of a game, 100 ADR. Agil on the other side almost matches him, but yeah, just a heartbreaker. Absolute heartbreaker for Saw. They'll be looking back at that round and thinking, oh, that double peek into Bank, maybe in hindsight wasn't the way to go about it. They'll be looking back at this series as well, I think, and be thinking to themselves, maybe we should have left Ancient as that third. There's a lot to speculate about, there's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, they just didn't quite give us enough there. And it's going to be ENCE through to that semi-final, awaiting their opponent. It'll either be Fnatic or Nemiga, taking place in that second quarterfinal on the left-hand side of the bracket, but things are really shaping up here. And as I said earlier, it's Saw now. It's gonna be tough for them to get to the major with that loss.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how their chances were already like not quite maximized, you know. And the predictions around them making the major were quite favoring them doing well in this particular tournament, and not even cracking the semifinals is extremely tough. Now, I do kind of feel for them because the opponent they have to face, like the opponent they had to face that early was ENCE. You know, they are one of the higher rated tournament players, so. I mean, if you put them against any of the other quarterfinalists, right? Maybe say for Fnatic, like that's a relatively easier game, but to go against ENCE, I definitely feel for them. I think they would have made it way further. I think on the right side of the bracket, they would be much more likely to, in fact, even make it all the way to the finals, right? And even against ENCE, like, I think they ended that game with more rounds and still ended up losing. Like those were some close losses and a very convincing victory on map number 1. So I definitely feel for them, but that is unfortunately how Counter-Strike 2 crumbles most of the time. Very unforgiving game, so if you're thinking of downloading it, don't. That being said, though, few more quarterfinals to wrap up. We will be deciding the semifinalists right here today as we have 3 more matches to go. We're going to be taking a little break, but when we're back, we'll have another quarterfinalist matchup ready for you. second game of the day. We've got Betera and ESC up now to further this bracket. We got more quarterfinalists. We are going to decide who is going to be playing in the head-to-head in the semifinals tomorrow. Already a pretty packed day. Already a very chaotic game between SAW and ENCE. And now we get to decide another one. And two very interesting teams, right? Two teams that have been on a very nice come up, especially ESC. You know, some they've been getting a little bit of negative attention, but they are kind of on the come up, you know, very rapidly progressing through the ranks. They've got a lot of Twitter beef with a lot of people as well for various reasons, I'll put it that way.
I'm not even going to beat around the bush with it. There's accusations with these guys. People, yeah, you know, there's some players and coaches around the scene that are thinking, you know, maybe there's some dodgy stuff going on. But I guess we'll keep an eye on it today. You know, every protocol here in the Proving Grounds is sort of taken to make sure that we avoid anything like that happening. So hopefully this should be sort of a fair and even playing field. And against Betera, this should be an interesting game. To be honest, Betera are a side that have kind of come out of nowhere as well, haven't they? But we'll get onto them next. For ESC, it is a team that I've been around the block. You know, this was sort of the core of that Rebels roster that had quite a lot of success and made it quite far in various tournaments. You know, we got Olymp, Bajmi, Raiko, Sami, and Moonwalk. Yeah, a core that's been together with this team for quite some time. And as you say, prior to losing to BC Game, where they got humbled by Simple, they were on, I think, a 15 series win streak. Their win rates across all maps have been crazy. Their nuke is just like unbelievable at the moment. So yeah, I think this should definitely lean in their favor.
Yeah, they have absolutely been a storm that has taken over Tier 2 CS, right? And you're right, like the conversation, the only thing that sort of broke that conversation for a second is that they did get humbled by well, I think most people still consider him the GOAT, right? Especially across multiple iterations of CS, right? Because Donk is kind of the new kid on the block, CS2, for the most part. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one to watch. I want to see if, you know, they can treat that BC game as a bump in the road and keep continuing what has been an absolutely thunderous season for them. That being said, though, they're up against Betera, who themselves have also been on the come up, right? They both teams, I guess, fall into the camp where they've kind of come out of nowhere. The pieces have clicked for them, and now they are competing for some of the top spots, making it all the way through to the quarterfinals here, potentially looking to book a spot at the semis right here in the Proving Grounds. Josh, you got anyone that we should be keeping our eyes on?
I'm gonna give you one little thing first. If you want any argument for Simple being the GOAT, right? Just think about when he hit that falling AWP shot on Cash, you know, the one that's got the graffiti and people get tattoos of it and stuff. Donk was 10. Donk was 10. Don't argue with me about who's the GOAT. We're talking different eras here, baby. It's like trying to compare Pele to Ronaldo. Interesting veto. Nuke coming up. ESC, of course. They have been unbelievable on this map, other than a weird loss against Forza Reload the other day, who I actually have a huge amount of respect for. And I think that they're a team that it's just really sad that they don't have VRS points to get invited to bigger stuff, because I actually think they're really good. Yeah, they have won this map every single time they've played it, going all the way back to June, and recent victories have been just wild. We're talking single-digit wins where they're stomping teams like Big 13-3. I don't see a world at all that they lose this first map a nuke, which then puts a lot of pressure on Betera's Dust 2.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of pressure on that Dust 2, right? Like, dude, nuke has been... I don't even know how to put it. Like, normally when you see an exorbitant amount of maps being... Sorry, an exorbitant percentage being won of maps, you usually zoom in and you realize, oh, okay, they've played like 3 maps. That's why they have a 100% win rate, right? But 96% across 26 maps. They have one blip on the radar of victories that they've had on Nuke. And even that was a 13-11. You scroll a bit... Most of their victories have been under 13-8. I think there was like one that came up to like 11 rounds, but for the most part, they have not been letting teams get past the halfway mark. That is an insane thing to be saying about a team like ESC. Like, these past 3 months have been oh so fruitful for them. It is an undeniably dominant position to be in, and I think it's one of the strongest win streaks we've seen on a map ever in Tier 2.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Absolutely is. Someone made an interesting point in chat I kind of forgot about. Actually, ESC are playing LAN this weekend. They're going to be at the Birch Cup, which will be in Gdansk. I'll be there, so I'll be on the scene, seeing how they perform. So yeah, an opportunity to sort of prove themselves on LAN. I think that these guys have proved themselves on LAN in the past, and are very clearly individually good players. But I think the question marks at the moment are this streak, this online streak of 15 best of threes.
I'm a little sad.
I don't know where this has come from.
I'm a little sad about the fact that in that particular cup, NIP have withdrawn because they're choosing to protect their VRS points. Because like, to do the math, like, it ends up working out better for them if they just don't participate at all. So I'm not a big fan of that happening. I would have liked to see NIP at the competition as well. But I mean, it's going to be fun to watch regardless. That's always a fun time. That being said, though, we'll reel the conversation back a little bit. So, Josh, I want to sort of hear the win conditions you're looking at for Betera, because obviously I think one of the players that jumps out at you when you look at the side of Betera is going to be Masval, right? Like 1.23 rating. He has been an absolute storm for the team, and he's not even a sniper or anything. No, he does not even touch the AWP for the most part. So I think he needs to activate, but what else?
I think there's a lot that needs to go their way, to be honest. I think it's not just a case of having Masval popping off. Obviously, he's been insane recently, but, Height and Cynix putting up numbers as well, as they're very capable of doing. I think Vert needs to wake up a little bit. He's been struggling in recent games, and if he can sort of put up a better performance today, then that will sort of close the gap a little bit between top and bottom, and hopefully close the gap a little bit between these two teams. The odds certainly suggest that this is fairly one-sided. Hopefully, we should be ready to get into the game soon. Normally, we go over to that screen, so we're ready to jump in, but we've been thrown back. I think that means that there's maybe some delays, but yeah, this should be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, there's also a lot of similarities within the team, right? Like, I'm sort of looking at like Masval and Rico. I think the dynamic between them is going to matter a lot, because I'm not gonna say that they're like 1-to-1 in the way they play, but it's a close enough comparison that we can make about like about riflers, because they kind of both have the same opportunity, the same responsibility. Maybe Masval is more of like the opening fragger than Rico is, but oftentimes, like, your opening and trade fraggers can kind of share the responsibility. You can either provide the firepower by having bait set up for you, or you can just be the direct entry in like sort of the way that Donk has innovated in Counter-Strike 2. I think Masval falls more into that Donk style of camp, and Rico maybe like slightly more towards a trade fragger, but it's close enough to make that comparison. Also, then you've got the AWP players as well. So I think I'm a lot of the time I try to look at like the pieces that aren't at the tippity top in terms of the narrative, right? Like, because oftentimes you just have the entry, you've got the AWP player, like you've got the star player, which is often an overlap with the entry nowadays. So I try to avoid that. I try to look at the supportive elements just to have like a bit of a spin on things. But I think for this particular game, the top end actually matters quite a lot, especially so. I think especially so for Betera, because they're not as well distributed as a team like ESC.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to sort of break down there, but I'm with you. I think the biggest hurdle that Betera are going to have in this series is purely just the fact that I see Nuke as a bit of a write-off. Yeah, I actually really don't see a world that Betera win Nuke. ESC have just been so unbelievable on it recently. And I know that streak kind of has to end at some point. You can't just forever beat everybody that you play on the map. But yeah, it does mean that they're sort of going to be more than likely playing the series with an instant handicap. They're going to have to then try and claw things back from Dust 2 onwards. And that's always an awkward way to play a series when you know that you're almost guaranteed to have to pull off the reverse sweep. ESC starting things off on their T side, though, stacked up with the Glocks. They pull out the Kevlar, Samey yet to buy, so maybe a bit of util to come out on him. Yeah, no, not going to happen. Kevlar all round. This is going to be a fast one into lobby by the looks of things.
Not as fast as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, they have me excited. Yeah, no, it's pretty quick. It's still pretty quick. They've been given the site for free as well. This is weird.
Yeah, this was kind of a read from Betera, right? Just trying to overwhelm ramp, but I guess they're fine with just leaving it for the retake. 5v5 is never really too bad for the CTs on any area of nuke. But they do have to start to get a move on things. You don't want the timer to tick down too far before you get your hands dirty. There it comes. They're going to start pouring out of heaven. Tenzi and Cynics start making themselves known. Moonwalk, one fight. Bajmi left all alone, peeks out of the smoke. They are going to start getting on top of the bomb, and with the defuse kit available, this is not going to be an issue whatsoever. Betera, last-ditch retake, ends up working out.
Yeah, that's good stuff out of Betera. Wasn't necessarily expecting to see that go their way after they'd given up the site for free, but it felt well drilled, well coordinated. As they swooped in for the retake, it was comfortable. It's a force buy here for ESC, but actually not as much behind it as you'd expect. Normally we see the Galils come out. Instead here, the MAC-10s in their place. Round number 2, Betera hungry to extend their lead.
One for one, things are going to get a little chaotic here on the ace site. Labored spray means that ESC get a little bit of space, but Olymp, left all alone, has been given the margin necessary to get the bomb down. Just doesn't have the long-range weapon necessary to make this even possible. ESC. Gonna let Betera inch forward a little bit. Well, we've got a little bit of space. I really missed a bear in the logo that ESC had.
Yeah, me too.
It was.
Bring it back, man. This new one isn't it.
In just a shield without the bear, come on. Feels a bit
literally.
incomplete, right?
What happened to him? I mean, I guess he was getting old.
Too many people said that they would choose the bear, and the bear did not want to be chosen, and it ran away.
Sad.
I like how there was a time in esports history where logos were all about who can make the angriest looking bear or animal, I guess.
Yeah.
Like there was like the progression of the Virtus Pro bear just like getting slightly angrier with each iteration, and then they kind of like.
And there were a lot of bears. There was Virtus Pro, there was ESC, you had MyXMG who had a bear as well. There were just a lot of scary bear logos.
Or just like open mouth logos like Team Dat, like the no, was it Team Dat? Yeah. And then there was Game God Wolf.
Oh god.
The only
They're gonna be
Indian
started.
team to make it to a major.
Goated stickers, by the way. Same. You know, they got in on some like ridiculous technicality. I was looking into that, like
yeah, because like they had a specific qualifier. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Ooh. There's actually still some potential here. ZSC are down on the lower side, and they'll get that bomb down. Bajmi's found himself an M4. This feels like a very winnable round.
I'm really worried that Betera are going to overcook this. Bajmi and Olymp looking to defend. Smoke's going to make it a little bit easier to get on that defuse, and they need to do it soon. 5-second defuse, and finding him inside the smoke will be very difficult, but Bajmi will land the shots, and ESC get away with a round that was definitely not destined for them, and they get to break the economy.
Yeah, they do. That money's going to be weird now as we go into another tech pause. It was supposed to just be a freebie for Betera. They gave up too much room, ultimately. But it's at this 2-1 scoreline where we see the tech pauses that's got me worried now, because that's where things fell apart. That's where things fell apart the other
Nuke
day.
as well.
Yeah, I know. No, we're back. No stress. Early man advantage. It's fantastic. From Tenzi onto Moonwalk. Height posted. Lovely shot. All him down. Matera are actually just generally looking better here. There should be another easy opportunity.
I'd seize him. Trying to make him miss shots. He knows he can't back off, and he's got the support of Tenzi, so might as well still give it a crack. Good stuff. Also, that AK is kind of clean. Which one is that again?
It's the new one. I can't remember what it's called, but it's from one of those like new collections.
Yeah, it looks kind of like just a recolor of the Midnight laminate, was it?
Yeah, but it's green.
Very cool.
Let's tap on the bottom. Oh my god, Samey. That's pretty cool. He's not going to get away with this because, won't happen. He was really hoping that they weren't going to be coming down from ramp, and instead we're going to try and fly out of the single door, and his plant position would sort of throw them off tilter, but yeah, Matera right back to winning ways after a little bit of a shaky round to give up, but the economy
every round they add to
itself.
the tally just makes me a little more excited because we might get to see ESC be put on the back foot.
Yeah.
What if it was simple that broke them? And now their win streak is tarnished.
Yeah, even though they didn't even play Nuke. As PC gets permaban, they just got rid of Nuke. But yeah, it's just thrown them off completely. End of an era. We'll see. Flash goes over. Nice shot from height. It's the man advantage again. Smash fouls down below. Olymp's going to return the favour. That's a nice shot.
The Terra trying to pace themselves, so want to keep those weapons intact.
Material's still just got a lot of money here, though. I actually really like the call to say, you know what, let's just back off and save. You know, it was a 3 versus 4. It did feel kind of plausible, but yeah, they just decided not to touch it. Keep the money for the next, and here we go again. ESC, just with the rifles, they'll still have to face up against Height Zorp, that's posted up here on ramp, looking to get a little bit aggressive. Samey needs to be careful, because Height comes with a nasty bite.
Very nicely done by Height. It's one of the dynamics we were talking about. We wanted to see how that AWP would shape up against the opposition. If he keeps this up, then ESC are going to be in for a treat. Ramp on the come up, though. Here it comes. Avert. Starting to back off. Wants to make sure that he's in close contention with Masvol so they can tag team up if they want to defend the B bomb site, but ESC have a lot of options. One of them being to walk into Height.
Moonwalk. Do a bit of moonwalking. He slips around silently. Raiko's found a massive double. And from a 5v3, they've now got space out onto the B site and a real advantage in the round. I mean, he's still low on health. As he starts to go back up, this was all just a ruse. They're still headed into A, and Batira have not moved a muscle. They know exactly what's up. This is really smart. I can't believe they didn't rotate at all.
Oh, dude, Tenzi. Can't believe ESC take them for a walk. This is already shaping up to be a very nice CT side by Batera. You add a couple of rounds to the mix, and you can start to get a little comfortable at the very least.
Moonwalk's going to be the man to cross. They're 4-2 down. And with the buy that they have at hand, it looks like Batira should be able to make this 5. That is so sloppy. A massive gap in the cross smokes. And this is a round that, like, you know, there's not too much invested here for ESC, but they've spent all their money. So if they lose this one, you know, it's still just pistols in the next. This is a round they actually need to try and win. Olymp, that's the right idea. Oh, turns away. I think he saw the foot. No, Masfel's got him. Dialed in. Bashmi's found a 1D, but they're down on the lower side. They've still got the man disadvantage. They've recovered a couple of rifles, though, so I don't know. Maybe they make this work.
They'll have to very expertly navigate this. Like, the footwork needs to be immaculate. But Sammy, watched by Height, slowly inching forward.
Wow.
That is so good from Height, who just can't seem to stop. They've wound him up and they've let him go. That is such an impressive showcase of the versatility of Height Sniper. Up close, taking initiative, playing around ramp, on the retakes. Like, there is so much to like about this guy at the moment.
Yeah, he's hitting some real shots. Getting active, being relevant. 10-2 early on Nuke. And it's Cynex to open things up here, just up against the pistols. But yeah, if Height continues this kind of form, this kind of performance, you really can't help but feel that there's no stopping him in this map, and maybe it is time for ESC's win streak to come to an end. It's a nice shot back from Bajmi, but nonetheless. Oh, he's got to be dead here. There you go. 6-2, Batira. Looking exceptional. Oh, this is getting
really
very chaotic.
Yeah. We parried each other's thoughts here because, I mean, there's no other way to cut it, right? And Height's going to get found as well outside. Cynics, he can actually do quite a bit because he gets enough isolated duels here. Wanted to peek over the smoke. Nice attempt to try and get the angle. And Vert might get the same opportunity if they decide to buckle down and come all the way back to A. That seems to be what they're doing, but I think he's having second thoughts, trying to go around ramp. Looking if he finds something outside. Oh, he finds one, but it's really hard to find that long-range spray. Walks in. No, Bajmi, how do you lose that? Know exactly where Vert is, and now Rico is inches away from the blade of the Grim Reaper that is Vert. He's not even looking to contest it from the same angle. Instead, he's going for the full wraparound, and he's wrapping before the bomb is even planted. Mind games with each other, but the audio cue will be available for Vert. Knows that Rico just dropped into vents, and is going to be following him to try and sink his fangs into his back. Can't afford to drop down. Has to lose out on a little bit of information just to make sure that he can maintain the advantage of not being known. Has a rough idea where Rico could already be. Is being followed as he expected. Oh. Yes, there's a little corner in the smoke that he exploits. And that is ESC's lifeline back into the game.
Yeah, that sort of puts them back into a real position where they can win this. I mean, the fact that they almost throw a 1 versus 3 is alarming, right? For sure, but still, Rico holds it down, and those odds just sort of shift back in their favor a little bit instead of a 7-2, and you know, a real tilter of a round. Instead, it's 6-3 and a sigh of relief. Height's still causing him a lot of problems, so he looks to do the same here. He's been smoked off, so he will just escape. There was an opportunity for ESC to catch him looking the wrong way there. Maybe get an early advantage onto that sniper that's been causing him all the issues, but... for now, they'll just cross into secret. They'll make a lot of noise about it as well, so the back garage player is going to hear this, relay the info. Height's already down on the lower site. Does take the first, slips away, not quite. Traded by Rico.
Oh wow, Batera making quick work of them. I mean, Sammy and Bajmi still have a good opportunity here. Seem a little bit favorable. Sammy narrowly avoiding the nade. Bajmi has the opportunity to bring it to just 2 members. But
oh wow,
good timing from Cynics. Looks away. And Batera kind of streamlining their way to the victory, right? Like 7 rounds already. Money falling apart for ESC, and let me remind you that this is the ESC that has kept everyone at arm's length. They have mostly been shutting down teams under the 8-round mark.
tactical pause here for ESC. Trying to work out what is going wrong and how the hell to fix it, because this is really falling apart now. That was supposed to be their ticket back in. After the round win, you claw it back, 6-6, something of the sort. They just seem to have all the right plays, all the right timings, Batira. Yes, he can't seem to do anything about it. Smoke goes onto the door. Olymp still just tucked behind. He's gonna blast it open, but right through the vent. See you later. It's a nice pick from Asphalt.
I would like to know what sensitivity Masval plays on.
Yeah, he's very quick, isn't he?
It's not just quick, it's also very shaky. Like, when he was getting pushed there in main, his crosshair is like vibrating.
Maybe he's just a shaky gamer.
Mm-hmm. That was my excuse for not being able to talk to girls. Just a shaky gamer, I promise I'm not shy.
That's fair. That's real. Tenzi already dropping down to the lower side. Look at this. He's wrapping around, trying to get a fast angle into Secret. Cynix with a nice entry. I'm not sure he realizes that danger's close here. Maybe he does. He's on the angle. Oh, just goes down the ladder. Yeah, it's bad timing. Echo's got his number dialed in. A fourth round here for ESC wouldn't be too bad. Even 4 halves, nothing to brag about for a T-side hero map pick, but on Nuke, it feels like it's serviceable. The problem is the bomb's down. It's got to be recovered. So whilst it's a 3-on-3, this does favour Batira as it stands. Good nade. Echo's going to be wiped out as well. Batira make it 9. My god, what a half. What a half. Out of the underdogs on the map. The underdogs in the series.
I'm not really sure what is going on with ESC. Like, this does not look like a team that has mostly been dishing out death to all of Tier 2 and Tier 1.5. Like, it just doesn't fit the bill. Now, Batera leave 1 round short of double digits as they end the first half, and they're not too far away from the finish line. Like, it's very likely that if they win the pistol round, even if they don't, they can just stumble over the line.
So a technical pause before getting back underway, but it's fixed very quickly, and we are into the action once again. 9-3. This still feels recoverable for ESC, I'll be honest. They're now on their CT side, and, you know, it's the favoured side of their best map in the pool, and I think they've probably got the high, in fact, almost definitely, they've got the highest win rate over the largest sample size in professional Counter-Strike at the moment, so I don't think you can ever really count them out of Nuke. The way they've been playing recently, but the way that they're playing to date certainly isn't up to that standard, not yet. Batira note, they're a hop, skip and a jump away from the finish. If they can win this pistol, this game's over. They're slow and patient about it.
Incredibly slow cooked round. from Betera. Oh, opening kill from height. Olim's position, though, is incredible, but the shooting, not quite as much.
Yikes.
Dude, I do not want to be on the other side of that.
I think this just wraps up a 2-0 as well. If Batira are actually able to take nuke, I don't see a world that ESC offer a slow performance like this.
What?
Oh my god, maybe.
Fumble?
I am speaking too soon.
Okay.
No, but locks in and gets it over. That was way too close though. And obviously a must-win pistol round there from ESC going missing just really sends them packing, I think, for their map pick. Batira on to 10. And this has been pretty crazy. You know, every step of the way, I really felt like, okay, you know, this is where ESC lock in. Okay, no, this is where ESC lock in. And we're at a point where the game's going to be over before we see that happen. Olymp and Tenzi, the fast trade. And a 4v4 as the T's went down to the B side.
Maybe trying to find a little gap, but instantly punished. What do you even do there? Too many targets looking right at you. They go next on the chopping block. And yeah, the outcome's the same. Batera. You're totally right. Just a double jump away from the finish line now. And I don't think there's any saving ESC from this. This would be their most devastating loss on Nuke ever. I mean, it's their second loss ever at all, right? And the only loss they had was like 13-11 in the past 3 months. Not sure why Batera elect to take the tactical pause, but I think it's just to try and zone out the money a little bit better. You see Masval opening up the strat book in the Steam notes.
Always good. I was with a team the other day that do that, and obviously they're not on their home PCs, they're on like event PCs, and yeah, every time they were doing it, they were getting the shift tab bug because they hadn't like done the fix. They'd done it on their home PCs, but hadn't done the fix on these PCs. So yeah, it'd be like, right, open the strat book, and then bam, game's crashed. Balls. Tenzi. Dropping down from on top of main. This is just a clean sweep into the bomb site as ESC went for a force. There wasn't all too much behind it, but they knew that they had to. The MP9s just get blasted away. Olymp down to 7 HP. And a 1v2 just doesn't feel all too viable. HG at his feet. It's going to send him flying forward as Batira press on to 12. And it's got to be the same kind of buyout of ESC here. Everyone's got about 3k in the bank. This is rough. Nice start. Maybe the start of a comeback for us. You ready? You're strapped in.
You can't start a comeback by saying you're ready, because you know how that ends. But okay.
Start your engines. All right, maybe we roll the credits.
Probably. Just a matter of time before Moonwalk is on the chopping block. 1 kill found, sure, but getting the last 2, I mean, if anything, it feels like there's probably not much motivation to even complete this, right? Such a tall order ahead of themselves, and the worst nuke game we have ever seen in the history of Team ESC. What a shutdown by Betera. Unfazed by the precedent that was set prior to this game. And Masval, a masterful performance that is only held a candle to by Height, who also was absolutely ruling the server.
Yeah, he really was. Mass value MVP as well. No surprises there. Popped off. But as did everybody, to be honest. That was a team effort from Batira. They gave it their all, and they really, really did shine quite bright on their opponent's best map. The boys who have been dominating the scene recently, dominating Nuke, and humbled a little bit today. So staring down the barrel of a 2-0 defeat, an early exit out of the playoffs here, and all of that hard work that they did to overcome big might go to nothing here if they can't beat Batira.
Yeah, Betera definitely looking propped up to take this in a 2-0 fashion, but you know what? It's not over yet. I think ESC is a team that has been surprising a lot of people lately, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they can actually show us something crazy on Dust 2. So that's something I want to wait and see, and I'm sure you want to engage in that as well. We'll be back after a 10 minutes break to see where the action will take us. underway in just a moment, and it has been such a treat to watch what Betera has been able to establish. Their dominance and, of course, the tarnishing of what has been a relatively spotless nuke for ESC. Like, their worst loss before this was like 13-11. I can't even remember the scoreline we just had. What was that, like 13-3, 13-4? I don't know. It was just so one-sided that I genuinely could not care less anymore. It was a complete blowout performance. And I'm not really sure what ESC is supposed to do in the face of that. Now they get to play against Betera on Betera's map pick, so it's supposed to be the 2-bite special from Betera. But at least they've got the silver lining of starting on the defense to try and make a little bit of a comeback happen.
Right, go. We'll put the pressure on. It's Moonwalk to actually overwhelm Masval. The Sonics will return the favour. Goes into a 4v4. Samey wants a little piece of the pie as well. Oh, he does actually get it. Trying to tap up into top mid too. This is just looking like a revitalised ESC side. A little bit better than what we saw towards the tail end of Nuke. Sonics' Glock. Ooh, hits a dink. And he just gets on out of there. Bomb's headed over towards B.
With Betera having 2 players alive and bomb control, like, this is suddenly all that much more doable, especially with the first point of contact, potentially Moonwalk, being so low, so he couldn't even try to serve a bit of a distraction. They're going to get to reposition on the ramp as well, and one of them gets to cross over. Now, this is an issue, especially if Wirt can get the first fight going. No, instant connection from ESC, and that is a big silver lining for them to have at the outset in this game.
A good recovery out of ESC. Has a good pistol round as well. Getting the bomb plant, Betera will put themselves in a position where, yeah, there's still a good chance they could claw this back in the next. They'll have a strong buyer to come out. Their 2-0 hopes are starting to slip. And they will certainly further if they're not able to follow up here. All 5 leading over towards the B tunnels is interesting. Let's see what they can do with this.
Betera feign presence on middle. They've tossed out a couple of smokes as well. They're trying to incentivize someone pushing from behind. They want the flank to materialize so that they can try and punish it. But no one from ESC is going to bite. Instead, they just lock in on that 3-2 setup. But the solo duel might be allowed if they can creep up short. Oh, he's missed. Missed the timing. But still sticks around to fight. Smoke makes it a little easier for them to funnel Betera into bullets. By the looks of things, Betera seem like they're dead set on contesting short, eventually swinging out. That is a good find from Masvel. 2 of them, actually. He is going to get caught in the back, but that does leave B pretty high and dry, scooping in through tunnels. There's only going to be 1 defender that is ready and waiting with the AUG. Can he get a swing on things? Can he get there fast enough? Yes, he can. That's 1, but punishments are made, and they're going to have to watch out for height starting to creep up behind. Mac-10 is not a great weapon to have here. It's just Rico remaining. Tenzi's gonna swing. He runs out of bullets. And Betera will shut them up on round 2. What a bad position for ESC to be in.
That is disaster. Winning the pistol, losing the follow-up. It's just a matter of the bullets at the end of it as well. Painful. Painful way for it to go. So they'll come back in with a force, but only out of real necessity. The double eco otherwise. Really, really awkward. Damage dealt early. Okay, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. The CT push is working very nicely. Coordinated aggression maximizes the success. There's a trade back from height, so maybe a 1v3 on the cards here. He has got to be aware of the Ryko flank. To be honest, he should be. Oh my god, look at how Ryko's just tucked himself in the corner here. This is ridiculous. There is no way this goes checked. Zero chance. No. No. What?
Oh, that is so aware from height. Now Sammy's not going to have a clue. This is so specific from height. He decides to drop down, and as Sammy's looking away, he's going to find a timing. And because he sees Sammy going back, it almost feels like height can see right through them.
Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
No way, dude. Height. He's got ESP in his brain. No way. Hey, Height. That is ridiculous.
It's one of those games. It's one of those games. Tactical pause, a hell of a clutch from Height. Give him credit where it's due. I cannot believe he's clearing that right-hand corner in T-spawn, and then the way he goes about that as well just seems to have a perfect read on the situation. Locks it in. A second on the board for Batira. That almost went very sour though, so yeah, it's important to sort of take a little bit of a breather here and say, yeah, hang on a minute, guys, we do need to kind of lock in and make sure that that doesn't have to happen again, because continuing to play rounds like that and having to pull off these clutches is not largely sustainable. They've got to find that consistency. Interesting. ESC go for another force.
Batira just seems to be waking up on the right side of the bed today. Reiko, though, wants to try and turn their fate around. Deagle's starting to pop off, though. Bashmi puts down the heaviest hitter on the side. Masval taken out of commission. Little HP remaining on the CT side members. Positions now being triangulated. Tenzi knows exactly where that B-side player is. And enough space has been created. 3v3 Moonwalk, limping for life, alive by a hair's breadth. And once again, even when it starts to look like ESC might be able to do something, that they might be able to move the needle a bit, there's always a response from Batira, but maybe, just maybe, we can still see something nice. Distraction being served up by the scout rifle, just trying to buy time for the tunnels player to activate, moving right through the smoke. Oh wow, they're going to start circling around each other. Vert finds the fight, and now it doesn't matter that Moonwalk has crept up so close. It would have to be two perfect, pristine shots. And the only one that's doing that is Height. Batira, great start.
Yeah, they're starting to run away with this a little bit now. Much better. It's just up against the pistols. Ooh, Height can't connect the shot. Masval will draw first blood.
ESC are being just run over right now. Height's been playing so well the entirety of the game. Like, he started off Nuke incredibly strong, and although he didn't finish strong enough to like be at the tippity top, like he was kind of the glue that held them together early on in the game, which is why ESC could never really make it through past the doorway of ramp. And that disincentivized him enough to, start going for those A crunches, start going for outside. So there was definitely a lot of impact that Height was able to establish with just a sniper. And you've got ESC being played like a fiddle again. There were multiple times where they could have pushed ahead in terms of the score, but then Height with his 1v2 clutch feels like he's just all too aware. Not really sure what the response from ESC is going to be, but at least weapons have been brought out again. Another gun round, another day. And I think overall, in terms of the series, this might actually be the weakest performance we've ever seen out of ESC as a unit. I mean, having a loss is one thing, right? But not having any say in the matter overall throughout the entirety of the series so far is a bit egregious.
Masval cracking things open early on again. Vert's going to follow up as Sammy has to run through the flames to escape. It's just another two-man advantage. ESC with no say in the matter here. Samy's going to follow up. At least claw something back.
The kills from ESC are incredibly sparse. They are shut out over and over. And as much as I'd like to chalk it up to strategy, it also just feels like on an individual level that are totally overpowering ESC. Not quite the accusation-worthy performances that we've now come to expect from ESC, right? Because they were looking absolutely crisp. Batera running them over.
Just like, rounds like this where the best you can hope for is exits. Just painful. One's going to go boom, no one's going to go hunting all too hard. They want to build up their own economy. There's still a few rounds to be played, and I guess the way to go about that is probably not dying to the bomb. A little bit of an oversight from ENCE, but it's not going to matter. (5-1) ESC. So wildly locked out of this game early. If you'd have taken a look at the odds and the predictions at the start of this series, there shouldn't have been a chance in hell for Batera to win this, let alone 2-0. Especially when Nuke is the first map. Olymp's seen the front of the barrel, so he's not going to be coming off of this angle, but he might be in for a nasty surprise. The second's coming to peak. He lands the shot, but it's not lethal. Vert's going to catch the boost. What a start.
Oh, Oh, dude, that's gonna suck, right? Like, he's salivating over the prospect of a double there, but instantly gets his head chopped off. And I'm not really sure what adjustment ESC is supposed to make here. It just feels like they're consistently overpowered. And Batera are doing a really good job in the defaulting. They allow ESC to sort of overcook things by themselves. And when it comes down to the smaller details, Batera are just playing them right. Timings have been really good. Slightly better firepower overall. I mean, slightly might be underselling it, actually. Even now, they're getting ready to head into B, and until the final moments, there is no signage that they will go forward. I'm not sure if this is the worst game ESC have ever played, or if this is the best that Batera have played, or both.
Maybe a bit of both, but I'm seeing more sort of brilliance out of Batera than necessarily bad out of ESC, I guess. I mean, they just don't seem to have... The thing is, I was going to say, you know, they don't seem to be having any sort of response to what's going on, but they have been trying to take initiative. They went for the short boost last round. They've been trying to go for some, you know, funky opening plays and whatnot. And it's just not coming, you know? It's just not working. Batera have got all of the answers every time. Height's going to find the opening pick again. And 7-1, once again on the cards.
Yeah, Height is just unstoppable at the moment. Surely they feel a little hard done by this. Ooh, Rico. Finally a connection's been made, and it's a triple from Rico, who I was highlighting at the start of the game, that gets the engine going. Obviously nothing to write home about just yet, but if they can at least get the ball rolling, then maybe we can talk. There's a shot from Cynics. Heaviest hitter taken out. They're starting to scale up tunnels. Cynics has been able to find a kill, and now the onus is going to be on Olim to try and go forward, but how? How is this turned back into a 1v1? Your star player has got a triple, and he's still ready. Oh, Olymp. Thanking his lucky stars that he can hit the hairline shot. Because that could have gone oh so wrong.
All right, well, maybe a boost of confidence that comes with an Olim clutch like that. I mean, I hope so for ESC's sake. Otherwise, it's a rough start to their day. They've got another game a little bit later on against Arcred. Tenzi says, yeah, we're not going to let you get away with any kind of streak after a clutch like that. Big double entry. Samey takes one back, but an instant trade. Four v 2.
ESA kind of surprised that Vert misses those shots. An ambitious little Fama spray that doesn't find any victims. And Olymp. It was nice that he was able to at least secure the 1v1, but this is a tall order. And I'm sure you can feel the energy in my voice starting to dwindle, because this feels... I mean, this is a game of almost despair for ESC, right? Like, I don't even want to fault them too much, because it's one thing you pointed out is that they were taking the initiative, right? They went for the short boost, they've had a couple of short pushes, they have tried to explore middle, they've had a couple of moments where, you know, they got exploratory in tunnels as well, but Beterra are so far ahead at the moment, and there seems to not be a single real response. Even when they have won those 2 rounds, they haven't been convincing enough.
Yeah, they just haven't. And honestly, individuals from Beterra have been popping off. You see these just sick mechanical moments. Tenzi flying out of long tunnels and smashing 2 headshots. I don't know how you sort of recover and stabilize around as a CT side off of the back of that, when in the first few seconds that's what's happening to you. Like, connecting with the AWP, Tenzi's going to follow up as well. Cynix overrun by the MP9s. And actually, that 2-man advantage is pretty short-lived. ESC perhaps back in the round, but also wildly out of position in a 3v3 when there's info that 2 are top mid. You send it into B. Whilst the bomb's on its way, they should be able to get this plant without any real contention. They need to be careful, though. Riker's behind them. Oh. Yeah, he's pulled the trigger. Now they're just going to send it right in.
Moonwalk. You can see them start to get desperate. Tenzi, one-on-one against Rika, who's been doing some really heavy lifting. And it's a nice shot to secure everything. Over and over, they are being bailed out, being kept just above the water by the stars.
The thing is, with sort of these rounds that prolong it, right? These rounds that keep you relevant, because there's been a couple now where, yeah, ESC have just sort of inched ahead, and had they have not converted, it'd be 9-1. And as I say, yeah, the issue with that is it needs to be the start.
X. Opening kills over and over for Beterra. Very few times where we see ESC up ahead.
Hello? Oh, my mic was broken. That's why there was just an awkward silence for a bit. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I kind of assume that.
We had to do the good old unplug it and plug it back in again.
Mm-hmm. Always works.
I was waffling anyway. I was basically saying that, you know, we've seen a load of the rounds that ESC have been able to take have been these sort of really awkward, like, clutch rounds or, you know, very, very close, basically. And that we need to see more than that in terms of those rounds then need to lead into something more convincing. And it seems like that's quite literally the only rounds they're winning. Good little double out of Ryko, but an unbelievable trade through the door. And now maybe there's a chance for another round out of ESC as Height has missed a routine shot. And that's their window. That's their opportunity.
Last 10 seconds, and they're going to elect not to go for it. Makes sense because they're saving so much more money. Surprisingly enough, even though ESC have just been barely bloodied, been dragging across in terms of the round finish lines, this isn't going to be a bad half if they can get one more round. I mean, sure, CT side a little bit more favored, yes, but at least when you zoom out, it looks good. Don't need to get into the weeds of the rounds if you can make that scoreline work for you. Oh, dude, the information is just too obvious for ESC. Sorry, for Batera. They know that ESC have gone ahead and cleared out tunnels. Height watching the angle as well. If Bajmi tries to peek even further, there's more players waiting for them. So now that it becomes obvious that most of the attention is funneled around outside B, that's where the mid players are going to start to activate. Little do they realize that there's 2 more players defaulting there, so even that could become an issue. Trying to sneak into suicide to try and take advantage of the players that are coming in from T-spawn. I think that was info. Yep, Tenzi, instant swing. And Sammy will suffer the same fate as they start pushing forward. ESC realize that they need to try and bolster the defense even further. They're continuing to throw bets into a sinking ship, and Height will keep raking them easily.
Sammy finally takes one back. But it's already around that I'm pretty sure they're not happy to concede as a loss, but have somewhat come to terms with it. Although, this is a really weird setup from Batera, because they've already got 2 up on the A site. The bomb's just sat in B tunnels, so either they need to go for a really long rotation to get that bomb on the other side, or they leave themselves vulnerable to maybe being shut down by the 2 boys that weren't necessarily trying to stack the B site. They were more so in pursuit of saving, I think. Well, no, actually, surely not. It's final round and a half, but they were just sort of on the wrong side of things. Olymp's left in the 1v4. He's done. Yeah, this was a really weird round, but whatever. Batera make it 8. That's an exceptional half. A good little sort of mini recovery at the end from ESC to make it not a complete stomp, but still very one-sided stuff.
Yeah, I think enough little clutches, enough small moments of success have come in from ESC to make it a salvageable game. But there's a long road ahead of them. Not only do they have to try and make the comeback happen on Dust 2, but then they also have to go ahead and keep their heads up on map 3, especially when Batera so far has just been punching down. They have been looking like a completely different weight class, despite being the underdogs. Oh, Cynics. Severed at the head. ESC have tons of room to maneuver around long. Bird doesn't get what he was bargaining for, but there is enough pushback to make this resistance palatable. 3v3, 3 different positions that they're coming in from, and they're going to have to watch out for the dualies.
Masval spams away at that kind of range, does well to find
no,
the kill
not the
without
1v1s.
too many complications, but yeah, it's Moonwalk that's somehow clawed this back, and the Jewelies now with 29 points of health, both pretty low, not low enough for a body shot to be lethal. And Masval understands that, pops it straight into the head. It's 9 here for Batera. And that is comfortable. It should be comfortable now. It wasn't a comfortable pistol round, but it should be comfortable now to inch to this finish line. With the bomb plant, ESC should go for a force, but I don't know. It then puts a lot of pressure on it.
Batera, stronghold on the B site. And honestly, Tenzi has done all that he needed to do. Masval doesn't even expose himself till the very end. And it is going to be a bitter end for ESC. Moonwalk plays it carefully, goes for the knife. Trying to at least build up some confidence and some money, but He's only gonna get one of the two as he immediately gets nailed to the box with an AWP bullet. 3 rounds away from the grand finish line and their spot in the semifinals. ESC have not been against the ropes like this, and it's got to be a bit devastating, right? Because at this point, I'm sure the team is feeling like they're too familiar with victory. The only bump in the road that they faced was against BC Game, and that was obviously a monster game from Simple. But then for that to start their downfall, is that the storyline we're going with, Josh?
I mean, maybe, I guess. I really thought, you know, that they'd got a little bit lucky with this draw, playing against Batira. You know, Batira were able to upset in that opening round as well and beat TNL, the playoffs invitees. I thought, yeah, you know what, ESC, they've got a route to go all the way. They just come off of the back of a win in CCT. They got a route to go all the way, win the Proving Grounds here and shoot up in the rankings, but yeah, this has been an interesting game. Batira have just been head and shoulders above. It's been much, much better.
ESC trying to scale up long very quickly, and they're actually going to find a fair bit of success, but not for long. As Tenzi tucked into the pit, will quickly mow a couple down. It seems like every time ESC are about to lock horns with Batera, they're very quickly stopped right in their tracks. Oh, dude, looking at the POV of anyone who is victimized by height is just so brutal. You barely get to see where you're getting attacked from. And this is it, Josh.
Yeah.
It looks like this has been a walk in the park for Batera. 3 rounds given up on Nuke. 4 rounds so far on Dust 2, and I think the story might be over here soon.
Yeah, I should be. Management. It looked like the plan was to save, but now that he's taken contact with the orb, he seems to want to press up onto the A site. Height's low. And to be fair, if he can kill him, then maybe there's an avenue to a round win here. As soon as he peeks that corner, he hasn't got a smoke for the cross, so there's just 2 different players watching him with different elevations, different ranges. Too hard to adjust. $12-4.
Batera taking ESC out to the shed. They are getting ready to put them down in this tournament. Bajmi and Moonwalk waiting to be received. It is all over. The team that disallowed anyone, that disallowed 90% of their opponents on Nuke from getting past 8 rounds, will only have 7 to show for an entire series, Josh. How crazy is that?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Not what I was expecting at all. I was anticipating a 2-0. It wouldn't have surprised me if this went to 3 maps, but I was anticipating a 2-0 going the way of ESC. Not like this. This is bonkers. Batira are just 1 more kill away from locking their place in the semi-finals, sending ESC home and crying. And it's going to come through right here and now. Bajmi will have one more to his tally before falling, but 13 for Batira. Make very light work of a team that have been on everybody's radars at the moment. As a side that have been just popping off, winning every single match. Height went 20-7. He had 120 ADR. It's unplayable. Some big clutches from him as well. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you even supposed to do against that, right? And especially when everyone has the potential of activating on Batera. Like, that clutch from Height where he just totally mind reads them. He's just like Dr. X. He can read everything, right? Plays them like a fiddle. Like, after that clutch, I just knew it was set in stone. This game was over. Like, there's no getting better than that, right? It was a done deal, and I can't believe we're saying this, but the team that has only allowed 8 rounds for most teams to get past only ended an entire series with 7. Something I said before, it's worth reiterating. 7 damn rounds across an entire series, and that was an incredibly dominant way for Batera to get into the semifinals. You know, if there's any doubters out there that thought, you know, they've stumbled into the quarterfinals against TNL, anything of the sort, no, absolutely not. They have decimated ESC by every stretch of the imagination, and I think this is shaping up to be such a nice little bracket, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got to determine those other 2 semi-finalists. Of course, Fnatic Nemiga and Foot against... Oh, my brain's not working and I've forgotten who they're playing against. Partisan, that's the one. So they both should be interesting. Of course, the winner of that Foot Partisan game will be against Batira. The winner of Fnatic Nemiga will face up against ENCE. So we've still got some interesting CS to unfold. And yeah, seeing who makes it through to those semis and into that grand finals taking place tomorrow is what I want to see. But that's not going to be us bringing you through it. It's going to be our lovely colleagues, right?
Yep, it is going to be our lovely colleagues bringing you through the rest of the action, because this broadcast is pretty damn long, but of course it is, right, because you want to catch all of that wonderful Counter-Strike action. It's going to be a fresh set of faces for the rest of the action. It's going to be Faraz and Josh tuning out. It has been a lovely time, and I can't wait to catch
would give Foot a slight edge. I just think they take down Bedboom. Just in the round of 16, it's difficult to sort of bet against a lot of these teams right now. They're coming into this quarterfinals, and I think all of them are bringing a lot of heat.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's got to be said for especially in this game. I feel like both Partizan and Foot have something to prove. They've got something to show. I think they've both very formidable teams. Both have obviously made maybe not so kind of recent roster changes. Launix has been brought in to kind of strengthen up the side. Zugis as well is a player that I feel like so far he's looking really, really good at the moment, and I think certainly someone to note. Obviously, though, we can bring up the rosters for both these teams, and kicking things off, we have got Foot. But yeah, so we've got Krebeni, Zuga, Symmetry, Demon, and Launix. As I mentioned, Launix, the newest addition to this roster, kind of trying to fill the shoes of Makazi, and I think we all know the difficulties there. But as I mentioned, Zugas didn't have the most amazing stats when previously kind of on this Na'Vi Junior roster, and I think a lot of the time it's because Makazi was just getting all the frags, but recently has been on an upward trend. I think the rest of the team have looked really good as well. But is there anyone you want to point out?
Yeah, I think Symmetry's probably going to be the player I want to highlight most of the time. I sort of highlighted him a fair share on Na'Vi Junior as well. I think there is still a really good player in there, and I think deservedly is still being given the chance. He's just 17 years old. We do still have really, really good maps from Symmetry where you're like, wow, I mean, this guy's unreal. But also, you do occasionally just have the couple of games where it's a little bit absent, quite quiet. I mean, we saw it against Spirit Academy here. Sort of just 8-2 in a map that they ended up winning pretty dominantly. And it's just sometimes you can feel like Symmetry's not maybe getting as involved as you would like him to. And that's just one thing that, don't get me wrong, like I said, I think there's still a lot of time for him to develop. I think there's still a lot of time for all of these guys really to grow. But Symmetry is someone that I think can have just as much impact as someone like McCarthy probably did, but just consistency feels like the biggest issue for him right now, and I'm hoping that we are going to get to see a little bit more from him today, because I think on the flip side of things, you've obviously got Aid Kit there, and I think that's going to be an exciting open duel sort of Aid Kit coming into this team, a bit of a new face. His forms really started to turn around, and when he'd been playing better, so have Partizan. So I think I want to see a bit more from both Warpers. I love talking about the open duel, so I'm excited about what we see in that department at least.
Yeah, definitely. What a pickup for Foot, though, right? What an incredible roster for them to kind of now have. So I've got to say, I think for them, a very strong-looking team. On the flip side, though, we'll bring up Partizan. I think this is a roster that both of us know very well. I guess the one player that they brought in recently, we don't have the kind of most knowledge of. Not to say that we haven't seen Aid Kit back on this same roster. Obviously played for iNation, so he would have had the same teammates and stuff like that. We've seen a lot from Aid Kit, but he's going to be the difference maker here because obviously he's kind of taken over from Depression on the AWP. I think Depression, he would have good games, he would have bad games. Consistency was the big issue, but what are we thinking about this roster? Are we feeling like this is a more consistent Partizan? Are we feeling like Partizan now are in a better place than where they were before this roster move?
Yeah, I probably do think so. Like you said, Depression was a little bit up and down, and probably for a similar reason. Depression was very passive, and just naturally due to some games and being quite timid with the AWP, you could see a few moments where if he's very aggressive and he's CT side open, you just sometimes see the round sort of done before he really gets involved at all, and it sort of felt like we didn't get to see the most out of him there. Aid Kit felt a little bit similar when he first came in. I just got to watch the first few games that he played, and I was like, oh, I don't know if this is necessarily the pickup that they need, but obviously it was still early doors. Last few series, though, I mean, we've seen some really big moments from Aid Kit, sort of against some of the big teams here, and that's what I think Partizan did just need. Sometimes it does feel like this roster can lack a bit of firepower when Dragon isn't stepping up, or when one of the other players isn't having big moments, and that's the thing. Everyone on Partizan always had the ability to, I can win us a game. The issue is, you can't really rely on sort of, I can do this, but I don't do it consistently. And it's sort of, if Dragon isn't stepping up, it does feel like this team is lacking something. And it feels like Aid Kit now is starting to see his form turn around. And it goes hand in hand with when Partizan have been able to make this brilliant run here into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, obviously for Partizan, it's not going to be an easy opponent here today. They have faced off against the main core back in June in a best-of-3 format, of which Partizan did lose. They lost 2-0 on both Ancient and Dust 2. Two of those maps do feature here today. Obviously, the only difference being Mirage, but obviously that's the pick of this this foot side. So I feel like you're looking at previous games, obviously different rosters and different iterations for both sides. So I think we are going to be seeing maybe a different scoreline potentially. But obviously, Charlie, I feel like the main core of foot has remained. This is a very strong looking team as well. Launix as the fifth, certainly a player in his own right, certainly a really impressive individual. Are we both in the same boat, thinking that Foot have the slight favouring? Or are you going to be swaying a little bit more towards Partisan?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like I said, I do think Foot will just naturally have the favouring coming into this one. Partisan, we've seen far more inconsistency from them in the last few months, but it's more so what I'm seeing in the here and now at the Proving Grounds. Look, you see them lose towards Sinners, you see them lose towards Patera. Since then, though, taking down Apogee, taking down Copenhagen Wolves, taking down Bet Boom, I can't really count this team out. I think it's going to be a more competitive game than I think a lot of people are going to be expecting, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see all three maps.
Well, the bomb's down on the B-bomb site. Although we see Dragon get the opener, he has been taken down now by Symmetry. Something that I want to recognise and want to point out, Symmetry on nearly every T-side pistol has this P250 in play. It's a staple of this foot side T-side pistol, and I really like the idea of it. But Vladen, he's been patient here in Apartments, and now it is that P250 of Symmetry. All that resides, Collins gets his second, and Partisan with the pistol.
Yeah, clean one as well. 4 survivors for them. Partisan, exactly what they do need. This is Foot's map selection. Of course, we've got Partisan picking dust. I think it's going to be a great... Honestly, I'm loving the vetoes that we're actually getting to see here. I feel like it's a lot of maps where we can see some of these individuals shine. And I think for a team like Foot, who I was really hoping this Na'Vi Junior side would stick together. Don't get quite the full lineup, but 80% is certainly not bad. So I am happy to see these guys still play with one another. And I think when you look at Mirage, when you look at Dust, even when you look at Ancient as well, these vetoes feel really close between both teams in the sort of statistics department at least. And it sort of does make me believe that there's all the chance both these teams can take this series in a 2-0. There's plenty of chances this could be a 3-mapper. And I think when you're in a quarterfinal here, and there's already some teams claiming that those semi-final spots, this is exactly what you want, isn't it? You don't want any sort of, all this veto's looking a bit dodgy for this team. It's certainly not here.
No, exactly. I feel like we want a fair veto. We want an even game. We want it to be based off individuals. We don't want to just have one team with such an advantage based on kind of seniority, based on history of these maps. So I do like what we're seeing in the vetoes. Aid Kit, though, is in a decent position here. Demon aggressing out of Apartments. Timing looks good for Demon. Might be able to get a second. He does, in fact. Demon has been really key for this roster, but Demon not in an easy spot. It is this 1v3 now.
This is some great work with this Mac 10. Will eventually be taken down, of course. Felt like there was always a time limit on how much work he could do, but 3 kills found. Even in the 5vs3, finds a couple. His teammates all fall around him. 1v3 for Demon. Still finds another frag. We'll just keep this money of Partisan pretty low, while also allowing him to bring out this AK.
Obviously,
take pause here.
Yeah, well, I wanted to mention, obviously for Demon, Demon has kind of, I don't want to say he's filled the gap for Makazi. I think not only would that be a kind of disproportionate evaluation, but I also feel like it'd be a little bit disrespectful. I feel like what Makazi did for this roster was ridiculous, and there's a reason he's moved to this tier 1 kind of, I guess, tier 1 standpoint now. But Demon has looked really good. He's got a 1.21 rating. Not to say that Demon wouldn't have those types of ratings or wouldn't have those types of games, but it's clear that ever since the kind of the departure and the change of I guess, personnel in the roster, there has been a real change. Because you look back to his last 12 months, the stats there, he's got a 1.13 rating. You look to the last 3, he's got a 1.21. You look back to 2024, 1.07. Obviously, wasn't playing all too much in 2023. Obviously, I feel like this is where, for Demon, he was kind of just starting his career. He would have been, 13? No, 13. He would have been about 15, 16 years old, so still very inexperienced. But he had a 0.98 rating there. I feel like when you see the real difference and the real improvement, literally just from this year alone, and from the last like 6 months, the last 3 months, Demon's moved and kind of grown to this real, fragging potential. And I like the fact that there's moments where he's now really stepping up. He's really kind of in the limelight, because I think it's something that Foot, I don't want to say they lacked when Makazi was missing in games, but you could see a real difference, couldn't you?
Yeah, at times, but I do definitely think this whole team has always had the ability to, even if Makazi is absent, it doesn't really matter all too much. But, I mean, that's the thing. All of these guys are still so young. We are going to see people like Demon who, even though he's playing outrageous levels of Counter-Strike now, can easily play 10 times better than he is in a few years' time. And that's the impressive thing. It's still so much room for these guys to grow. And I definitely do feel like Demon certainly has filled some of those shoes, at least. This round's a little bit dicey. Demon has found one symmetry with the Glock. He gets one of his own, so it is just the eco around this hero AK from Demon, and has been brought a little bit closer. Great find from Demon. Quick headshot to aid kit.
He is such a talent here. Demon. He's giving his team a real chance in this round, and that's exactly what they need. Kindo has been spotted. Kindo's got to be cautious, because obviously he wants to go for this fight, just because if he gets it, obviously it's brought down to a 2 versus 2. But the risk is, he loses his life, he puts his teammate in a 1 versus 3, and that just can't be done at the moment. And that's why we're seeing Vladden on a flank, wanting to get himself into a fortunate position for this retake.
Yeah, Kindo not showing anything. Symmetry is starting to have a glance towards ramp, and Vladden's actually going to head towards Palace. We are seeing Demon have a look every now and again. We haven't seen any presence from Kindo, so the T's aren't quite aware of this yet. Demon, sadly, was looking towards Palace, but timing's not on his side. It's all on Symmetry. We'll find one onto Vladden, and the Deagle of Symmetry connects. I said I want to see a bit more from this guy in this game. 3 kills with a Deagle is exactly that. That's an eco around a hero AK. We Demon finds a nice couple of kills, but it's Symmetry that steals the show. 1v2 from him there as well. Partisan. That was meant to be the easy round. They bested the Force by just to lose to that.
Yeah, the devastating thing as well is, okay, yeah, Demon had some good moments with the AK, but when it mattered, Symmetry on the Deeg. Great double there from Symmetry. And again for Partisan, finances for Aid Kit, it's enough to buy, but I think this is where Aid Kit's thinking, well, actually, if we eco, I can get an AWP in the next. Can we do that? I prefer that. I think that's it's an interesting call, and maybe one that Partisan might regret later on, but I actually don't mind the idea of the eco. I think it is the right way to play this one.
Things are being discussed, and it does look like they are going to go down that route. But they can pretty quickly level up this game. This is obviously their map pick. I don't necessarily think it's this is a must-win map for them. I don't necessarily think if they lose this, that's the series done, and I think that's what we were talking about. These maps are so even that I think even if you do drop out of one map, you can certainly bounce back in the next. Zeus of Aid Kit will find Krabetti. Launex takes a decent bit of damage. Surely not going to see another eco victory.
Oh, we certainly could. I feel like this quarterfinal game has the idea for absolutely anything, right?
Aid Kit does have an HE grenade, and 2 people could go down to this.
Checking Dragon.
It's just the final 2 low HP players. Aid Kit still has this nade in hands, but
so
3
rough.
quick kills.
Speaking of nades, though, Demon, that's the plan tonight. Launex does have time, but Aid Kit puts himself in a very fortunate, very winnable 1 versus 1. Launex, he needs to hit this instant headshot. Oh, Launex, he's brought Aid Kit down to 19 points of health. That is 1 bullet now connecting. Ammunition. That's the issue. That's why he's brought out the Glock. And he goes for the swing and he gets the kill. Oh, Aid Kit, you're against a 10 HP Launex. You just need to connect 1 bullet. He even fires as well. It's just a regular fight. It starts with the Zeus, and it seems so promising for Partisan. They've dealt great damage. It was brought down to a 1v1. They're not going to be disappointed, but it's the idea that they really should have won that round.
Yeah, they had sort of so much at their disposal. I didn't think if A-Kit threw the nade earlier, that could have been a difference as well. But I suppose it was an eco. He did so much damage. It's a leveled up scoreline again. And money for the T's isn't quite where they'd like it to be now, as pretty much everyone's got nothing in the bank. We actually have seen these two play head-to-heads before. Not been for a long time, though. It's been when Foot were actually Navi Jr. 2 series, 2 wins for Foot there. Both fairly close games, though, so I'm expecting something a bit similar here. So, leaning towards A now. Launex lurking out towards middle. And it does feel like with the limited util that remains, if this hit doesn't work out, you don't have a lot to play with. Kindo off angle finds Zugas.
I deal with Kindo, but it's really struggling. The rotations now coming through. Collins finding as well. Dragon towards default. This is a great defensive approach, and they go for the double swing. And Launex here towards middle, completely alone, hoping for his teammates to step up in that moment, but they don't. They fall flat. And this 1 versus 5, never gonna happen.
Yeah, that round made it quite a bit easier just due to the lack of utility. Partisan, we'll see, almost winning that full eco with just a Zeus. It made things very costly for Foot, and they were missing some vital pieces, and it allowed Partisan to go on to take that round without too many issues. It was just the AHQ. There wasn't as much util as you would have liked to see. Partisan have a lot of bodies over towards that side of the map. Kindo with a big hold there, triple kill from him. Partisan do deny allowing Foot to take the lead here. And it's going to have to be a force by.
Obviously for the force here from Foot, Launex does have this saved AK, but there's the Eagles across the board. Krebeni with a Tech 9. Zugas and Krebeni yet to find a frag. Bit of a slow start for these two, and I like the idea and the approach here from Launex. Crosshair placement looks good. Going for the quick tap, and then backs away once the missed opportunity happens.
Kindo's just going to remain here jiggling now. Molotov in hand. The T's will back away from A. Going to set their sights elsewhere to look to see what they can do. Not a huge amount of util left here for Foot. Smoke molly and a couple of flashbangs is what they will have to work with. He's going to line up towards his playthrough B. Vladin still with an HG grenade. Same with aid kit.
Krebeni looking to lurk through the con smoke while the rest of his team makes their way out of B. Vladin just trying to keep himself alive as long as possible here. Krebeni, though, is taking this positive space. But Collins ready and waiting there in jungle. But clearly not applying enough pressure to cause rotations, and that's because no one's actually out of apartments yet. But Vladin under pressure here will be able to get the first. A-Kit as well from short. Nice find. Demon, though, on the Deagle. Surely not another. They put Symmetry in a 1 versus 4. Symmetry gonna have a molly at his feet shortly. Spotted out the AWP. Here's the steps of Collins. Molotov landing. Nade as well. Rings wide, but Symmetry taken down. Dragon will find 4 survivors here. Partisan, things are looking good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it all sort of stemmed from that close eco that Partisan almost won. It made the next full buy not great for Foot. They didn't have as much util as they wanted. It also forced them into the full investment in that round. And now it's just going to need to be the eco. So despite not actually winning the round, they found so much success off of the back of it. It'll allow them to get this 5-2 lead on Mirage. Obviously, we know that a lot of teams do quite heavily favour the CT side of this map. Foot are not an outlier there. They do have a pretty good T side, but equally really heavily favour this CT side, similar to Partisan. Obviously, Partisan have actually been on some reasonably decent Mirage form as of late, winning 3 of the last 4 series, one of which 13-9 against Bet Boom. And I think we will have a round restart here. No damage has been taken. This is actually really unfortunate for Foot, because this is an eco and they took a lot of nice space. But there's not a lot you can do with it. It's sort of, that's how the rules work, I'm afraid. We might be 40 seconds into the round, but still no one's taking damage. Just been that disconnect.
Yeah, well, I guess if anything, it's probably quite a good thing for Foot, because they actually, they take all that space. And if anything, they get like an extra minute with that information. I doubt Partisan are going to be playing the round exactly the same. But it's still that kind of thing of, well, if they look to play passively on that round, they might look to play passively again. So Foot are going to have a good indication, or maybe a good idea of where that space will be still possible to take. So, you know, it could be something where Foot, they still make use of that intel.
Wasn't a huge amount invested anyway, but we'll see the guns being bought back up. So you did see Vladen actually buy, so one more round restart before we are underway here.
Oh, well, just as one man re-enters, one man leaves, as we have seen aid kit disconnect. That's unfortunate.
That's been a good start here for Partisan. This is something that they need to continue. Foot have had a really good CT side, so I think Partisan have got to make sure they've got equally one as good. Deny Foot creating too much turmoil when they move on to that second half.
As mentioned, though, we said Foot, they were able to take a lot of decent space. They've got that information. Are they going to be finding much from it, though, is the question.
Still should be Partisan on the board for 5. Dragon searching early towards middle, nothing spotted. Foot not emerging here just yet. The nade into underpass. Slightly too late. And yeah, similar thing, we will see Alnex boosted up here. Can't take all this space. Collins' timing has not favoured him at all.
Launix, I think there was a half second when Launix went, wait, am I a CT or a T? It's kind of just that weird question of, well, I'm in market in the first 15 seconds or the first 20, 30 seconds of the round. Am I meant to be here? Am I on the CT side? Yeah.
He's got the round in the palm of his hands. Or Vladen, sorry, that is the bomb going down. Launex, so much brilliant space taken, but the bomb's dropped in apartments.
Still recoverable, but not going to be easy. Launex going to push through this. Krebeni. An aid kit here. Great deke shot, but that is the bomb. Okay. It's been caught. Kindo not quick enough. Aid kit now repositioning. Broken the vent, so that's why we're seeing Launex plant safe. Gonna need the ace to clutch this one out now. Molly landing to default. He's holding towards apartments. He knows one's towards short, and he's just put out Kindo with the missed shots from Launex. He's messed this one up. He had such a good chance. Kindo wasn't even holding. Launex should have been able to find that kill, and he knew exactly where aid kit was because of the trajectory of the molly. That should have been a 1v1 with informational advantage there for Launex. I don't really know how those missed shots have come through. Look, it happens, but either way, that would have been a great moment for Foot to kind of reclaim that lost ground after losing 4 players against that eco.
Yeah, that's really unlucky because you consider the shots they hit beforehand as well. I mean, he turned a full eco into a round that was certainly possible. And if you do consider if Kindo goes down there, you've got 8K who's got an AWP and a Deagle. Launix doesn't have armor, but an Orb and a Deagle don't exactly seem like the worst of weapons to have no armor against. So he certainly could have had the chance that one still went the way of Foot, but like you said, shots just not connecting. The lack of armor, as soon as Kindo was able to hit him once, it was essentially all said and done there. But I mean, it is the 5-2 that we were expecting, certainly not in the fashion that we were. Some of these ecos have been very, very close that we've seen this game. Well, it's going to be a bit of a brawl in middle by the looks of things. Aggression here from the CT. The flashbangs are blinding absolutely everyone. Krabeni will spot. Lines out slightly in between flashbangs, but isn't able to get any clear sightline or fight. CTs do still want to fight this by the looks of things.
I feel like they have the opportunity because they are playing just better in general. The individuals are looking much better and they're feeling a lot more confident. So players like AidKit, like Kindo, like Vladen, they're going to be more willing to swing towards middle. But a moment like that for Dragon, I guess a bit of a humbling moment. As we see the fight there go against him. But again, we got double top com, we've got Kindo in mid. Vladen patiently defending. Oh, Krabeni, did he not spot him? Okay, well certainly hasn't. Vladen, lovely kill there. Kindo. Oh, Kindo's dealt with. They still know where Vladen is. Obviously, he was the one that got the kill from short. But Collins, he's going to be the difference maker. Spots out the bomb carrier. Bit of an awkward fight, of which Launix is successful. And it's Vladen in a 1 versus 3. Bomb's been recovered. Smoke landing towards top con and Molly in jungle. And he's given away the game plan. Partisan just going to have to save here. At least you'd assume Vladen would just be saving. Ooh. That's a lot of damage.
Launix push through the smoke slightly too late. Vladen is able to back away, but I don't know for how long. It do look like they want to take away this weapon.
You can certainly understand why as well. They're allowing for an AWP to be brought across. Money's still pretty decent. AidKit can drop over to Dragon and to Vladen if needed.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised money's that good considering the amount of damage Launix did in the last, but seemingly more than enough money to play with. Got the AWP saved across.
There's been a lot of kind of 4-player survive, 5-player survive moments here for Partisan. I think we do have to remember that.
And obviously important round 4 Foot to win in the last. Anyway, just to keep this game looking a little bit closer. In the apartments, will drop smoke, perfectly timed nade, so much damage to Demon, a little bit to Launix. And Zoo gets the play, comes through, Vladen here on the balcony. Boss out 1, can't find anything though. And it's just the usual damage that he's going to be able to provide to his team here at least. AidKit's rotated in, there is a player in the apartments, AidKit's getting pressured, too many angles, doesn't want to swing in any of them. And a 3-on-3, with Zugas being low. Collins just threw market here, but hadn't just cleared the angle where Zugas is.
Yeah, nice from Zugas. Obviously, he's had a slow start. Krabeni's been really struggling. Krabeni's yet to find a frag.
I mean, so was Zugas before this round. He's found a double here. Both players with some pretty tough starts, but massive round from one of them.
Yeah, obviously for Zugas, better late than never.
And just third as well here. Wouldn't have a chance to take down Kindo. That is Foot bringing this scoreline just one round away from one another. This is where Partisan are debating exactly what to do. I mean, Dragon can buy an M4 if he wants. They're actually going to half buy around this. Could have seen Kindo drop over a rifle. Could have seen Dragon bring out an M4. But they want to give themselves a decent chance in this one. As well as see if they can go for a full buy in the next as well. So it's not too bad a buy here that we're seeing. Nothing fancy from Foot. It's just going to be the playthrough away. Kindo, the rifle gets taken down early. We still do have the open play of aid kit, but it feels like an instant save as he was the only player towards B. Dragon will spot out 2.
Both brilliant from Dragon. Taken down by Symmetry. This game was looking pretty promising for Partisan. It was looking pretty good for them, and we're in a 5-5 scoreline now. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel like Partisan actually had a good look into the CT side, and it feels like it slipped away from them?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree. It feels like a lot of these rounds have been close at times, and it feels like Partisan certainly did have chances to maybe capitalize a little bit more than they did. You even look at the B rush where Zugas finds the triple. That one started off with a man advantage for Partisan, Vlad doing so much damage, but on the balcony he just couldn't find anything, even though he wasn't cleared initially. And you feel like if Vlad finds one there, that's probably at least one. That's probably around that we do end up seeing Partisan go on to win. It's just these little fine margins that are making all the difference in this one so far. It feels like both teams have had opportunities, both teams have missed opportunities. 2 rounds remaining. That was obviously just a half buy for Partisan. Can still bring out an investment here.
Obviously, though, that's 3 in a row now for Foot. Again, I mentioned they've kind of reclaimed that mistake of that eco, and I guess if you take that eco into account for why Partisan were able to get a few rounds in a row, then I think we'd have to say that without that kind of eco success, would we see Partisan having, you know, a competitive one?
Indo. Opening kill. Dragon did have a couple of chances, but just backed away at the worst time, but it's still an advantage for the CTs, but not for long as Aid Kit does get found by Krabeni. Krabeni's looking for another hit towards short. Dragon is aware. Is Dragon going to push through this smoke?
Oh, Dragon, he's got the bomb now. He's searching for a second, though he wants 2. He will get 2, though. Demon, quick to react. Taken down, though.
Though.
Yeah. Well, look, Dragon's taking his time. He's ensured that he can get that double kill. So he set up for it. Did find it. Oh, Kindo's gun barrel's just been spotted there by Zugas. Zugas gonna look to elevate. He does have a molly and a nade. Oh, this is all gonna be about timing. I don't know how you play this differently if you're Kindo. Gonna right click a Molotov, but Kindo's just gonna peek beforehand. He hears the incendiary, or he hears the Molotov coming his way. So he just goes for the peek, knowing that he's not gonna have his gun out. That is devastating. Always such a difficult way to play those types of rounds.
Well, Partisan ensure that this half at least is going to be even. Final round of play, both teams have everything they could really want. Apart from maybe a couple of pieces of util on Foot, but apart from that, still certainly can do some damage here. Chip damage through the smokes. Dragon's here behind this short volley again. We'll find the first. Players line up. Dragon could have found 3 there, but ammo the biggest issue as to why you couldn't find symmetry.
I always see little moments like that, and it always makes me think, God, is the A1S really that much more important? Is the spray that much easier? Is the silencer that much more important? Because a little moment like that, and Dragon finds 3. Great shot from Aid Kit, though. It's Launix in a 1 versus 4.
Does have time to play with, but Kindo's going to get this information early. Players spotting one another, and Kindo's happy to back away. He's done his job. He's got the intel for his team. Oh, Kindo almost goes down to the flames. Wow, Launix desperately wanted to find Kindo there, but Kindo's able to 180 and find him in time. That is certainly an interesting end of the half, but Partisan do lead 7-5. Honestly, I think there's a reasonably fair scoreline for how things probably have gone this game. I think Partisan have had that slight edge on occasions, but obviously this isn't necessarily where we're expecting Foot to do their best work. 7-5 is not too bad. You're not looking at it as a particularly uncommon scoreline on the first half of Mirage, but it's Foot's CT side that they often just absolutely dominate teams on.
Yeah, obviously, it's not only have they looked really good on their CT sides, it's the fact that how many games have they won in a row now, Mirage? Is what, 8 in a row, I want to say. And it has been their CT side that has just been so consistent, so difficult to kind of deal with. Do we think winning the half is enough, though, for Partizan? Do we think they're in a close enough spot or in a positive enough spot to take this map? Because when you look back to their recent victories on this map, it was 9 found on the CT side against Betboom. It was 9 found on the CT side against Khan. Obviously, their win against Copenhagen Wolves, they did only find 7, to be fair, on their CT side, and that was a 13-9 victory. So it's clear that this amount of rounds has been done before for them. But I think the issue is they've been clearly playing against teams that don't have the same threat potential and also the same CT strengths as a team like Foot.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the question going forward. I mean, I definitely do think winning the half was a minimum. I think anything less, then I probably do think Foot can just run away with things if it's business as usual on their CT side. But I do certainly think there is an option when you've got Krebeni and Zugis, who have still been pretty quiet this game. When you've got players like Kindo, Dragon, Aidkit have all had some very big rounds. I think there's definitely possibilities that Partizan can still do a lot of work here. I certainly think winning this pistol round is going to give them a big helping hand.
Yeah.
And potentially could be what they need to actually steal away their opponent's map big.
Obviously, I would say that all 3 maps, actually, that we've got on display are probably the 3 puggiest maps in the pool currently. Obviously, Mirage and Dust have kind of got that puggy nature about them, just the generic basis that individuals can just single-handedly win you a game. And I think Ancient's got that similar kind of identity to it as well. And I think a lot of the basis for kind of a determination of a map's pugginess is actually the kind of the CT side rotations. If the CTs are able to kind of just rotate freely and it be quite smooth on those rotations, then a map's generally going to be quite puggy. But of the remaining maps, obviously we've got Overpass, we've got Train, both fairly newer, and I think rotations are going to have to be very well thought about. And then the other, we've got Nuke, which a lot of the time on the CT side, you lose a pick, you have to give up space, and you have to gamble a rotation elsewhere. And then obviously you've got Inferno, the longest rotation between bomb sites and the hardest rotation between bomb sites. So I think the CT rotations here, quite easy, and they're quite easy on all 3 maps, and that's why I think these 3 are the puggiest.
Partizan are going to go for this playthrough A here. Krebeni towards Sandwich. While Sal fires off the shots, the P2K doesn't find anything. Zugis towards CT, gets a double though, gets a triple. Does have the Juice kit and will find another. Does get stopped for the ace. Vladimir gets swapped with the bomb, but Zugis wins the round for his team single-handedly. Partizan, the call is pretty good there. They find Krebeni before he can find anything. And it's the 2 weakest performing players on this map that they look to swarm towards. But Zugis showed, yeah, look, it wasn't a great first half for me, but I will step up in the second and certainly did so instantly.
Yeah, look, it took him 12 rounds. He found 4 kills. He's found 4, obviously, just from the pistol. Excellent there from Zugis. Krebeni maneuvering here in middle. He's not spotted anything yet. Not taking any contact yet.
This is this full eco. Got a Desert Eagle invested, P250, and a flashbang. Nothing more whatsoever. Need from Launex could do so much damage. But obviously flashbang from Vlad needs to be pretty damn perfect.
Oh, what a shot from Aidkit there. Nice AG grenade. Great damage dealt. Launex is able to get 2. Third. Gets the 4th. No ace, though. Excellent from Launex. A reload's going to be needed here, Vladen. Doesn't have time. Taken down. 7 apiece now.
Yeah, and this is where Partizan, this first fall by... Look, they lose the pistol. I want to see them be able to win this one, though, because I think if Foot are able to take this, take the lead on the CT side, they could sort of just coast their way to victory on map number 1 of this series. And I do think Partisan still have plenty of chance on Dust and Injured as well. Technically, this is probably their weakest map out of all 3 in the veto. But I think it's more just the fact that if we do start to see these guys warmed up, we've seen some really good moments from Demon at the start of the game. I mean, everyone sort of had at least a round on Foot, probably bar Krabeni. And I think on Dust too, if these Foot guys can warm up, that's a scary prospect, isn't it? Them on a map like Dust being able to just sort of take the fight to their opponents.
I think, depending on how close this game goes, I think Foot will feel pretty comfortable on map 2. I don't think Dust is a map they're going to be worried about. Obviously, it's a map that they've got a pretty decent win rate on themselves, but it's a question of if Partisan can keep things super competitive. Let's say this goes overtime or it's a 13-11 in favor of Foot. I feel like at least then Partisan will feel pretty confident. Great shot from Krabeni, though. Demonstrating good positioning. This is the first full buy versus full buy, and only 1 casualty seen on the side of Foot. And this is the issue that many have found when facing off against Foot. When they're on that CT side, they look just too goddamn clinical.
Yeah, really good round there from Krabeni, actually. I think it's the initial fight he takes onto Dragon in Ladder. I mean, it's not an easy fight to take. It might be Vlad, in fact, but they make it tough for him. But just an instant headshot. Decent out, finds it second. Foot can just translate that into a round victory. Upgraded pistols again here for Partisan, but unsuccessful. That 7-5 that they had is already quickly turned to a 4-round streak for Foot. That's a great raid to find the opening kill. Aim get through the wall found.
And Launix, currently the top performer here for Foot. Of the whole server, in fact. It was that quad kill that he got when they were kind of trying to avalanche out of apartments. I expected a little bit better from the tease, I can't lie.
And again, it feels like it's going to be another slow one from Partisan. Their disadvantage, we'll just group up. They've got a flashbang and a smoke. And we'll just seemingly use it towards B, or at least a flashbang. Vlad does have the smoke over towards A.
Very timid here. Really taking their time, but it's going to be this play through B now for Partisan. Accelerating through apartments. Demon, he is the steps. Takes down the bomb carrier. Gets the second. Minimal time here. Worrying for Vladen. He might not get taken down.
Yeah, he's not going to, and now sort of giving off his presence, he can be found after time.
He has only got a deagle anyway. If anything, it would be smarter not to look for the fight, just in case he gets the kill and then you give him an AK. But yeah, poor decision there from Vladen.
I mean, just going to be playing with Deagle in this round. I mean, it might not be that big an issue if he just sort of allows his teammates to find a kill or wait for someone to get taken down so we can just upgrade this, but yeah, it's certainly not ideal. Dragon aggressive here through A. The util doesn't actually do as much damage as I thought it would there with that nade behind it. I like the idea from Dragon. Tries to go for something aggressive if you can catch off the CTs, and certainly they were caught off, but wasn't able to find any kill before they back away into cover.
I think that's what you got to do, though. You've got to try and get an early pick, try and keep Foot guessing, because the second they get into their own groove, the second they start taking space, oh, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath towards ramp. Launix, he's backing away. Aid kit on the AWP. Zugas, he's just holding towards up that. Oh, okay. Well, Dragon gets one, and so does Aid kit. Now Krabeni's going to be rotating in. Krabeni Good look to try and deny the plant, but it's not going to be easy. Smoke towards top con. Molly in jungle. Nade and flash combination sent from Dragon. Flashbang coming through. Symmetry playing towards stairs now. All on the timing. Dragon will find. Collins takes down Krabeni. Demon now all alone. 1 versus 5. Information on 2. We'll get that second, but brilliant there. Partisan, they get 8, and it's that ramp setup that crumbles. There was a double ramp setup of which they deal damage, and that is it.
Yeah, that's the thing. If the initial gunfight, Launix does get the dink onto Dragon, and you can see the second player there sort of ready to swing, but probably from Launix's POV, you're probably not able to communicate quick enough. It wasn't just Dragon and AkeKit peeking into the angle, there was the whole swarm of T's there, so we see the swing come through, and far too many for anyone to find any success there. Uptown showing that they're still got a fight here on this T side. Zugius will find one of the Vlad. He pushed it out of Palace. Yuto comes over to support Zugius. He finds his second. The T's are so blinded. Zugius gets his third.
Excellent from Zugius here. Launex, he's progressed through the stairs, Smoke, and Dragon. They've crossed paths. But Dragon, he's come through this Smoke. And not really gained anything.
Yeah, the sort of annoying thing here actually for Dragon is that you can see the CTs are aware that this is possible just due to the fact he could have lurked through, but that's not the case. Dragon with a great double. Repositions towards short. And now the CTs are going to buddy up. CTs are advancing here. Only slightly so glued towards connector. It's down, but Dragon caught. Krabeni swing.
Zugius again. He's had some really key rounds. Obviously the triple there. He got the quad kill on the pistol that was just so beneficial. I honestly feel like this FUT roster, are they playing the best of CS? Is their strategy what's really helping them out? I wouldn't have said so. I really wouldn't. It seems like the individuals are just finding nice success. They're finding multi-frags. And their opposition are really struggling. Partisan, they don't really know what to do about it.
I mean, I will say that's the thing, though. Zugius does find 3 kills, and it's brilliant from him. But apart from the first, the others were all supported with a ton of utility just thrown over there. You saw so many of the Partisan players just completely caught out, completely blinded. And it was just good util and good protocols for when an A hit does come over and Zugius is able to get all the reward and does find the kills off of that. And towards mid here, faster our Partisan. Collins gets baited out of the jump as Symmetry holds.
Yeah, nice from Symmetry that. Obviously Symmetry, he's had moments with the AWP in hand, but I feel like we haven't seen that kind of consistency that we'd hoped for. Little moments like that can always be beneficial, and he's here towards, elevated angle for Symmetry. Krabeni finds Demon as well, is in a great position. It's on Kindo and AkeKit. AkeKit showing his position here towards Palace. This should be an 11th, and with the money in a precarious spot for Partisan, I don't really know what they do. You'd assume they go for the half-buy, but in doing so, they give up 12 to FUT. Unless somehow a half-buy victory can come through, but being reliant on a half-buy victory, don't think is massively the spot that any team want to be in.
No, you never do, but it's the spot that we can see Partisan find themselves in. Aggressive here is Launex. Steps have been heard. Good first in Kindo. His chance to peek into the angle, does some decent damage, but Launex will find and FUT with 11. And like you said, I do agree. I think it probably does just need to be the half, but I think you do just need to take the hit and give up 12. 4 in a row certainly isn't impossible. I think on the T side of Mirage, on a half that we've seen Partisan only find one round so far. Does feel like it is going to be near impossible. I mean, they'd love to get a victory on this round. This would certainly ease their struggle slightly.
Oh, massively so. But again, they just can't put stock in winning this round. They can't go, okay, well, if we win the half bye, we get 9, we deny them findings. Well, no, these half byes haven't been so persuasive. They haven't been competitive. Like the full byes have barely been competitive. They've had the odd round, the odd full bye of which they've won, but it's been so infrequent. They've needed big clutches, big moments, of which are very difficult to replicate. Vladen has repositioned. York swinging wide in symmetry. He does get the kill, but Zugis was ready to get any trade if need be. That is now 12 for Foot. They've got 4 opportunities, and I think it's safe to say they should take this one.
Yeah, it feels like they've done enough. I think the pistol round, honestly, was pretty crucial, actually, for Partisan. I think they won the first half 7-5. But I think it's just the success that we saw for able to go on from winning that pistol. Just 2 extra rounds, instantly leveling up the game from then. Money's in a pretty decent spot. They take down Partisan on the first buy. They get a 4-round streak. And it feels like if Partisan could have been the ones in that spot, we could have seen them potentially look for double digits, look for 11 maybe. And that's why even if you don't have a great T-side, you're very close to the finish line. But not able to do so on Foot. They've grinded out these rounds. And it has been quite a grind this game. Not been as simple for Foot at times, but it certainly does feel like since moving on to the CT side, which I think we all knew, it's felt like business as usual. Rush out in mid, AT searching for something, symmetry, not giving that gunfight up.
Oh, Demon. Launix. Nice finds here. Gives them the man advantage, and Partisan haven't got the most util. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, 3 flashes, and a nade. And with a lot of time on the clock, it makes things really difficult. Collins here towards apartments. He's got Vladen just behind him. The bomb is still here towards top middle. Might need to be retrieved from 8-kit, but he's been taken down. 2 versus 4 now. Foot. They are in prime position to take this map now.
Just 2 kills away, Vladen and Collins. 2 of the most experienced players on this team. It's quite the ask. Collins has to back away to retrieve the bomb. And there's 2 players already on this B-bomb, so if he oversteps, Symmetry could find.
Oh, great damage from Symmetry onto Vladen. I know it's an AWP shot connecting, and you usually hope for a kill in that moment, but he'll just be happy for the damage. Even lower, even easier is this round now. Collins. He is the lifeblood and the only chance of this round here for Partisan. Off angle for Krabeni. Collins will still find, but 17 points of health combined on these 2. 16 seconds left. Missed shot from Symmetry. Deagle now in hand with the knowledge that Vladen is low. What do you really do here? Demon gets 1. Collins found by Demon again. Demon, I mentioned he's been a real carry for this team ever since he's needed to step up. 24 and 15 he ends that game. Launix had a good performance as well. He got 20. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings of that Foot performance after this one?
Yeah, some nice moments from Partisan in the first half. This sort of was their weakest map coming into this series here. I think particularly when you consider how good Foot have been on it. You can certainly look at things in terms of this map probably has the most disparity. Thus too, there's 1% difference in win rates. Ancient, it's dead on, 13 maps played, 54% win rate for both sides. Feels like this probably should have been the one that, never guaranteed between any of these quarterfinals, but more so than any of the other maps. It feels like Foot should have taken it. And they did do so. I think the first half was reasonably solid for Partisan. The issue is, they're playing against Foot. At 7-5, you'll probably look at it and say, it's not too bad. You'll certainly be happy with that. But the issue is when Foot are so good, they're almost sort of at 70% win rate on their CET side when they play this map. So it's really, really difficult to try to best them. And I think it's clear we only saw one round from Partisan. I think they needed to go on to win that pistol round. I think they needed to really show what they could do to a sort of more degree initially, but they just weren't able to. And I think they needed to probably in that series maybe find 8-9 rounds on their CT side and then look to win the pistol as well, just to be able to take that, as T-side was not quite it today.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, for Partizan, in previous victories they found on Mirage, it has been 9 on the CT side that's helped them so much. And obviously, that's been against that's been against oppositions that aren't going to be as strong as Foot. But obviously, with Foot taking map 1, it is their map selection. We kind of did expect it, as you said. I think this was the one map with the real disparity in win rate. But now we move to Dust 2. It's the pick of Partizan. It's a map that they gravitate towards a large portion of the time. But the issue is, Foot Obviously, backs are against the wall for Partizan now. If they do lose in this second map, that is them eliminated. Obviously, they've got themselves to the quarterfinals and an impressive upset as well, I think we must say. But a big test for them here. I think it was a very impressive game, obviously, from Foot on Mirage. Do we think they're going to 2-0 though, Charlie? Do you think they have the opportunity and the ability to do that here?
Oh yeah, 100%, without a doubt. Of course they do. Whether they go into is a completely different question, though. We're obviously moving on to Partizan's map pick. It is Dust 2. It has been sort of a reasonably stable home of Partizan in the last few months. But whether it's going to be enough here, that's going to be the question. Play out through B. A lot of gunfights early, favouring neither team just yet as the bomb gets planted by the T side. Symmetry has been tagged away at. Let's get boosted into the bomb site. Information gained from Launix there. It's still not an easy position to crack. Kindo Wolf on the first. Launix gets a trade, but it's all on the 2 HP Symmetry. Great initial find, 2 HP, and it doesn't matter.
Wow, okay, Symmetry. That is a great clutch. An excellent pistol clutch there. Partizan, they're going to feel a little bit hard done by there, but a great pistol result there. And a lovely clutch, and already we're seeing bodies being shot. Okay. Thought might be in a bit early for that, but no.
I mean, that is really rough. Partizan are going to watch someone back and think, how have we not hit a single shot? He's 1 bullet from health. I mean, brilliant finds from Symmetry, though, it has to be said. But that is outrageous. Forced by 4 Partizan. Scout in the hands of Dragon. Come on, Galil's in play as well. Ooh, I don't know if that was worth it for Vladen. Jumps across B, gets brought down to 26 points of health. He's one of the players wielding the rifle. Might look to swap that over with someone, maybe with Kindo, perhaps. Space going to be taken here through long now. Flash is thrown.
Obviously, they've gone for the weaponry over utility type approach, with 4 having premium rifles. Demon, the only one making the decision to drop down to the FAMAS. Demon getting a little bit inquisitive there. Long, just continually jiggling. And he keeps peeking wider and wider. Indo going for the same approach. Just Symmetry's got to be cautious there. He was back into the bomb site. Timing looks great. Oh, they're heading back to long, and it goes so wrong here. Demon finds 3, and it's a kit in a 1 versus 5. Not the start that Partizan planned for.
No, losing a 1v2 on the pistol to a 2 HP, playing the force by, falling very, very flat there. Symmetry and Demon. And you can see how disciplined both players were, and then as soon as one swings, the other's instantly there, and it just works out perfectly. Use the superior weapons. An absolute T. And it does give Foot that 2-0 start here on Dust. Obviously, we got to see Partizan play a fair share of Dust here in the Proving Grounds, actually. Initially, it wasn't great, but it feels like probably what we've seen with Partizan. Now that Aid Kit's been sort of fully cemented into this lineup, we start to see things turn around. They got a really good 13-8 victory against Betclic Apogee, 13-4 against Copenhagen Wolves, and that 13-10 against BetBoom, all of which back-to-back now. So we are seeing Partizan look really strong when they have played this map. Similar though for Foot, they've had some decent results against some very solid teams as well. We saw them play against Spirit Academy, obviously in that sort of blowout series that Foot had there. They ended up winning that one 13-4. Just the eco now for Partizan.
Yeah, obviously for Partizan, there's a fair few deagles invested, but nothing major. Oh, Kindo gets 1. Symmetry though with a double from lower.
Yeah, bomb and aid kit. Just going to be holding outside long. Only going to make his move, and that's also when we start to see Demon strike. Demon will find Kindo, not able to get anything else. Just the one kill will be found. Foot reasonably clean in the last couple. 4 survivors. The money's been thrown at a pretty rapid rate now, but this is it. This is the full buy. But Fred, have a look at this. We've got AK on a scout. There's not even an AWP.
Yeah,
We've got limited util on players like Dragon. Not been
That's the
ideal,
issue.
has it?
No, it definitely hasn't.
The first weapon round for Partisan, and they don't have the AWP to compete against Symmetry. Don't quite have as much util as they'd like to have. Good HG grenade initially, just softening up some of these teams. We're going to see a peak hit from Launex. We'll find one, and Dragon taken down by Vlad. It just makes things even worse.
Such a rough one.
Well, Collins
is
has got
taking
a lot
this,
of
yeah.
space here.
The issue is that the CTs aren't going to know. Collins, however silly it might seem, he's going to have to find 3 to gain an advantage back. And Collins, he might even get 2. Symmetry, excellent trade. Symmetry again. And Kindo all alone. That's unfortunate. Collins maybe just needing to employ a bit more discipline there.
Yeah, I think if you take his time there, just to probably line up the head instantly, worst case scenario, he finds 2. Yeah, unfortunately, it is just the 1 kill. Money's continuing to grow here for Foot. We've had that 4-0 start now on this defensive side. It's interesting, a lot of teams do prefer the T side on this map. Foot actually, by fair margin, for this CT side. Partisan are pretty good at both. But it does potentially mean that this first half could be where we see the most excitement, because Partisan do technically have a slight leaning towards the T, Foot towards the CT. So this, on paper, could be where we're expecting to see the best things. But Partisan yet to find a round yet, and with Collins getting taken down early by Krebeni, it feels like this is going to be just as tough one as it is just pistols in play. Symmetry finds Dragon. Final 3 players in long. Probably all going to swing with one another, but it is not going to be a fun gauntlet to try to cross. As Demon was the unknown factor, Symmetry took away so much pressure. He's not even considering Demon. Symmetry will go down here, in fact. So we do again see 4 survivors forfeit.
Again, though, right? Again, in these half buys, we saw it quite a lot throughout Mirage. Partisan, they go for these half buys, and they might get 1 kill, but a vast majority of the time, the rounds aren't even close. I feel like we saw that one moment where it was their CT side with the full eco, where it was actually a saved AK or a retrieved AK, sorry, from a Zeus kill that changed the round. But a vast majority of these rounds, we aren't seeing Partisan keep them competitive enough. We saw what happened when they did, and that was brilliant. But, you know, a lot of them, they're just finding the 1 kill here or there. And Foot, when their finances are strong, that's when they look really scary. But Symmetry, what a game he's having. He's 11-2, Charlie.
It's been a fantastic performance from him. The whole team is really, in fact, the whole team is really stepping up with one another here. Zugis, I mean, literally has not been required to do near enough anything. He's 1 death. That was on the pistol round. Apart from that, he hasn't had a kill or another death. Sort of just being present on the map while the rest of his team have been finding all the successes. But it's been a 5-0 start. Foot 1 round away from at least getting us all square halftime score. Symmetry opening kill, and again for Partisan, they just cannot catch a break here. It's always them being disadvantaged early doors. Symmetry's AWP is towards mid, and for a second it looked like we were going to see Partisan look to probe through those mid doors.
Now we're going to be progressing through short now. Krabeni caught off guard by Collins. Launix, though, he's an unknown entity, and that's the game plan now. Surely they're just looking for Launix to activate. Zug is finding a kill as well. Surely to force the overlooking of Launix's angle. Zug, yes, he gets one more. Oh, Launix might not even be needed. Eventually swinging. 6-0 start here for Foot. This has not gone to plan whatsoever here.
No, and I sort of was building up from yesterday that I felt like all of these series could be very, very close affairs. Mirage, honestly, I'll probably say it had that in the first half, not so much the second half. But that probably was the one map where, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a bit more one-sided. But like I said on Mirage, I feel like just the individuals, if they all come alive for Foot, even though this is Partisan's map pick, you can easily see a world where they just take the world by storm, and that's exactly what's going on. Well, Krabeni not actually able to back away, so although man advantage is found by Foot, it is traded back. Krabeni dying quite deep towards short, so I'm not sure if any of the T's are going to feel confident trying to retrieve that weapon.
Yeah, Krabeni going down in this round isn't the biggest of issues. Again, it's Partisan on this little half buy. It's not a round that we're so confident for Partisan. As I mentioned, they haven't really kept many of these rounds or pushed many of these rounds right to the edge. But already I'm getting quite worried for Partisan. This is their map pick, and best case scenario, leveled up half it.
Well, Space taking towards short. Bladden does throw the molly, but it has to get sort of stuck, so the CT's campers throw it. Nothing spotted towards short. Most of the Partisan's execute is going to come here from long. Bladden towards short. Demon finds instantly. That's the heaviest hitting weapon got. Alex finds one more. Does get taken down by the Tech 9. And in the Smoker's aid kit with the Glock in hand, manages to take down Symmetry while Zug has no choice but to watch.
It's fine from Zugis, but Demon will take him down. Okay, well, finally we're seeing a half buy that comes down to the 1v1, but Foot's still victorious. And the issue is, and the difference is Foot have just won so many rounds in a row that their money is excellent. Doesn't matter that was brought down to a 1v1. They're going to be able to reinvest in the next 2 rounds, even if they lose them. And that's the brilliance. That's what Foot have massively right now. But their CT, this side has been absolutely brilliant. I don't feel very confident for Partisan anymore. I really don't. It's a 7-0 start.
And I think an even bigger worry than that is the player that Partisan often rely on, Dragon. Yet to find a kill. We saw that for Foot on map number 1. Krabeni and Zuges both 0 kills on either of them for the first at least 8 rounds. But we did get to see him step up. We did see some big Zuges moments. As well as Demon was go nuclear on the map. It feels like here Dragon is underperforming. But equally, no one on his team is exactly performing to the standard that we'd hope for. 4 kills is the most. Symmetry looks early towards the suicide position, but nothing spotted. And it's just going to be a faster play here for Partisan. The smoke exposes Dragon. He will get found. And the faster play seemingly is still not the formula that Partisan need. Needed the smoke. Kindo forced to back away, or he would have been taken down.
Krabeni's in a good position as well. He's just tucked away towards elevator. Launix finding a kit, finally that flank, and Krabeni can pre-fight. It's an 8-0 start. Partisan, this is their map pick. It doesn't feel like it.
No, this has been a really dominant one. The second tactical pause for Partisan now as they realise, okay, we've got to start to win something now. Otherwise, it's far too late. 8 rounds. I think Foot will take. I think you say we'll give you 8 rounds in the first half. Sure, your T side's not great on this map, but you're still certainly showing that your individuals can do a lot of work. Would you take 8 rounds? And I think Foot would probably snap your hand off at that off room when there's 4 rounds remaining of the half with Foot already on 8. I think that's going to be the question that we're looking at. How many more can Foot get before moving on to this second half? Arsenal haven't exactly shown us all too many rounds that make you believe they can do it. We've had the one half fight that was brought down to a 1v1 with the pistol that came down to a 1v2 for symmetry, but apart from that, it's kind of been pretty one-sided all of these rounds.
It's also why the monies look so good for Foot.
Though trying to take some space early towards short, but Krabeni haunted around these smokes.
Demon, surely to be overlooked here. Flashbang comes through. Demon, okay, well he takes the fight. Didn't need to, but
Very second there from Dragon, and you've got a low HP Demon towards Kai. He's found. This is 2 versus 5, and Dragon just found a triple.
yeah, positioning here for Zugis. Oh, Zugis. Oh, okay, well, he had a good position, but A-Kit still finds the frag there. And now it's Symmetry in a 1 versus 2. Dragon still holding towards long, and okay, finally, A-Kit getting that kill, but we see the first round in play for Partisan. That is the first 3 kills as well from Dragon. And it comes from a triple, such an important kind of set of kills for Partisan and for Dragon individually.
I mean, it's first 3 rounds that go the way of Partisan, but it's a round that should never go the way of Partisan. It was 2 versus 5. Dragon gets a triple, just takes these gunfights towards long, finds a double, spams away, and Demon towards Van. They knew he was there. And Partisan really have got gifted around there, but 1 certainly is not going to be enough. He's turned it into a bit more. Money is obviously still in a very good spot for Foot, but if we see a couple more rounds go the way of Partisan, we can see that finally be broken. Space here from A-Kit. Shadow is spotted onto Krabeni. You know exactly where he is. Gunfight comes through, but I think A-Kit is so focused on the Shadow. Does connect the tag onto Zugis, but no kill confirmed. Damage dealt back in response to Dragon now, but no casualties in this one. Util thrown out. Zugis caught out on the bomb site as he tries to retreat. Flashbang thrown. Collins spots a second. Collins finds a second.
Great shot there from Collins.
We should just get one back with A-Kit, but look where the bomb is. This is going to be a play through B.
Dragon, he's taking this positive space. Look at the positioning, though. I want to say it's Symmetry. Yeah, missed shot from Symmetry, though. Fortunate find from Collins, third of the round. Collins has had a huge round there.
Wait, what? Demon and Launix.
Oh.
Like 3 between them in seconds. Not aware of Kindo. Kindo wants to get them both here and will be able to. Finds the first. Just backed away, in fact. Demon gets given up the fight. How have Partisan lost that? They've got gifted around in the last, and they get a freebie here.
Kindo just needs to be more patient there. All he needs to do is be more patient. And he finds them both, but he just fires too early. So unnecessary. That's crazy. It was a 2 versus 4. And
we see a 2v5, and now we see a 2v4. I mean, they were out of the round. You see the fight from middle. Both CTs so hyper-fixated onto that angle. But then you also see the swing from short, which on paper you're like, I think this is the right play. There's someone that is fighting someone else. I can just swing and get a kill. I don't know whether they missed the shots or if it was an insane flick from Launix. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, it gave the kill to Foot, and they went on to be able to win the round. And business as usual, seemingly, as it's a 4 versus 2 for the CT side. 10 looks likely.
Yeah, Foot gonna be getting double digits here, or at least you'd assume so.
Symmetry tries to look over the smoke, doesn't miss his shot the first time, goes for it again, and this time Vlad is aware. So 4 on 2, brought down to just a one-man disadvantage.
Kindo already close to the bomb site. He's going to have a flank from Loudix eventually.
He's still just waiting for a gunfight before they get this bomb down, but nothing being offered up. Onto the bomb site. Loudix has now made his way out of long doors, and rather than waiting for any contact from his team, he looks and does get found. In those spots are one. Molotov towards Gandalf again. Huge kill from Demon. It keeps his teammate Inzugas alive, who eventually will still go down to the flames, but there's not enough time.
Yeah, just evading, just running that. 10 has been found now from Foot. Double digits acquired. Surely this one is done.
Definitely does feel like that.
Yeah, most certainly.
I mean, it's a nice attempt from Partizan. It was 2 versus 4. They bring it down to the 1v1, but just not enough time to work with. And Foot here on Dust have just brought sort of different level of game that Partizan haven't been able to step up to today. And this is the difficult thing. I don't really think it's Partizan probably doing themselves justice, because I think Partizan probably do deserve a much closer series in this, the way that they've played here in the Proving Grounds so far. They just haven't been able to show it today, and that's all that really matters, isn't it? It's what you can deliver on the day.
Obviously, they had an incredible series earlier, and that's something that can never be taken from them. I think they've done well to get themselves here. When you look at the opponents they had to face, obviously their Swiss stage, they were 0-2 down. They then bested AAB, BetClick, and then Copenhagen Wolves. They beat BetBoom, which was kind of the upset of the playoffs, but they are in a very difficult position now.
Our next jumps up straight into Collins' crosshair. Swing from Demon gets a double, and Dragon. We've just seen a couple of rounds of Dragon's kind of just split from the rest of his team with the bomb. He's in a 1 versus 2 now. It's around that Partizan again with disadvantages that they bought so close, but just one player can flip the script in an instant, and it's Demon in this one to get a double. Dragon 25 seconds, 11 points of health.
Really tough. Really, really difficult position, but we're looking most likely at an 11-1 scoreline. There's 17 seconds remaining. Dragon will get one. Has got the AWP as well. Smoke towards doors, and Molly here. Sort of out of timing. How has he not realised? Surely he's realised. Dragon's pushed through.
So yes, definitely has the idea. Molotov towards Dragon's position. He's going to go through it. Dragon with the AWP. I love the idea. Had a moment where he could have caught out Zugas. Doesn't quite work out though. Foot do find 11.
It's the only confident way to win that one.
I mean, that's the thing. You can wait out the molly and then try to dance around the smoke grenade that you threw, which will now become a pretty difficult one for you to play around, particularly with the AWP, particularly on 1 bullet from death. But it started off with a brilliant 1 versus 2 from Symmetry. And from there, life did not get much easier for Partizan. The only round they won, felt like they had no right winning it. And Foot did
Yeah, exactly.
certainly just bring a different level to this game.
I guess that's the most painful thing for Partizan, because yeah, okay, they've got 1 round, but it's the one round that they went into probably thinking, oh, okay, well, it's just a half. We're not going to find anything from this.
Just around with this second half. But if they win this, near enough. Walk away with victory and pushing through middle. Aid Kit could be behind all of these players. Aid Kit will find one. Kraveni needs to connect the shots with a Glock and he won't be able to. Symmetry eventually does get the trade, but the damage has already been dealt. Parsan have a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, Zugis, Symmetry. Not going to be an easy 2v4, but these pistol rounds is where the clutches can probably come through the easiest. Reposition out of Zugis. He spots one towards window. The fight doesn't need to be taken now for Partizan, but Kendo's got a lot of util.
I mean, no Symmetry can't cross, so they're just going to hold this cross. Stop it from being allowed to happen. The flash comes over. Dragon will find. Symmetry gets one before going down. And Partizan, they eventually do get the pistol victory. Now they've long awaited for. They probably should have had it in the first half. Had to wait for the second. The issue is now it's a 11-2 score. We know Partizan are good at both sides. Are they going to be able to match what Foot did on their CT side? I'm not quite sure. I'd be quite surprised if that is the case. Scout Symmetry is searching here. It is just a bit of a hero scout.
Yeah, I don't mind these little hero scouts. I think sometimes they can work out nicely, whether you get a kill on the cross or you look to try and find a pick and retrieve a weapon. Certainly can work. Really much to say for this round for Foot. The fact that the scout's been made known, Partizan are now playing in a much more defensive way, much more kind of strategic way to deal against this scout. No need to risk it. Molly's landed. Nice here from Aid Kit, gets the triple. Takes down the scout, he's on for the ace, but Collins will remove that.
This is a round though to look towards. Obviously, it was just the eco. I actually don't mind the hero scout on the eco round because Symmetry will be looking at it and saying, I can't get an AWP anyway. May as well go for the scout in this one, and I'll bring out a scout in the next as well. So, for AKs in play, obviously, pretty light on utility. A lot more than you probably would want to see. Scout of Symmetry, I would find it. Get connected to the AWP.
Nice from Aid Kit there.
I mean, Aid Kit's had a reasonably decent game considering it's been quite one-sided. 14 and 12. Certainly hasn't felt like he's done all too much wrong individually. It just feels like Partizan have been outclassed on too many occasions here. Aid Kit does fall to Zugis though. You're being taken out of the round. Oh, aggression from Dragon here towards top mid. Kraveni does spot and Dragon's just going to back away. Gonna be this playthrough B. Kendo is in transition.
Yeah, timing's going to be everything. See, because Vladden's gone for the spam, we're just going to see the aggression out. Vladden, he's got to get one back at the bomb site. He will get the kill here, but trade from Demon. 1 versus 3 gone 1v2. Demon's going to go for a peek here. Of course he is, but the missed shots from Demon devastating. It's not to say that Collins wouldn't have been able to get the trade there onto the fight between Demon and Dragon, but Demon had a real opportunity to bring that to a 1v1.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice way to do that, because then he's had a lot of time with the Clog, who definitely tried to play around with Collins a little bit. Tap the ball, maybe go for the peek again. Even just straight up look for the fight, or even just play the post plan. But yeah, I think the peek was the right idea, but it's not quite connecting there on that occasion for Demon. So a tactical pause for Foot. Certainly not going to be worried about where this game's heading yet, but there's no need to allow things to get any more dicey than they need to. So I think Foot just wanted to make sure they can close this game out. and close it out in a timely fashion. But it will just be a half investment here. I mean, both teams have struggled with the CT side so far. Obviously, not had as many rounds to see from Foot to see if that will continue. And with an opening kill on Krebeni's Deagle, maybe the half-wide could still have some potency.
Yeah, obviously, weaponry retrieval very difficult as kills come from long, but it seems like they're going to make a play through B. If Foot decide to activate now, time would be perfect for them.
Collins kill back onto Demon.
Yeah, important there. Vladen as well. He's holding this. Nice trade. Tech 9 retrieve from Symmetry. Getting the bomb plot in here is going to be key. Molly's going to be landing at the feet. And Dragon just holding. Not very much that can be done. The Tech 9 will get one. Tech 9. Oh, not another, but a lot of damage dealt here. Money's pretty decent for Partisan in the way that Dragon can drop across 2. Kindo will be able to drop as well. They'll be able to get a buy, but that has made some problems for Partisan.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's got more than enough money, but the rest of the team, not so much. I mean, you can see it's certainly not been as clean as sort of those initial rounds that from Foot, where they had tons of money to play with. But, I mean, that one, you never know. Tech 9 almost finding Dragon, and then Kindo who'd have to push through the doors. Ooh, does get a little bit dicey, but no matter. Weapons in play again. Symmetry first AWP here on this T side. Flash not blinding aid. We'll find Alex. Dragon on the second AWP finds Symmetry, and okay, Partisan are starting to bring themselves back into this game now.
Yeah, obviously,
a long road ahead.
Yeah, it's a very long road ahead. I think we both know Foot should really still win this one. I'd be very surprised if otherwise.
He'd get missed shot. Zugas gonna drop the smoke. He just in fact jumped up behind it, confident with the AWP. Missed the shot with the nade of the smoke, but what a find with the Tech 9 and Krebeni in a 1 versus 5. There's been 5 points of damage dealt to the whole Partisan team here. Krebeni vision being blocked by the scope and does get found by Collins. 5 rounds separates the two sides now. This one's obviously 11-1 scoreline for Foot. We've seen 5 in a row now from Partisan on their CT side.
Again, though, all it takes just one round victory for Foot. They put themselves on map and series point. And I think that's just where things get really difficult. I feel like it's not going to be easy. I don't know how Partisan are going to feel confident. They still need to get 5 in a row.
Foot haven't exactly shown us a huge amount here to make me believe that we're going to see a round anytime soon, but they certainly do have a lot of them to play with. I mean, obviously we saw in the round of 16 TNL against Botero, where TNL led Overpass 12-0, and they ended up losing that map. Or to overtime by Botero, where they ended up winning things in OT. This isn't quite a 12-0. This is an 11-1.
Could
but
get that,
surely
though.
we can't see 2 comebacks of the same sort of degree.
Yeah, that's similar kind of
that
motion.
would be mind blowing.
Oh yeah, it would be pretty ridiculous. But Vladen and Dragon, great setup here. Pretty much can be done about it.
I mean, again, another round, next to nothing done. Not even a single point of damage dealt there from Foot. Last 2 rounds, they've done 5 points of damage in 2 rounds. And first, their final tag pause. This is probably where second one that they called weren't too worried. Now they probably are starting to, in the back of their minds, think, how are we still in this series? How have we not closed out dust yet?
I'll be honest, Charlie. I don't think it's going to be the back of their mind. I think it's right in the forefront. I think they are going to be having these real issues. They are going to be having these conversations of, look, guys, how are we not out of this game? We should have won this ages ago. This should have been done and dusted. How have we gotten here? Why are we here? Why aren't we celebrating the victory already?
They've called a pause, they've called a timeout. Let's see what they can do. They've obviously got the double AWPs to try to contend with here. Had to try to face it in the last few. Kit. We'll
Nice
find.
Yeah, and obviously, also he's definitely going to be traded here. 8kit pushing through. 8kit finds. Okay. That is
Yeah,
great
I love
from
that play
8kit.
there. He hears the Molotov being thrown. It's like, all right, I'll throw caution to the wind. Send me through. Put tactical balls, whatever they discussed in this round. 8kit has thrown a spanner in the works. Very fine on to Vlad in there. And 8kit is isolated towards B. This would be a much better round if Foot do look to pounce on the AWPer. Lot of thrown towards tunnels. Collins attempting to hold towards middle. 8kit has so much util here. Has thrown the majority of it out.
He hears all of these steps. He's got such great information here. Tech 9 in the smoke. Oh. Even going to see him. Even going to check for him. Well, Demon certainly will. It's a 3 versus 3. Benny searching. Demon. Needs to get the bomb down. There's 11 seconds left. The bomb could be... Oh, it's just the tap. There's no chance. Kindle gets the double. Round over. That's Partisan now with 8. Oh, we are getting closer and closer to such a scary situation.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt from Foot to bring it back, but and this is one of their more competitive rounds and it starts off with a 2-man disadvantage. Not exactly being convincing. 3 rounds separates these two teams, but still we get to find even one to give them a guaranteed spot in overtime. At least Partisan were able to do that. Launux takes down Kindo, but it's an instant trade from Collins' HE grenade. So you get Deagle in middle. If Dragon pushes further, this could be worrying, but T's give up the fight instead.
Let's see what has happened here. How has this game gone so astronomically wrong for Foot?
I mean, it's just both teams on this T side sort of feeling very lost as to what to do. I mean, so many teams like to be the ones to set the tempo on Dust, but seemingly both teams just want to shy away from that. Sit back on the defense and allow the fight to come to them.
Yeah, definitely. Neither team have really taken much security on this T side, and I really just don't know how to feel about where this game's going now, because Partisan have found 9. There's been literally nothing for Foot to write home about. I don't know how they're going to feel confident whatsoever.
This is something that they've got to figure out. Do you see the tag from Symmetry onto Vladens? Early into this round, he's been given the AWP over Dragon in this round. Biggest issue for Foot is they've been picked apart so heavily before they can go for an execute. They're sort of always executing with sort of a 2-man disadvantage. You're never in for a great chance if that's the case.
Yeah, Aidkit, he's had a really good CT side here. He's 20 and 15 now.
Volley is thrown. Aidkit waiting to dodge any flashbangs that are yet to come. Aidkit peeks above the smokes. We'll find one.
He's been spotted here as well, and he's gained excellent information. Collins takes him down. 2-man advantage here. Demon back at the bomb site, hoping for something, needing to find something really.
Still good util for Partisans. Still plenty of diffuse kits in play. Zugas joins Demon, or joins his teammate towards shore. Demon on the bomb site will find one. Symmetry strikes as well. Zugas finds one. You've got a low HP Vladen. And finally, a round goes the way of Foot. And it does still come from the 2-man disadvantage. But Symmetry, Zugas, and Demon, 3 versus 5, give Foot a lifeline.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. It's now given Foot 3 opportunities to close out this series. And that's exactly what they want. Now that they're here, they've got to capitalize on this. They cannot mess this one up.
I mean, obviously they are still going to be against pretty perfect buys in all these rounds from Partisan. Aggressive through long, Demon. Nothing's found. A lot of damage dealt to Kindo. Symmetry, I guess a collapse. Sadly for him, one of them's on his teammate.
Demon tucked away here, taken down by Aidkit.
And that's been something that's hindered from quite a few of these rounds. Entry's just not there. We're just not really seeing any entry kills come through. You even look towards the A take. Sure, we see Aidkit find the first, but you've got Krabeni dropping towards CT, can't connect his shots.
We have also seen a lot from Aidkit. Aidkit has been really good on these openers, so you can kind of understand why.
I mean, Aidkit can't be everywhere.
No,
Aidkit shouldn't stop you being able to find an entry kill on every sort of situation across the map. But it's felt too easy for Aidkit at times.
It also does feel like, I know he can't be everywhere, but he always seems to be where the action is going to be. And we're gonna be seeing another moment of that now, but misses the shot here as Aidkit.
Obviously, it's just a half point for our playing. Potentially round number 24, Krabeni just walks into the nade and tanks so much damage, 10 HP. Luckily, he has backed away, or that one could have found him. Mid to be utility. Dragon nade of the smoke, but nothing spotted. Out towards B. Dragon and Vladen stand tall. It leaves Krabeni alone. 4 players push out towards B. Just 1 kill found.
This combination of Dragon and Vladen has been so good on the B-bomb site. It's been absolutely incredible. Time and time again, we've seen the idea of Foot wanting to head towards the B-bomb site, and it just hasn't happened. It just hasn't worked. Obviously, it just kind of shows that Partisan, their CT decision-making has been brilliant.
I'm pretty sure Krabeni can buy if he goes down. You just need to make sure he can't go down after time. And he's going to, so...
That's a tough one.
He should have just died. That's the issue. He just dies, there's no issue. He can get out of buy. Full loss bonus, he's on 1.1k. But instead, he's playing with a Tech 9 in this one.
It seems very unnecessary, doesn't it?
Comes down to round number 24. Both teams yet to only find a single round on their T side.
Yeah, honestly, we saw that 11-1. I don't really know how we're here, but Launix, nice find here. Foot, as we say, 1 round away. That's all they need. 1 round. And they find it. Dropping into pit, though. Simple find. Lovely stuff.
It's just so easy there again. This is what I mean for AKIT. I don't think he's been tested nearly as much as he should have. Where's the utility? Are we meant to have flashbangs in these rounds?
Doesn't seem like it.
I think it's just such a disappointing way to give up the man advantage that Foot so rarely have had. Is that they're not hitting the shots the same way that they were in the first half, so make your life a bit easier and throw some decent util to support. You get forced back from the flames. Zugis will get one back onto Vladen. It's a 3-on-3 still. There's still the chance for Foot, but Partisan, they fought so valiantly to try to bring things to OT.
How was there no trade there on Dragon? It seemed like that was the perfect opportunity, but... And from AidKit, he will get one. It's now Zugis in a 1 versus 3. It looks like we're going to be heading to OT now, but I really just don't know how we're here. Zugis. Still this 1 versus 3. His opposition playing this really slow. Just wanting to ensure victory here. Goes 1 for 1. Somehow, some way, Charlie, Foot, they were 11-1 up after their CT side. And somehow we're going to overtime. Maybe not as ridiculous as what we saw in that 12-0 setup between TNL and Batera, but here, you know, it might as well be. I'd feel pretty confident myself just to get 4 friends and try and get, what, 2 rounds? Or just go for B rushes time after time. Eventually, you're going to get it right.
I mean, that's the thing, that they're just getting picked apart across the map. The actual execution, they're always disadvantaged. I'll be honest, watching the T side from Foot, I think they were really lucky to even find 1.
Yeah,
It came from that 3 versus 5. I mean, I wasn't particularly impressed by nearly anything that I saw. I mean, part of the T side was still awful. I think that should be said. They got 1 round. But at least the difference for Partisan, it felt like they were just getting outgunned 99% of the time. Whereas for Foot, not only were they getting outgunned, it feels like they just didn't give themselves any advantages in any gunfight.
Very true, yeah.
Oh, we are here at OT. Let's see how this one goes down. Partisan 11-1 down, brought things to OT. Momentum certainly got to be on their side if Symmetry just pulled the trigger. And that's a frag he finds onto AidKit. It's another impressive final round there for AidKit. Gets a 4K in total.
AidKit's been absolutely incredible here. Such a difference maker moving to that CT side. Certainly what Partisan needed.
Get posted here with the orb. We'll just back away. Timing's a bit unfortunate just as the T's look to emerge. It's all the way onto the B-bomb site. Collins will find 1. Collins gets a double through the smoke. Why not? Dragon chimes in as well towards top middle. And I think there's another thing I've noticed quite heavily about Foot's T side. Really slow. There'd be no pace behind it, ever. And it feels like they're very orchestrated in terms of what they want to do, because they take the space somewhere, they leave a lot of gaps, and then slowly throw utility, make a bit of presence, and then 20 seconds later they start to push out. But it allows space to be taken from the CTs. We've seen Dragon try to do it quite a few times throughout long. Whether it's worked or not, it's irrelevant, but it's the fact that he's been allowed to do that and feels comfortable to do that on a number of occasions. First round does go the way of Partisan. I think if Partisan win all 3 rounds on the CT side, I think it's done. And
Again, though, we shouldn't be here. I don't know what we're doing here. This is a game that Foot were 11-1 up in. You know, we should be talking. Well, firstly we should be in a prolonged break heading to the fourth series of the day. But we should be talking about the impressive victory here from Foot. Yet they fumble, they squander it.
Yeah, now there's a real chance that Dust does not go their way. I actually think it's a very good chance. I do think if Foot don't find anything, I just don't know if they're going to have the mentality to be able to bring it back on their CT side to win all 3 rounds after winning 1 out of what could be 15. But Partizan aren't showing any signs of them slowing down from regulation.
No, certainly not. Should be 14 now found from Partizan.
And 2 versus 5 for symmetry. And Zuga smokes are thrown.
Symmetry just trying to play on the edge. 1 versus 5 though, there's nothing he can do. Kindo will take him down. Triple in this round for Kindo. The thing is, Collins has had a really good game. AidKit was the facilitator, being able to bring them to kind of the opening kills. Collins was the closer of rounds. I really like as well what these two have allowed. They've allowed for players like Dragon, like Kindo, like Vladden to step up. I said on that CT side, Vladden and Dragon, that B-bomb site defense was incredible. They looked unbreakable there.
It's final round of the first half of OT, and we've got a Tech-9 and a Scout in play. Zugas will get the opener. Finally some decent util towards Long. It has been taken. We have seen this before though, opening kill from Foot. AidKit, look at all the space he's taking towards tunnels. AidKit's on a full flank through T-spawn.
Yeah, the scariest thing as well is this is going to be such a surprise for Foot. Not only in the notion that AidKit's going to be on a super long flank, but also we're going to have this AAA setup here from Partizan because AidKit's taken all of this space.
It's certainly not the weapon you necessarily want in a flank, but all going to depend when can AidKit actually initiate.
Alex needs to get another here. Vladden, he does well, just tapping away here is Vladden. This is the bomb, and there we have it. They've got the bomb down now, and we do have AidKit on this flank. He's going to be able to take them down, and actually this is where an orb, probably quite key. And there we have it. Great shot from AidKit. It's now Demon in a 1 versus 3. We are going to be seeing 15 found now. This is ridiculous. I don't actually know how we're here, Charlie, but we are.
I mean, this is what worries me now about map number 3 of Ancient, because AidKit, honestly, AidKit has not won his team the round individually. In terms of the space that was taken and the information, sure, that's had a huge pivotal moment. But it's the play from short. For 3 players, they're throwing flashbangs, they're up against 2 defenders, and they find 1 and lose all 3. I mean, I don't know where the individuals are. They can't connect shots anymore, it seems. Alternate just outclass him. And I mean, Vladimir was not clean there, but he did eventually find that final kill. It's how a Foot just not able to find the kills. It's the basics. It's this one thing that this team always felt like it could fall back on when times were tough. But they can't even do that. And that's what worries me. It feels like their heads probably have dropped. And are they going to be able to pick them back up from Ancient in a map that they should... I don't know if Foot have ever suffered a loss like this. 11-1 up.
Obviously, Ancient to map they're pretty strong on, but as you already mentioned, this is a completely even map regarding sample size and win rate and everything like that. And the mentality for Foot is going to be absolutely shattered. That's obviously contingent on them losing here. Obviously, they can win 3 in a row, but I just don't see it happening. Symmetry with a missed shot. Until landing. Vladden great find.
The opening kills were very rare for Partizan on their T side. But they have found one here thanks to Vladim.
Dragon could get caught here. Collins, he's been left to lurk in middle. These can decide on where they head. Mentioned this before, it's the huge value that Kindo and Dragon, obviously ex-Orpers, and they're still very good with the big green in hand. Dragon's been chipped away at to 15 HP, so he can easily say, look, give me the AWP, I'm going to play it. Because he's been AWPing back on CSGO. He was a great AWPer as well.
Well, this could be it. Playthrough B. Launex and Zugis are here. Launex goes down. You got Zugis on the back of the bomb site. He's already been softened up. He will be able to find one, but the flames take him down. Symmetry, 1-for-1 is not enough. And we have seen a collapse of the highest magnitude here from Demon. He's had some really big moments, but he's slowed down just like the rest of the team. Fred, this is not going to be it. Partizan from 11-1 down, drop 1 round since then. They bring things to overtime, and they look flawless there. I mean, it goes without saying, the mentality will be in a really bad spot for how can they bounce back for map number 3? Can they bounce back for map number 3? Because that was a pretty humiliating display.
Yeah, to be quite honest, Charlie, I don't think mentally they'll be able to reset. Individually, they just fell off the cliff. Honestly, I mentioned it in the game. They could have just opted for a rinse and repeat of just decision makings. It could have been mid rushes, A rushes, long plays, whatever they wanted. And I think Foot eventually should have got 2 rounds on their T side. You know, in a lot of games, you'll see some teams win 2 half buys in a map, let alone just needing 2 on the T side of Dust. We mentioned, okay, yeah, their Dust 2 T side's a little bit worse than the CC side. Charlie, they only needed 2 rounds. That's all that was needed. And for Foot now, not only are they going to be so kind of disappointed with that, there's now, just treat it like a best of 1. For Partizan, they've got so much more confidence. They've got so much more kind of players stepping up. I was really impressed with Collins. He had a monster of a game. And I think Partizan, again, they're in an opportunity to create such an upset because 11-1 down, they've able to come back, win Dust, and now they've got a chance for the series. I'm so excited to see how things do pan out in Ancient. We're going to be jumping to a break beforehand, though. despite the comeback, they were 11-1 down, Charlie, and they were able to bring it back on Dust 2. And now we move to Ancient with so many questions to be asked. And I think the main one is, can FUT mentally reset after the devastation of Dust 2?
I think that's got to be the biggest one, doesn't it? It was probably one of the most shocking games that we've seen in a while. Probably softened slightly by the fact that we watched TNL lose a 12-0 half to Botera, but equally it is just as disastrous, really. The fact that FUT, their team's on Dust is bad. It's not nearly that bad, though. And in a game that all of the momentum's in their favour, Partisan fell sort of down and out, and still FUT haven't been able to do it. It's going to be a really tough one for them to take. I think a lot of weight is going to be on Coolio here. You've got to have the coach really chime in, really see how he can rally the troops, because, look, clearly the timeouts didn't work. Maybe a bit of a longer break can do the trick. We are moving on to a new map. I suppose it's going to be looked at as a new look as well. It's like you highlighted beforehand, you can't view this kind of as a best of one. I think both teams are going to need to now, because Ancient, I don't know what way this is heading now. After I saw FUT take Mirage, after we saw FUT sort of even leading 8-0, I sort of believed, okay, this is going to be FUT. Easy semi-final spot confirmed. Now, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, the funniest part of all of this is we saw the craziest of comebacks from Botera on the map 1 of their first series in the playoffs against TNL, where they were 12-0 down on Overpass, and they were able to come back and win that, and obviously that map gave them the series. Now here for Partisan, 11-1 down on Dust 2, with this map being the opportunity for the series, and the victor obviously playing against Botera, so we're going to have potentially the idea of the crazy comeback semi-final, which honestly would be quite the storyline. And I think that's
two teams, you can make the argument maybe you shouldn't be there, would be a brilliant stat line to see, but still, no guarantees, no certainties in this quarterfinal. Nemiga snaps away, we'll find one. To find a second through the smoke as well as Symmetry through the smoke. Hello.
Yeah, Zugas. Nice double here. The tap of the bomb from AidKit, and then I think he realised, actually, let me just stick the bomb, because the chance of winning this round somewhat slim. Let's at least get the bomb plant bonus.
It's all on AidKit, and he's able to miss one shot before Krebeni domes him at the V2000. But do keep 5 survivors. Is a bomb plant for Partisan, so if they are going to go for a force buy, have a little bit more cash to work with.
Obviously, they are going to be going for the investment here. We've got AidKit on a Galil. Rest of the team going for pistols, though. An interesting decision. I would have thought we'd see plenty of Galils in play, but they haven't opted for it.
Util. Thrown over towards B, but it's all a bit of a ruse. Partisan, they've got the bomb. They've got AidKit over towards A, but they hadn't still actually come through yet. They've just thrown presents, but it's taken quite a while for them to make their move anywhere. So 3 towards middle now. They're going to swarm onto Launex in Donut, who is just jiggling, but Kindo catches him on the jiggle. They throw in towards A main. Zugas is all that's here in A. Playing towards CT, fires off a couple of pot shots. Flash comes down, perfect with Flash, and Kindo instant headshot for his second.
Excellent shot there from Kindo. Demon rotating round. Symmetry through the smoke as well. 3 versus 3 now. Okay, weapons have been retrieved, but there's a defuse kit here for Symmetry. Can slow things down a little. 2 in middle here for the CTs, but we are going to have a long play from AidKit. That's the Galil, but Symmetry gets the trade. AidKit still close for the late play here. Great find from AidKit.
Yeah, Collins just needs to delay. Buy your time. Round to the great spot already, and it will be a Partisan victory. I mean, Foot have done a really good job actually to be able to find 2 kills through smokes. We saw it on the pistol. We saw it here, even after the bomb site was taken by Partisan. They found a 2-man advantage just for 2 kills to be found through smokes. Makes it very close again, but it's a great decision from AKIT to wrap around in middle. And Kindo goes 1 for 1, which you certainly think it's his job more than done. I mean, he finds 3 kills in the round. Kindo had an unreal second round force by there for Partisan. But it's AKIT's kill who really confirmed it.
Yeah, obviously aid kit in the back lines and the flanks. That's exactly the type of play that Partisan needed just to confirm the round, to confirm. See that second round force. Symmetry will get one with the 5-7, but Kindo's already got a double.
And clean bomb site take. And can get planted. We will see Launix push through the smoke. He finds Vlad, but trade seen from Dragon. Zugas is behind the bomb site.
Yeah, the issue is Zugas might be here, but his teammates have all fallen in the process, and it's not as though he's in a position where he can guarantee a kill right now. He's just looking to back away.
A good response from Partisan. Look, lose the pistol, win the second round force. Best Foot's full investment as well. And you can start to set up your actual T side. You're up against what will be an eco just with Zugas' obviously saved pistol and armor. It could still be around with Partisan can look to just make a decent bit of cash.
Obviously, though, Partisan, they're going to be going 3 rounds up. A really, really good position for Partisan. Obviously, as we mentioned, they probably should have been out of this one. They should have been eliminated. Kindo, nice triple here, leaving Krabetti alone in the 1 versus 4. Is here towards cave.
Well, he won't quite force him forwards, but the bullets do. Collins finds. And only 1 casualty there for Partisan, so like we expected, should be a round where they can pretty easily make a decent bit of money.
Partisan. Again, to remind anyone that's only just tuning in now, Partisan were 11-1 down on Dust 2. Their opponents only needing 2 rounds on the T side.
Yeah, and somehow we're still here. Somehow Partisan kept fighting. Even after it looked like the game was lost, they kept battling back. And in doing so, it's allowed them to bring things here onto Ancient. It's given them another crack at this series. Another chance for semi-finals. And I think Partisan would have... And a lot of teams would be viewing Partisan very differently here if they're the ones to make the semi-finals. Probably one of the toughest draws up against BetBoot in the round of 16. They overcome them. Difficult team in Foot as well. Taking them down, I think there's going to be a lot of people saying, okay, this was a team that was on pretty dicey form before this event. I've come into it with sort of new level of determination. Krabeni towards Cave. Being able to make his way into here. Kindo will clear. Not fully, looks a little bit caught off, but he still managed to find the frag.
Oh, Demon could get found. He's spamming through the smoke and Dragon's so close. That is brilliant there from Dragon. 4 versus 2 now.
And CT's just going to back away. Nothing too fancy from Partisan. Just a hit towards B. Kindo's been unreal at the start of this game so far. Second round force buy. You could certainly make the argument he's the reason as to why they won the round. 3 kills found. 2 important openers with the Desert Eagle. And then since then, he's been finding a lot of impact on each of these rounds. We've had, what, 5 rounds of play so far? Averaging 2 kills a round.
Yeah, Kindo. I think Kindo's always been a player that I think we've always said for Partisan, he has these big moments, he has these kind of key performances, but a lot of the time he's overshadowed by players like Dragon, and I think with the newer addition of Aid Kit, I think there's been a lot of conversation about what he's going to be able to provide, so I think for Kindo, a game like this, especially with the amount of importance here, I think this will be one where I think a lot of the plaudits would go the way of Aid Kit and Collins after that CT performance on Dust. But if Kindo can continue this level on Ancient, that'd be absolutely so important, so impressive.
A better looking around here from Foot at least. And it is actually the half bar around these saved weapons. Collins and Vlad have both been found. Aid Kit towards A main. We are seeing the boost. Aid Kit has spotted, not able to find though. Not wanted to overcommit. He does have the bomb. We've got really deep position here from Krabeni. Dragon just great screening through the smoke. Does get found. It leaves it all on Aid Kit and Kindo.
Yeah, Kindo. 1 versus 3 here. He's had a good game, but surely not going to be going this well. Kindo. Repositioning here, but I think we've got to accept the Foot. They're going to get their second hit. We thinking there's a number that Foot need to find on this CT side? Actually, we would have thought 11 would be enough on Dust too. Is there a number?
I don't really think so. As long as it's not too far gone. Just due to the fact Partisan currently are on a side of the map that they have actually had some difficulties at. You even look at some games against teams that probably aren't quite to the same level as Partisan, and the T side they've really struggled on. They lost 13-2 recently, only were able to win 1 round on their T side. That was the pistol that they won there. Spirit Academy, I mean, we know that they're a good team. Partisan only able to find 3, so I think Partisan have had a lot of difficulties on this T side, whereas Foot less so. They've been pretty comfortable on both sides of this map, so I think it's more so what can Partisan, what number do they need to find rather than Foot, really. And I think as long as Partisan can look to find 5-6 rounds, I think they'll certainly have a decent chance. Aid Kit does find 1, but his teammates have all fallen. Aid Kit will go down. Malnex and Krabeni, big hold on the B-bomb site, 2 kills apiece. And first pause coming through from Partisan. They can cobble together a buy if that's what they want to. But it won't be quite perfect.
Obviously, Foot, it seemed like Partisan were having a strong T side and were looking pretty persuasive, but for Foot to find themselves these last couple, I guess, potentially, it's kind of just the idea that they had a real issue on Dust, and I think that Dust 2 game is one that's going to break a lot of confidence. I think that's going to be it's going to be a game that they're going to remember for quite some time in the kind of least fond of ways, because for Foot, we should have already seen them progress to the semi-finals. They can kind of start, I guess, already doing their preparation for that game. And the fact that we're not there, the fact that Foot are going to have to battle it out here on Ancient is never going to be nice. But the fact they found a couple rounds on the CT side, the fact that players like Krabeni, like Launex have had the odd moment here or there, going to be important for them. And obviously, Partisan, they're close to being financially reset. So if Foot play this one well, they can take the lead here on the CT side.
Gave Partisan go. We're having a bit of a ramp progression from Foot. Partisan potentially have a bit of a timing to slip past this. Vladen has been found over towards A from Symmetry. 3 defenders now. Kindo's going to get a bit more than he bargained for, peeking into 2. A lot of the information that the T's have, and they tried to swarm, tried to overwhelm, but Launex being the extra man makes all the difference. Dragon does get 1, not ready for Launex to swing into him. So all square here on Ancient, 4-4. And that obviously was an investment. Partisan are going to go for an eco. Dragon has bought out an AK, whether it's going to be Hero AK or you might just sell it. Foot can bring himself back into this. This obviously was pistol round 1 from Foot, but a 4-round streak after that. So, got a chance here to see 4 on the board in a row from Foot as well.
Obviously, I think Symmetry, he had good moments on Dust 2. Sadly, it didn't really mean much as they somehow lost that map. 22 frags there. Didn't have the best of times on Mirage. He's been kind of sticking at net neutral throughout the majority of this game, and that has continued on Ancient. But as I mentioned, it's important that Krebeni's having impact because he's had a really tough game. He had 7 kills, obviously, throughout Mirage. 15 on Dust 2. Quick switches, the continual quick switches from Dragon there. There's something quite funny about it.
I like the idea of the boost there. Sort of on top of the boxes as well. Dragon does get a bit of a glimpse of the player, but not able to find. Symmetry's up. Eyes off a pot shot. Nothing connects. Obviously, as soon as Dragon goes down, this round's essentially done, but Dragon will be the final player to fight. Finds a second. A couple of kills just to try to lessen the amount of economy that Foot can grow, but you can see already they're in a really good position economically.
But though with the lead now. Seemed as though they were getting a little bit manhandled there by Partisan initially, but Kindo hasn't had those continual kind of carrying moments, and in doing so, Partisan, the losses have been seen. Alex gets 1, takes down Dragon, but I mentioned we've seen this Dragon-Vladen combination very frequently. Gained a lot. Kindo dealt with by Demon. Demon here, not alone though, he's got Krebeni by his side. Advantage going the way of Foot.
Yeah, got a boost up for aid kit towards Red Room, but no one's there. We've already got deep space taken from Zugas towards A. Symmetry could be looking to re-aggress here through Donut. Smoking mid, baits out the peak from Krebeni, and aid kit will find a frag back. Zuga's actually pushing through A now, so Symmetry rotating off to strengthen up this B bomb site. Good chance for Partisan here. You will hear these steps from Symmetry. And Zuga's behind. He's behind a lot of players, but he is going to be peeking into this. There's so many targets. Zugas, I mean, he gets a lot of information about the cost of his life. Both CTs rotated across, so they're both here already.
Nice find through Symmetry. Yeah, he gets 2, but Vladen, he gets a 4K in the round. Absolutely brilliant from Vladen.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate one there, actually, for because they had so much information there. thanks to the push through that we did see from Zugas. But the issue is, he sort of peaks as his team smoke off cave. And as Partisan don't look to go through the smoke instantly, it kind of just feels like he gives up a gunfight. And best case scenario, I think we see Zugas go 1-for-1. Dragging out towards middle, does find one, but Zugas not shying away, and will peek even wider to get the trade. Aid kit completely caught off as Krebeni through the smoke. That's the bombing. The arms of Krebeni now.
Yeah, Collins, he's taken some deep space here. The issue is, Krebeni's got so much control. He's got a teammate alongside him, I believe it's Demon. They don't need to really go searching any further, and that's why we're seeing a lot of discipline out of Zugas.
Collins will peek. Collins will spot Zugas on towards A. Gambling. He's not going to get flanked on towards middle.
Nice shot from Symmetry there. Timing pretty perfect. Krebeni on that retrieved orb. It's now Kindo in a 1 versus 3. And Kindo, he had 11 kills quite early on. I want to say, you mentioned he had a 2 KR. That would have been 5 rounds in. I want to say it was, yeah, round number 5, I think, when they were 4-1 up. I think he had 10 kills. He's now sat on 11, 5 rounds later.
Yeah, we'll just have to go for the safe here, though. And it's a really risky play from Foot there, just to send Krebeni through that B main smoke, but it manages to pan out. They do find the success off of it, despite how risky it has been. They've gone around the half. Partisan, obviously they were 4-1 up early. It is their T side that, like I've said, in recent times they've been pretty underwhelming them. I think 5 honestly isn't too bad. If they can manage to find 6, I think they'd be really happy about this. Benny gets an aggressive here. The Mac 10 certainly not a bad weapon up in the face.
Collins is the type of playstyle he needs to go for. Great HE grenade onto Collins, but he will find another. A Deagle spamming, I believe from Symmetry there. Got the orb posted up from Ramp. This is a risk, and Collins. Wow, that's great from Collins. Symmetry gets one back, though. We're going to see the rotation out of Partisan, the pivot towards A.
That's the perfect goal for it. Kindo does have a smoke grenade, can just throw that out towards ET. Bomb can get planted, but just Collins being given 3 gunfights. How much could he push through the smoke? It's a little shallow, but isn't going to. Dragging takes down Symmetry towards mid, and it feels inevitable that 6-6 is what we will see.
He gets the first, and the second, and the third! Okay, no 6-6 today is Foot. They needed a clutch, and Launux finds it. What in the world has just happened there? Obviously, the CT, or the T, sorry, from Temple decides to swing to get the refight on the refrag, but they just line up perfectly. Great spray transfer there from Launux from 1 to 2, and then just continues holding Mouse 1. That is insane.
I mean, it's what I said. Look, the smoke that was thrown from the T's is a little deep that Launux could just walk through. The fact that no one clocked it in a 1 versus 3, I mean, you've got to do better there. I mean, Dragon's just spamming that smoke there, just not aware that he could have already crept through, and Kindo and Collins, like you said, just lining up perfectly.
It's a 1 versus 3 that he's always going to go for as well. It's not as though he's going to go for a save or anything like that, where, okay, yeah, you might not need to hold the smoke. He's always going to go for that round.
Yeah, big missed opportunity there for Partisan. Find themselves a leveled up game here on Ancient. We'll see if 5 rounds is enough. Play through A from the T's. There's a player at the back of the bomb site now being Vlad, and he goes down to the flame. Dragon with Julies in hands, caught out. The flashbangs are good utility from Foot.
Launox. Important kill there. Confirms the round. 2 versus 5. I think that's a little too far, a little too out of reach. Obviously, after Foot messed things up on Dust 2, I think the confidence and, I guess, the chance of winning the series, I guess, was reset a little, but they're still in a decent spot. They win the pistol. We're seeing an 8-5 scoreline, expected for that to go 9, unless if Partizan make a risky decision to fully invest.
They are going to be going for this force. A couple of MP9s, a couple of 5.7s, aid kit fully saving for the AWP. Collins spotted early towards cave. Collins wants to take the fight with the MAC-10.
I think
Just darted across.
This is a really risky decision for Partizan. And in the current climate of this round, I think the best thing that Partizan can do is just go for the full save. You know, you stack a bomb site, you go together, you play 4 on B or 4 on A or whatever you want to do. You play as a unit, and if they head to the correct bomb site, you've got a good chance. You've got a 4-man B defense, but they're not opting for that approach currently. Smokes are down, bombs getting planted, just go for the save. There is no value in trying to throw players into this retake. It's never going to happen. Just accept the fate. Launox obviously was that 1 versus 3 clutch that gave not only Foot the lead heading into the second half, but I guess the idea for Partizan of a slight dropped heads moment, because that should have been a 6. We should be looking at a 6-6 scoreline, and then I guess at least for Partizan, we'd be heading into a 9-6 scoreline opposed to a 10-5. That's where we should be heading. Obviously, Partizan, they got the opportunity to win the next one, but Aid kept... He kept a bit of money in the reserve to allow for an AWP in the next round. I don't mind that decision-making, but he might be drawn to a little bit more of an investment here. Potentially bringing out a Deagle or something.
I feel like they certainly have stabilised after what was a pretty tragic loss for them on Dust. And if they can win the next full buy, that's where instantly a game that was looking like it should have been a 6-6. Thinking you missed it, the second half could have completely fallen apart for Partizan. But it's somehow not connecting there. They look so spot on. A lot of chaos in middle, though, as Kindo will find 2 with the 5-7. Having to fall back into Donut. Dragon on this MP9. He has only 10 points of Pelv and will get found.
Great find there from Zugis. Quick adjustment. Aid kit searching for that weapon. 3 versus 3 now. Collins just on a PT-50. Aid kit unarmored. Oh, great damage there. Kindo can take down Demon. But the symmetry... Jumping MAC-10, and Zugis will get his second of the round. 10 now secured from Foot. They are 3 away. See, they were 2 away throughout Dust 2 on that T side, and they really struggled, but surely we're not going to see any type of repeat of that. They've got another opportunity to find this series, and they cannot squander it. To be fair, the last 3 losses that Foot have faced here on Ancient have been 13-11 losses. There has been some disastrous losses here for Foot.
Well, this full buy potentially could make life a lot easier if Foot can overcome this. And already with a man advantage, Dragon forced back from Red Room and tagged down even more so from the Flames. Well, things go from bad to worse. Dugas finds Vlad and you see a kill ball back, but look at all the deep space that Launix has.
Yeah, Launix is in such a good position. They can just drop the smoke. Kindo's going to get drawn into this. Launix gets a free frag. Oh, he's timing this. Oh, okay, Zugas finds Dragon as well. 1 versus 4 for Aid Kit. Round over, 11 found. And I don't really know what Partisan are going to choose to do. Are they going to go for the force around this saved AWP? Is Aid Kit going to try and give this round a go? I just don't know what the best choice is. And whichever one we see, I feel like it's going to have some real ramifications.
Yeah, and that's under the assumption that for even allow this AWP to be saved.
That's very true.
See Demon's already creeping slightly closer, will spot, and yeah, certainly no AWP saved. I think, honestly, even if we do have the open play, I mean, it's a tough call. I'd say I wouldn't want to see a buy, but chances are you'd be looking at a 12-5 at that point. Sure, you can obviously go on to win it, but the fact that we're seeing a pretty heavy half buy here, Collins down to 550, so obviously it's full loss, and with the new CD money, you get a little bit of extra from a couple of kills, but Partisan, it kind of feels like they even need to win this. Collins boosted up. Try and spot something down towards ramp. Util is being thrown over. A couple of pot shots fired. Demon tagged down to 23 points of health. 5-7 for Aid Kit nearby. We'll spot one out. Spamming away. So much damage dealt to Launix, but no kill found. Collins making perfect use of this M4. Finds a triple. And 19 points of health for Launix. And I said Partisan, it sort of feels like they need to win this. They're on track to do it.
Collins has done so much work here. Obviously was such an activator and a catalyst for Partisan's success on Dust 2. The round isn't over yet. Best chance in this one possibly would have been to boost Launix up. They still can go for that game plan. The MP9's playing shoulder to shoulder. Launix has just had a decent clear of this angle. They are pretty certain as to where Krebeni resides. No defuse kit though, that's what makes this one tough. Flashbang coming through. Krebeni, oh, he's so low. It's going to be so tough. And now it is all on Launix. He has been dealt with though. And there is enough time, I believe. So that should be 6.
Yeah, just about. Not a huge amount of time for Partisan to play with after this defuse. Maybe a couple of seconds in it. They do have enough. Round does go their way. Obviously, we know how difficult round number 12 was for to find on Dust. Hopefully, it's not going to be a repeat of that for their sake. A heroic round from Collins. Saw him try to get boosted up, didn't quite work, did some decent damage to Demon, I believe, but was able to finish those players off as he just goes for the peak. He knows that Aid Kit's gone down, but he also knows that Aid Kit's taking a lot of attention away.
Still, a long road back for Partisan. It is what we said on Dust 2, though. And somehow they were able to make that work.
Demon gets the opening kill, Launix as well strikes. And Collins' heroics in the last might all count for nothing as Foot instantly back to winning ways for a mid-take. Collins doing his best, he will find one. Collins gets a second again. I thought we were going to see another triple from him, but does get put to rest. And Kindo attempting to save this gun will get caught out by Krebeni, who's already on the lurk.
And that is now 12. That is Foot with 6 opportunities to close out the series and progress to the semi-finals.
Six opportunities for, I mean, it could have been wrapped up on Dust. It should have been wrapped up on Dust. But I suppose equally, you do have to give them some credit that even after losing in the fashion that they did, they have been able to put on a good display here. Collins has really come alive here towards the end of this map. Sadly, just don't know if it is enough. Let's found the opening kill here.
Zugas, though, he'll take him down at 4 versus 4 now. So much on the line for Partizan. All that good work from Dust too. We might not even see the benefits of it. Zugas, he is low though. Double cave setup. Flashbang into Donut. Timing on the flash looks good. Launix needs to find Kindo. Is successful there. Launix is low and so is Zugas, but he still gets the trade onto Dragon. Aid kit. Oh, I think they know they're both here. I think they've got knowledge of it. He would have spotted out both the MP9 and obviously the orb shot came through. Zugas is low, but Symmetry still the one holding this orb. Molly sent into cave. That's going to delay Aid kit by a few seconds. And speaking of kits, I don't think there is a diffuser. Smoke on Vladen.
There is.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to drop a smoke on the bomb. I think that's the only way they make things work. Vladen, pull the pin on that smoke now. They landed on the bomb, but Symmetry, that's a quick shot. Zugas has an HE grenade, in fact, as well, so even if a smoke lands on the bomb... Oh, but it doesn't matter. Symmetry finds on the AWP. And there it is, 13-6. Kind of the scoreline we expected on Dust 2. They are victorious, and they make their way through to the semi-finals now. A great performance here from FUT. I think we expected them to find victory even throughout Dust 2, but sadly it wasn't to be. But FUT are going to be facing Batera here. Sadly for Partizan, we aren't going to be seeing the comeback semi-final as Batera showed an excellent comeback for TNL, and we obviously saw that 11-1 comeback from Partizan on Dust. So we don't see that FUT victorious. We have that first semi-final confirmed, but we've got one more now to determine these final top 4 teams here in the Proving Grounds for Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, certainly wasn't as clean as FUT would have liked. Map number 1, there was a few closer moments, but FUT did just outlast Partizan towards the end. Obviously, Dust 2 speaks for itself in terms of what happened there, but Ancient was a reasonably smooth sailing for FUT, and that obviously, like you said, will be that semi-final spot taken there from this ex-Na'Vi Junior roster. So it's a big showing. It's an important game for FUT. I think they did need to come over the line. We did say at the start of the day we did feel like FUT were slightly favoured in the game. I think there's a lot of credit we do need to give to Partizan though. Not necessarily just for this game, but in terms of how they performed here at this event. Though 0-2 down in the Swiss stage, losing 2-0 to Patera, losing 2-0 to Sinners, they bought their way all the way through the Swiss stage after backs against the wall basically since sort of day 2, able to keep themselves alive, bring things to play, taking down some very solid teams along the way, 2-0 versus Apogee, 2-0 versus Copenhagen Wolves, and then in playoffs they arguably got one of the hardest draws, if not the hardest draw against Bet Boom, and they were able to eliminate them in a 2-1 fashion. There's a lot of positives that I think Partizan probably needed, to be fair. It felt like they're a team that sort of needs some sort of good grace, as things have been pretty difficult for them, but certainly have been those positives, and hopefully for them they can look to come back in the next season and see what they can do there. Obviously, congratulations to FUT, and we'll get to see them play tomorrow, won't we, Fred?
Yeah, obviously that's going to be an exciting semi-final, but to join ENCE in that other semi-final, we have got Fnatic or Nemiga. Obviously, Charlie, I'm under the impression we were a little bit late when it comes to the start of that game. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap things up here. We're
very similar to what we probably said for Fnatic. Yes, to bring it to a very close game against Guns there. One thing Fnatic did surprise was being able to win Ancient. And after they won Ancient, that's where obviously they moved on to their map pick of Train, and that's where they ended up getting the success there. So we are going to see them on Ancient again. It's again going to be their opponent's map pick, but we'll see if Fnatic can have a similar result. Already we've seen the opening kill found from Sawali go risky, gets one before Blamefkin chimes in, but could get overwhelmed and swarmed upon, and he will do. Pistols looking pretty good here for Nemiga. And what a couple of kills found from Lear. 3 kills in total from him. Will secure Nemiga that pistol victory. And Fnatic with little success might not even consider going for this force bite.
Yeah, I think as well. It's very early doors. It's not as though second half. It's not as though things have looked, disappointing or devastating where they feel they need to win rounds. And I guess on the same, kind of on the other side, of the same coin is, well, you don't need to worry about kind of the ramifications or the massive issues that losing a second round force would do. So, Fnatic clearly confident in their first full buy versus full buy. They don't feel like they need absolutely everything there. Khan under pressure here. He's going to have some help from the 2 players in middle now.
Reasonably easy clean up here by the looks of things. Lear has been tagged away, so might not want to take this fight too heavily. The Mac-10s for a majority of the kills. And Nemiga do find their second, only losing 1 player in total there. Still, they've got these 2 Mac-10s in play. And there's a lot of space that you could use them. Whether it's taking mid fast, whether it's going to be looking out towards the cave.
I don't love the investment here from Fnatic. They've opted primarily, well, I say primarily, they've opted all for weaponry. And it means there's very limited utility remaining. There's only 8 pieces of util, and we've got 1 minute and 40 to play. So I think this is where we could see a big risk. And as you mentioned, there is plenty of SMG still. There's 2 Mac-10s. Near force back. Smoke of the Molotov here. Flashbang coming through. Timing on the nade. A little bit off, but good work. Could have worked even.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Fnatic, essentially with the util that they had, that sort of threw out any idea or any possibility of mid-aggression or any aggression through B. I have to be a bit more passive here. Xanta will find Cypher, spots out Fear on the boost as well, and it's decent information here for the rest of his team. Lear is just going to wait in this donut smoke, potentially for his team to make some contact towards A before going through. AMF still contemplating Lear. And we'll get taken down. These look really sharp here early, to be fair. I don't mind the play from Fnatic. Trying to catch Nemiga out before the bomb can even go down. Doesn't quite work out. Lose 2 players and just find 1 kill and Fear. Did get that initial trade onto Xanta, but might have no choice but to back away. Offered a bit of a gunfight there from Khan, but without any kill coming through, Nemiga should be on track to find their 3rd.
Yeah, this is Nemiga's map pick. I think we're both under the impression that they're going to feel a little bit more confident on Ancient in comparison to Fnatic. But look, the win rates, however much Fnatic, this is statistically their worst map. It's still a 40% win rate here. You look to their kind of most recent games. They've played it 9 times in the last couple months, of which they've only lost it 3 times. Obviously, they went on a crazy loss streak on this map, but it's kind of since Cypher's been on this team, the win rate is massively skyrocketed. So I think the stats are a little bit skewed, aren't they?
Yeah, it does feel like at times. I do think it's interesting when you look towards Fnatic's map pick, because they basically, this veto always sort of gave off the idea that it was going to be Ancient, Mirage, and Train. And it just sort of depends on what order we were going to see these maps played. Fnatic have opted to pick Mirage instead of Train. I'm not sure if I love that. I mean, you could argue they've sort of got a slight advantage on both, just stats-wise. Obviously, we did see them take down guns yesterday. They had a really good T side. Wasn't as good on their CT side, surprisingly, but I'm not sure if this opens up any room for Nemiga, but it is a 4-on-4 here on round number 5. Or round number 4, I should say.
Nice from Khan, though, holding from the aggression, or for the aggression, sorry, of Jambo. Position here out of fear. Blame F close by as well.
Oh, what a flash. Fear actually quite lucky to even be alive.
He will find one. Blame F takes down Khan. Fear again. Okay, well, Sawalio forced into a tough 1 versus 3. And Cypher, he can find that pick.
Yeah, real missed opportunity there for Nemiga. I mean, the flashbang into Fear was so good. They knew exactly where he was. But I said yesterday we saw some trading issues for Nemiga. We see it again. Fear somehow able to find 2. I have no idea how that's ever coming through. Finally does get taken down by the third player just due to him not realising there's another player there. It does feel like you need to see a little bit more from Nemiga there, considering the weapons they were up against, considering they had the advantage.
Walio. He's had a good start to this game. Same with Lit. 10 kills, 2 deaths combined for these two.
So Olio just making a bit of presence over here towards A. Oh, tank the HE grenade pretty perfectly there. Jambo posted with the AWP, waiting for anything to push towards mid, but nothing's coming just yet. Jambo does get a chance and will strike clear down. Searching even more with this AWP here. Does have Blame F by his side, so we can see these two CTs flank very quickly towards the B lanes. Olio comes into contact with Blame F after finding that. You think he's got a good chance to find Jambo, but a quick 180. Jambo does keep Fnatic in the advantage, but very fast here is the AWP behind Cave. Jambo finds his third of the round. If you remember yesterday, 4 guns, Jambo to close out Ancient had a 1 versus 3 clutch and a 4k in the final round. But although it's not necessarily a great map for AWPing, there's a lot of sort of passive holding of angles at times, being a bit more supportive for your team. Just see the way Jambo played this round. Certainly not necessarily what he wants to do on this occasion.
Yeah, obviously Jambo, if he's able to bring that similar level of kind of threat to Ancient, I think we've got a real banger.
After a very good start from Nemiga, after what should have probably been a 4-0 start from Nemiga, we're going to have a leveled up game nice and early here.
Obviously for Fnatic, it is their CT side of which normally prevails massively here on Ancient, so they need to, I guess, kind of continue with this.
And clean sweep, 5 survivors. CET's money's looking really good already. Obviously, we will have another buyout for Nemiga, but still gonna have to wait a little bit longer before we can see Khan wield that AWP to try to face off against Jambo.
Is that 3-3 as we alluded to though? Money is still just enough for Nemiga. They've got AKs. Util's not great. It's not great. It is awful.
Swallow and Xanta both close here towards Donut. The CTs do look like they are going to re-aggress on this angle. Xanta finds the first. Crims can't double up. Unable to take down Swallow. This leaves a lot of room for A to be found. Cypher through the molly. And into the smoke. Not going to push through. And we'll just hold.
Fair, just patiently waiting here in Temple. Oh, smoke now down. And, CT's just going to be falling back. They're obviously disadvantaged, but I think for Fear, for Cypher, they were searching for something in the hopes of, well, if I get a kill, we can go 3v3. We've got a tiny bit of util to work with. We could have given it a go, but they just can't justify it. I don't mind the save, though. I think it's the right call from Fnatic. No need to just throw these weapons away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, money's in a really good spot for Fnatic. There's no need to make it worse yourself, but just, like you said, going for a round that you're not going to have much chance in. And Nemiga do deny Fnatic taking the lead here. Nice round for them. Good call to hit towards Donut, and the kills just do go their way. I think people probably are coming into this game, I'd say, giving Fnatic probably the slight advantage, which I think a lot of these more evenly matched teams, I think a lot of people are probably going to look at a slight advantage against Nemiga just due to recent form. I think Nemiga shown yesterday against Monty that although they haven't quite been perfect, they certainly have done enough, and they've got enough. They can just bring things over the line when the pressure's on.
Yeah, well, obviously, Nemiga as well are a team. I think both this Nemiga roster and Fnatic roster have played at really high levels. You look at some of the results, and you look at some of the kind of the history of these games. You've got teams like Paravision, like G2, you know, ENCE. These are rosters that these two teams have, you know, played against. Obviously, we've seen this matchup fairly recently. It was about a week or so ago, of which Fnatic were victorious in a 2-0 fashion, but both those maps were super close, super duper close, and leads for a lot of excitement. But smoke faded on the bomb site, 4 versus 4. Just an HE grenade in play for Nemiga, and speaking of HEs, Crims finds a kill with one. Great from Sawalio, but just a 1 kill found. Now it's all on Risky. Sam coming through. Crims, oh, he's done so much damage here as Crims. Look at the bomb. Oh, Crims fires back. And Fnatic with 4.
Yeah, certainly not a bad way for Crims to get that kill, and things are continuing to remain close here. After that initial 3-0 start for Nemiga, it's been pretty back and forth these last few. Neither team able to get an edge on their opponents, and yeah, like you said, sort of in that head-to-head, I am thinking of a pretty similar outcome of this game where it is going to be a very close one, even if it's not a 2-0. Imagine it's going to have the same sort of feel about it, and I think just the vetoes emphasize that even more. Both teams so close to one another statistically. Jambo spots. One out towards ramp. What a find from Swallow. Flashbang certainly helping as well. Blame F in and amongst the flames. Finds Xanta the Mac there. Not the greatest weapon to trade with, but Swallow by his side. And the teaser onto the bomb site. A few players have been tagged down, but they've got themselves in a 3 versus 1. Crims can't deny the bomb.
And he's giving his position away now. Smoke landing to cave. Nice find from Sawalio.
Yeah, just takes a swing, comes out on top. Obviously, Crims went for that one just because money is still good enough for Fnatic to buy. Nemiga, despite their victory there, they're still not exactly in the greatest spot. We'll have AKs out, and finally this Orpon can't. Not a lot in the reserve. Still trading back and forth. Flashbang comes over. Bazanta still taking this space through the B lanes. That's finding Xanta there. A bit of a rogue push. Xanta does fall off the angle, gives up the information, and does get found due to it. And now it's Jambo's turn to have a look towards middle with the big green in hand.
Nice find from Jambo. Goes for a second, but doesn't connect. Yeah, MB9.
Risky in the 1 versus 5. Nothing to be done. Again, this sort of back and forth nature of this game is going to continue. Neither team relenting, neither team giving up the control that they have. It's a nice find from Risky, but it's probably not going to be anything more. It's 15 seconds, does take down Fear.
Obviously, I wanted to say
for survival.
Yeah, I wanted to say at least for Fnatic, they're going to keep plenty of survivors. Obviously, there's 2 rounds left. They should be pretty comfortable regarding investments, but especially with this just being the eco from Nemiga. So Fnatic should find 6 here. Again, I think a 6 to 6.5 is fair. I don't think either team... Do you think either team's had the one up on each other? I wouldn't have said so.
I mean, I suppose you can make the argument. Fnatic, they lose the pistol, they did lose the conversion. And maybe since the weapons have been in play, I think it's fair to say they probably have had the slight edge. I think probably 6 to 6, 7 to 5 in favour of Fnatic would probably be reasonably fair of an assessment, but it is just these Glocks. PT50 and a Deagle have been purchased. You've got a flashbang as well, but it certainly is a buy where we're not expecting a huge amount from. We can't elevate it up while his team push up the ramp. Fear gets an easy double, helped down by Xanta finding Sawalio. And a clean sweep, not even a point of damage taken there from Fnatic.
Yeah, clean way to deal with that eco. Nemiga. They've already found 5. Not a bad result, but was obviously an 8 to 4 half where Fnatic found victory on Ancient. Obviously, it was an 13 to 11 game overall. And they got 8 on the CT side. At best, they get 7 here.
Lost again from Xanta. Looking towards mid with the rest of his teammates, but Fnatic haven't really looked to fight it that massively early. So it is all this space again that's been found from Nemiga. The issue is, despite having this space, Fnatic seemingly have been able to punish them for it. Two bullets traded onto Jambo and Khan's position. Crim's aggressive here towards A main. He is going to have 2 players to face off against and finds nothing. Now Jambo under a lot of pressure. Got 3 players rotating towards Sawalio's position. Blamef does clear, but not completely. Sawalio has heard all of these players rotate off, so as soon as Jambo finds Risky, this is why we're now starting to see the T's pivot back. He's still thrown over towards B now. Nemiga pushing up, Swalio still in the back lines. I think BlameF might have spotted. Certainly has now. Swalio has found 3-on-3 in this final round.
BlameF, he's gone back to pick up an AK, feels most confident with the AK in hand. I think we know what BlameF can do with the right rifle. Limited utility again, just the one flashbang remaining in this entire retake. Xanta though taken down, Fear on a flank. Double cave is the setup though. All three with kits. The Fnatic can take their time with this. A 7th for Fnatic would be so key. Damage to Khan. It is just the tap of the bomb. Khan has found BlameF though. Jambo gets one. Lear in the 1 versus 2. Oh, Lear. He can look to just take down the diffuser, but Jambo, he has a look to ramp, and he goes, well, if he's not on ramp and he's not peaked, he has to be late through cave. Great decision making there from Jambo. Fnatic will get 7.
Yeah, slight lead at the half. Like I said, I do think it's been deserved. I do think they've been slightly better than Nemiga here. Had a lot of back and forth rounds, but Fnatic, when the weapons are being out, they have had the one-up over their opponents. Now, obviously, them moving on to their T side of this map. This is where they have had issues in the past, but as you highlighted earlier, since Cypher's edition, it hasn't been as poor as I think the stats do show. Not a huge amount of utils being invested here. P250s have been dropped across, so just a single flashbang on Crims. We've got P250 on Jambo and BlameF. A lot of gunfights are being offered up. Jambo's P250 will find one.
A nice shot there from Jambo, taken down by Khan though.
It's just this 4 versus 2. I'm not really sure what this round was from Fnatic. Just the P250s, it felt like they were just looking for the gunfights.
Yeah,
but it does go against them.
Not really the type of approach you can really be taking, especially in a game like this. Of one that just has so much weight to it.
Both pistols the way of Nemiga. Certainly an issue that Fnatic had yesterday as well. Guns winning pretty sure every single pistol in that series, but still Fnatic did come out on top.
We've seen quite a lot of that, where one team just wins every single pistol, but it doesn't even matter.
Risky's likely going to have a lot of contact coming his way. 5 players towards main for Fnatic. All the T's ready to pounce. Biding their time for now, though. We'll have Swalio as a reasonably quick rotation. And Shadow has been spotted. Risky on the boost, able to get one before traded out. Swalio's MP9 gets one.
MF calling to his teammate to plant the bomb. Oh, Molly and CT. On plant. Oh, will come through, in fact. Well, Fnatic, they get 2 kills and a bomb plant. That's not too bad.
And they'll certainly take it from an eco. Not a huge amount you can expect from a round like that, but just all 5 players grouping up towards A. They are able to overwhelm, just about get that plant down. As well as obviously keep the money for Nemiga, not nearly as good as they would have liked it to be. So MP9 on Lear here. No money in the reserve for Swalio either. First weapon round for Fnatic's T-side. Nade sent out early. He's a bit of damage to Risky and Khan. They're aggressive alongside Khan, but they will find Cypher. And this is where Fnatic feel like they've got to pivot towards A. Bomb site is open. Xanta is mid-rotation. Swalio and Khan towards Donut, and they find it all the success. Lear pushing through. Could be his
obviously
own
to note,
downfall.
Fnatic, they won that CT half in that 7-5 scoreline. It is now 7-7. We could quite comfortably see an 8th here. Fair, Blame F. 2 versus 3. Just as though they want to take some space, but Molly's been dropped, which the CTs are going through, and it puts Fear in a tough 1 versus 3, and he won't even get the bomb plant. Nemiga, really nice here. They take the lead.
Yeah, all starting from the aggression towards B, though. Through cave was Lear. Khan up through mid. Allows Cypher to be found, and with all the space that Nemiga had in middle, Fnatic feel like they've been forced to head towards A. Slightly too long, and it allowed Xanta to rotate in from CT, allowed Khan to join Swalio, Util to be sent over, and couldn't even really make their way out of the A main position. This is Nemiga's map selection. Just the half by here for Fnatic could allow Nemiga to find 5, put themselves 4 rounds off taking map number 1.
Obviously for Nemiga, as you've mentioned, this is their map selection, but again, I think for Fnatic, as I've already evaluated, in their last 9 games of this map, ever since Cypher has joined, their win rate's been really good. It's been really key. So, 66% win rate. Not bad at all, is it?
Certainly he has looked good on this. Jambo, a lot of space has been found here. Swalio is going to be behind Jambo. Jambo can slip the net before Swalio can spot. Jambo spots 1, spots the second. So much damage dealt to Lear. Tagged down from behind. Lear still alive, still standing. Unfortunate there, the Jambo can't find more than just the 1. Lear is low. Blame F does have this retrieved AK, but just 20 points of health, 15 seconds on the clock. Lear's found. 10 seconds, the plant has to come through. Tap. Blame F on the Desert Eagle, can't connect the shot, and Swalio finds Nemiga on the board with 9 against the half by Fnatic. Gets a little bit close for comfort. It still goes their way.
Honestly, I love the confidence of Blame F actually there. He's got a dig, he's on 2 HP, and he still goes to the tap of the bomb and the planter. I really like little moments like that. I feel like it's the type of play that a lot of the time you don't really see working, and obviously for Blame F it doesn't work, but it's still that idea that's in place. And look, it's Blame F. If there's someone to hit that type of 1D with the D shot in this server right now, I think we'd all assume it to be him, right?
Bit of attack pause for Fnatic. Just to discuss some things out. They know how close they came on that one. They know how limited the money must be for Nemiga. This could be their chance on this T side to bring themselves straight back into contention. So spending a bit more time to discuss things out than just your standard freeze time. Fnatic didn't look to fight too heavily towards mid on their CT side. We haven't seen them look to fight it a huge amount early on their T side. Finally, though, we are seeing them push out. Early A main aggression, though. Jambo has spotted, has been brought down to 27 points of health for it. Lear finds 1, Xanta by his side. They drop the bomb. Smoke can't quite be thrown at the doors just yet. And it's only Blame F who can stop this. The bomb's in control of Nemiga. You've still got the low HP Crims and Jambo. The aggression through A is great, and it feels like Fnatic assume, oh, that's the aggression across the map. We know where 2 of their players are positioned, but Nemiga, that's not all they've got. Push towards B as well.
The real issue that Fnatic have faced in nearly every single one of these rounds is we're seeing a lot of early altercations go in the way of Nemiga, and even if we're seeing kind of fights go and Fnatic not falling, it seems like they're coming out of every altercation kind of battered and bruised. You see it here from Jambo, you see it here from Crims. They've taken so much damage. Obviously, 2 teammates lost in the process as well. It feels like the best option for Fnatic here. It looks like they're going to be going for the save. Just have Cypher and Fear invest around it. Obviously, they've got the full loss bonus, so we should be seeing a decent investment in the next.
I mean, this is a huge round for Nemiga to keep 5 alive as well. This was the opportunity for Fnatic to try to reset the cash of Nemiga. Weren't able to do so. So you can see all these players now will have an extra bit of cash to play with. But in terms of what we've seen sort of a head-to-head wise, where obviously the last series that we saw about a week ago between these two teams, where you highlighted Fnatic did win that series in a very close 2-0. One of the wins that Fnatic did get were on Ancient and then overtime in Mirage. Ancient feels like it's starting to slip slightly away for Fnatic now. I mean, look how limited the util is. After the initial pieces that get thrown, there's 2 pieces remaining. A molly on Jambo and a nade on Blame F. That's it. It has to be this playthrough B. There's nothing else that Fnatic can do. If this doesn't work out, it's going to all come down to gunfights. There's not a single piece. So Walio pushes down. We'll find one.
So Walio a little bit unfortunate to kind of get poor timing there. Risky is going to be playing from Shelf as well. He has maneuvered into Cave. Deep smoke thrown. Blame F will find Lear in the process. That's the A main aggression going nicely for Fnatic. Risky worried about players in elbow. So this is all going to be about timing, but Risky, great find. This is the bomb now. And this is the issue. Blame F, you can take all this space towards A, you can get that kill, but now they've lost the bomb. Things get really awkward. Fear's been chipped away at, so is Crims. No utility, a re-smoke coming through now. And what a setup that the CTs have. Xanta laying on the edge of the smoke. Flashbang comes over. Fear not blinded. They line up and Fear finds 2. That's the Galil ringing true. And now Khan. He's in a tough 1 versus 3. I love this decision from Khan, though. He heads straight to the A-bomb site. He's actually obviously heading here towards Red Room. But the idea is that the T's, the second they get that bomb, they're most likely to head towards A because they'd assume there'd be 3 players here towards B, but Khan, his decision goes against him. Fnatic find A, but Fear getting the double there. Absolutely crazy.
It's off the back of the miss smoke there from Nemiga towards doors. I don't really know how you can miss that smoke. It just splits. Xanta has to push through it to sort of join with his teammate in Risky there, just so he can't get overwhelmed. And instead they end up just sort of lining up and Fear's able to find them both. Nemiga, really good spot for them to find their 11th there. There's been a couple of times where they caught out the bomb and won the round off of it, but great double from Fear, and when Fnatic need it, they do get the hero. Early fights here, so Walio gets a double. So blinded, his Crims does get the trade, but it's just a measly kill in a sea of blue in the kill feed. Nemiga, 2-man advantage, Jambo and Fear. Left to try to pick up the scraps.
Jambo. Here in middle. Obviously, we've mentioned what Jambo can provide in clutch moments, but maybe this is too tall of a task, and especially if Fear goes down here. There, oh, Util's raining down. Lear gets a free kill, but Xanta. Okay, well, Lear was going to get the trade. I was anticipating Fear going 1-for-1 there, but Fear doesn't even get that first. And this is where Jambo's got a real tough decision to make because the money's not perfect for Fnatic. But we're going to be seeing Fnatic in a very operative position now.
Risky's timing is great as well. It doesn't even look towards A main though. So Jambo has actually been able to sneak past.
He might have been able to sneak past a bit. If anything, this could be his own undoing because Khan is posted up in the angle shadow spotted. Simple kill for Khan. Very easy.
And Fnatic don't really have the money to justify this. I mean, Crims can't buy, as can Cypher. The rest of the team is not great, but they are going to be going for it. Fnatic is all or nothing here in round number 20. Nemiga have the chance to bring things to 12, take their own map selection, put themselves 1-0 up in this series. If they can win against this by all the T's.
And as we mentioned, map 2 and map 3, it's not as though they're maps that Nemiga don't know how to play. Great finds from Fear, though, excellent double. And it's this type of round where you've opted for a bit of a risk going for the Force. I don't actually know why Blame has to look to push out. Jambo, he's planting pretty open. Could have been taken down by a spam, could have been taken down by a boost. Very easily could have had utility land. But yeah, Jambo was planting pretty far back there. I would have just assumed the spam would have taken him down, but Sawalio will find with the bullets there. Fear. He's found 3 so far in this round. There's only 2 more left, and he's going to have to find them both. Khan on the angle, and will find Risky with the defuse. Nemiga get 12.
I mean, the bomb plant, the loss bonus will allow Fnatic to get another buyout, so it's not actually going to be as disastrous as I thought things could be. But Nemiga will be able to go on to find round number 20. Round number 21, by the looks of things. Things are getting dicey now for Fnatic. 4 in a row needed. No AWP out for Jambo. We do have AKs. Galil on Cypher is taking the hit to bring out a bit more utility. That could just be a faster approach towards B. MF is going to go up here by the looks of things towards B. We'll be able to find Khan. Xanta's forced to play a bit more discipline, not wanting to lose the whole B bomb site. So we'll reposition from Xanta. Risky here as well, even on low HP, Risky will find one. Xanta's going to easily be able to take down the bomb planter.
Yeah.
Things are just getting confused here. It's chaos, and Xanta finds so many. 3 in total.
Crims now. He's spotted Sawalio. He's got perfect intel on Sawalio. He knows exactly where he is. Oh, he's down to 10 HP. That's not how Crims anticipated that fight going. And now Xanta on the AK here. 1 bullet is all that needs to connect. Same goes for Crims, though. Issue is, Xanta, he's got the info. Or at least he had the info as where Crims resides. And that's why Xanta's kind of playing this off angle. Crims is going to jiggle. And then, oh, Crims still finds missed shots from Xanta. Fnatic. The hero of Crims in the 1v2. Wonderful there from Crims.
Yeah, just the 1 bullet needed to be connected for Xanta. And I love how he played it. It feels like he does everything just to try to catch off Crims. And he does that exactly that. Takes a while for Crims to find the kill, but Xanta could not connect the bullet at all. So it's going to be the eco now for Nemiga. Fnatic should have an easy time finding 10.
Just the USBs here. Cypher does well to get both there, actually. I feel like sometimes when you see that setup, quite rarely it will work perfectly. Cypher pushes through, finds them both. Obviously, it was just that eco, though. But yeah, as you mentioned, pretty easy 10th for Fnatic.
In fact, Nemiga actually going for a half buy here as well.
I quite actually like this decision. Just ensuring that they've got every bell and whistle. They've got absolutely everything they need.
Obviously, still had a chance to win this round. It's not started off great, as both Xanta and Lear do fall. I think a pretty easy run to 24, to be fair. As it could have all been said and done if Xanta could find the kill on the Crims, but wasn't able to. And it's going to be coming down to the final round of regulation. as to whether Nemiga can close things out. And I think just need to group, just need to execute, and they will find the spam through the wall onto Cypher, or from Cypher. Does find Somalia. Even better way to find an entry towards B than you need to put your life at risk. Risky does go down, it's all on the Julies account.
Obviously, expectation wasn't the Fnatic. We're gonna have many issues with this type of round. But this is it. Okay, Nemiga, you had 4 opportunities. It's now come down to the final one.
Upon Khan. Jambo, AWP of his own. We kill. Flung over the B bomb site. Fear will go for a bit of a spam.
Again, we've seen Fnatic head towards the B-bomb site quite frequently, and it's worked out quite nicely, hasn't it?
Risky already been softened up here towards Red Room. Jambo will find the opening kill onto Xanta as he has a look towards ramp. Still, there are 3 defenders. So Walio, if he gets aggressive towards A main, Crims is waiting for him in there.
Khan goes for the shot there, but obviously we've got a good advantage. Fnatic. They've lost that advantage, though, with Sawalio finding Crims. 4 versus 4. This is for Nemiga to take their map selection.
MF has taken this space towards Red Room now. I mean, what can he do with it? Still this heavy lean towards B. Jambo, second kill from him. Fears able to find one. Jambo gets his 3rd. And Nemiga, what should have been a map victory for them in regulation. Xanta should have found the kill onto Crims to take Ancient. It should have been them leading 1-0 up in this series. We're going to overtime. Fnatic are not done yet. And Jambo, just like yesterday against Guns, had a heroic performance in the final and dying embers of regulation, and does so here again.
Yeah, honestly, crazy comeback there from Fnatic. The second that Nemiga hit 12, I was pretty sure we were going to be just seeing Nemiga take this map, but we haven't seen that. There is a continuance here. Fnatic. They've done really well to get themselves to 12. It'd be devastating for them to kind of forego all of this good work. Again, Jambo's really stepped up. Blame F as well. Same with Fear. Been very impressed with how Fear's been playing.
Okan now had to make his way back towards Donut. There could be an imminent execute out towards A as Fnatic. You can see 2 players ready and waiting there already. Blame F joining Fear and Cypher. It could be these late flanks out mid to go for this A split. Xanta caught off in the early kill to Jambo. The last round as well. Arn's Orb has rotated in, but he's smoked off from the angle. Fnatic feel like they've hit their stride here now.
Obviously for Fnatic, taking their opponent's map pick will give them such confidence moving to map number 2 of Mirage. As we mentioned before, in this previous head-to-head, we saw Fnatic 2-0. It was a victory on Ancient and obviously Mirage. Overtime featured, but it was on Mirage in which we saw that Crims lovely triple here towards the end. Fnatic will get 13 first.
I do see 2 kills brought back from Nemiga. They're calling the tactical pause now as This is 5 rounds in a row that Fnatic have found. We had 4 opportunities for Nemiga to close things out in regulation. Weren't able to do so. And here in overtime, things are continuing to look dicey. Since we saw Nemiga swap over to that CT side, they won 7 out of the first 8 rounds. It felt like that was enough for them to be able to bring it over the line, but just staggered. And just couldn't find a way to get that final round that would bring things onto map number 2 of Mirage there. But Jambo has come alive. It's taken him a little while to do so. He's been great, been brilliant for opening kills there.
Yeah, I think that's something that Jambo has really offered with the AWP.
Jambo on mid, even looking for another frag. How was Jambo found 2 there? Sawalio spams for the back away, but Jambo certainly does not want to back away whatsoever. And what a dominant round. This was Nemiga calling the tactical pause for this. And after 25 seconds, Khan is in a 1 versus 5.
Look, can you call a tactical pause for Jambo going for 2 picks in middle? I don't think you can prepare for that.
The bomb site's being taken slowly. We'll see Crims join his teammates. Collins' AWP scope has been heard. We are going to see a hunt here from Fnatic. Jambo finds with the AWP. Nothing to be saved into the final round. And the money of Nemiga is really rough. Khan on 2.8k. Sawalio's probably got the most at 3.9. He could bring out an M4 and Kevlar with a smoke grenade. The rest of the team have got 3 SMGs. Can't purchasing up for mass. This is not a good buy. This is not what you want to play with in the final round of the first half of OT. And if Fnatic win all 3, I think things are going to completely flip. What a double nade there from Fnatic as well. Risky tagged down to 17 points of health.
Always love those early nades to deal with kind of anyone jumping around the corner of middle or kind of dealing that early damage for any aggressors. And Risky, he's been chipped away at heavily here. A nice start to this round from Fnatic and an exceptional kind of change of pace, as we mentioned, from Fnatic overall. We're aware that Lear's here. Cypher we get chipped away at slightly by the HE grenade.
Obviously, Fnatic aren't completely aware of how low Risky is. But with a man advantage and one player tagged down on the other side of things, Fnatic have a really good chance to win this. Even just the weaponry, the lack of defuse kit, things like this. So many advantages to Fnatic, and it feels like this is why we're seeing the gamble from Nemiga. They've only got Lear defending towards the B bomb site. Khan's now joining his other 2 teammates towards Ace. Information for Fnatic. There is one more player here in Risky, but he does get found. Khan headed towards B. And this one's done.
Not only this round, the game. Fnatic, they're 15 to 12. Just needing 1. And it was the CT side of which they had the advantage on, which they looked much better on. This is the map pick of Nemiga, of which they had 4 opportunities to close out. Remind everyone at home, this was for Nemiga to take. This was, I don't want to say a certainty, but with plenty of opportunity. And now, Fnatic, they're the ones with chances. They're the ones with that advantage.
I mean, you saw there at the start of those replays there, the kill that Crims finds onto Xanta should never have gone his way, and that was a kill that closes the game out for Nemiga. That's a kill that gives them Ancient. But here we are, still on the map, and now the script has completely flipped on its head. It's Fnatic 3 map points. There's still their opponent's map pick away from them. All it takes is 1 round. He's still throwing towards where Cypher has been playing, but doesn't quite connect him here. He backs away just in the perfect time.
Jumping across it. Already seen the positioning change from Xanta. They're holding for the jump above the smoke. Again, though, Fnatic with 3 opportunities to close out this first map and give them a real advantage in the series. Santa aggressing, Cypher forced back. Early cave control now taken from Nemiga. Minute in, yet to see an opener, but that could change, and it will. Blame F, great kill there. Risky Bob gonna drop the molly. Blame F soon to fall. He doesn't have the util. Not realizing that, Cypher catching off Santa. Great frag found there. We do have the AWP already here. So man advantage still the way of Fnatic. Cypher aggressing. Lear we get a freebie, but it's can't define. So Lear unknown now. Flashed in, Jambo forced back, and a great repivot in Nemiga. The aggression's excellent, and we see Sawalio finding Crims as well. The bomb is going to make its way towards B, and Fear in a 1 versus 3. Nemiga, they find 13. Step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think Fnatic done a little bit much there. They had the advantage, and they just keep on trying to press the issue. But to a point where Nemiga, rather than looking to head towards any bomb site, they realize, okay, there's someone here, we can get this kill, we can bring it back. But as soon as Cypher goes down, they throw another flashbang, Jambo's caught out. And I think Fnatic probably after Cypher finds that initial find, and they're in a 4 versus 3, just probably trust in your retakes, trust in your bomb site defenses that you'll be able to go on to win the round still, but just overcomplicated it for me. Still 2 chances to do it. We obviously saw what finances were like for Nemiga after they lost the first 2 rounds of the CT side, so Fnatic gonna try to hope to avoid that. And with Fear saving 1 weapon, it'll make things slightly easier at least.
Although Fnatic, they've got 2 opportunities here. And as I've mentioned, I doubt we're going to see it go the way of Nemiga. Fnatic surely can't squander this opportunity.
Nemiga looking early towards A. All 5 of their players here. Space towards B is being taken from Fnatic. They've got to start to realise this soon.
We do have Jambo playing from deep, but the smoke's landing now. Jambo reposition. Freebie for Jambo, so man advantage. Jambo nearly getting a second, but backing away. Being held. Nade landing. Jambo dead.
Yeah, just hopes for a swing before it seems. Surely had to be aware that he'd go down if he just stuck around. Right, 4 on 4. I think there is a real world if Fnatic don't find anything soon, they could just go for a save.
Wouldn't mind that decision.
Blame F gets a double.
Speaking
Risky
of doubles,
gets 2 of his zone.
Stick of the bomb. Is there enough time for it? It's a 10-second stick. He gets off it, but his teammate only had about, I think it was at 5 seconds anyway. Well, they will win the game. It gets awkward, it gets a bit uncomfortable. I don't know whether Crims would have had it, but they make the change and they win the round. Whether it would have had any implication, we're unsure. But Fnatic victorious here on map 1. They take their opponent's map pick of Ancient in overtime when we saw Nemiga have 4 opportunities in regulation. And now, they now have to face these final 2 maps with necessity. We need to see victory here for Nemiga, or they face elimination.
Yeah, the fact that they should have closed things out. Should have been a 13-8 scoreline, but Xanta losing the 1v1 to Crims. It's pretty rough as it is, but you certainly can't blame it all on Xanta. The final rounds that come from there, you have 3 more opportunities. They go for an eco, they go for a half buy before getting 1 final full buyout. None of which were competitive, none of which were close, and it felt like they allowed Fnatic to bring themselves back into that game. And as soon as we went to OT there, Fnatic felt like the better team. They looked like the better team. Every gunfight they were taking, they were winning. Every decision they made was perfect. And considering how poor their T-side was and how long it took them to really come online on that T-side, instantly 3 rounds found on their T-side of overtime, and it always felt like we knew where that one was heading as soon as we swapped sides there after that.
Yeah, and of course, now we move to Fnatic's map pick of Mirage. Obviously, in the 2-0 series that these two have played recently, Fnatic victorious, it was these 2 maps. Whether we'll see a repeat of that, though, is the question. And Fnatic, I'm sure that's what they'll want the result to be. But I'm sure Nemiga are going to fight valiantly. I feel like this was always going to be a close game. Always had the idea of 3 maps, and that's something Nemiga are going to have to fight for. second map of the series. Obviously, Fnatic besting Nemiga on map 1. Obviously, Fnatic, they had, some really key players. BlameF obviously being so important for success. Jambo in the clutch, he had so many key moments. The opening duels, actually, for Jambo was what was so impressive towards the end, where he got that kind of double opener in middle and little things like that. Very impressive game from Fnatic, taking their opponent's map pick, especially when it seemed like their T-side, they were down and out. Of the 9 rounds played from the initial start of Nemiga's CT side, Nemiga won 8 of them. Fnatic needed 5 in total to push to OT, and they won those final 4 in a row. Absolutely brilliant from Fnatic. And now we move to their map pick.
Yeah, when you look at things and talk about the Fnatic's win rate on this map in recent form, on 5 on the bounce, most recent win was against Nemiga. Wasn't a very close tie though, went to overtime. So certainly don't think Fnatic can write this series off as done just yet. Risky, how has he got here? That's a freebie onto Jambo. Grim's going to try to open up something here towards A. Can find Lit. Is he going to expect a second in ramp though in Khan? No. Khan has been tagged away. It doesn't matter. 3 kills, 23 points of health. And Grims in the 1 versus 3. 2 players towards connector. Doubled up here. Smoke thrown. Khan's playing so deep, just giving up this bomb. Smoke fades, Crims will find the first. Will clear towards Xanta, can't find him though. Great attempt from Crims, but can't. What a pistol round, completes the triple. Even on low HP, still finds the 2 players pushing towards him at ramp. Second round, we will just have an eco. Not anything being invested by Fnatic at all, I say, until Fear will go for the late Galil. Drops that over to Jambo, in fact. Interesting decision. Hero Galil on Jambo, but sure, I'm here for it.
Yeah, interesting, because it's been dropped across by Fear. He's just gone for Kevlar. I don't know if these type of decisions, I'm so back and forth with the idea of, because, okay, yes, Fear's going to be happy to play like a Mac 10 or maybe a Tech 9 or what have you in the next round. And you can deal so much damage economically. But at the same time, it's like, is this really worth it? Are we really going to see, enough financial damage for this to be worthwhile? That's my issue with this type of investment.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we, as Fnatic do make their way out towards middle. Jambo spearheading this one. Nemiga happy to give up majority of this space towards middle as things stand. BlameF does fall early. Later towards short in risky. Bob will spot one out. Crims' Deagle finds Sawalio. Jambo, that's him gone with the Galil. And Fear's all that remains. Looks like it is just going to be the 1 kill found. And it was Crims' Deagle. Strikes, but nothing more. Nemiga, 2-0. It wasn't the full investment, but it's still not going to be a perfect buy here, as Jambo does just have that Galil out. Fear, obviously, on a Tech 9.
Yeah, obviously, I mentioned for Fear this was the risk of dropping that Galil across.
Liz actually having a look towards middle. Nothing's early out from Fnatic just yet, so Lear will back away towards A. Fnatic will still head out, just waiting for any early aggression from the CT that isn't actually going to come. And it's fake util towards A, while Fnatic can see if they can creep their way up towards short. There are 2 players in connector. Jambo finds one with a Galil. Risky finds one. Spray's not good enough to find Cypher as well. Fnatic can look to exploit towards Khan. AWP is posted. No need for Fnatic to rush this. They still do have an isolated Khan from the rest of his teammates. Just going to wait for the players in apartments to group with one another.
Obviously, for Khan, he's had a really good start, and Khan can find. That's a sick now for Khan. He's aware that there's most likely a player up short, and Crim's all alone now. Khan taken down, though.
Top of the bomb for Crim. Swalio will creep closer. Oh, timing's great for Swalio. Crims goes down. Got a round from Khan. Had a good pistol round. Has a good third round here against the first weapon round of Fnatic. I like the call though, I like the idea from the tees. Make you tilt towards A while you silently creep your way up towards short. They get good trades on the players in connector. It favours the tees, but it's Khan's AWP that still resides over towards the B side of the map, and that's all the difference.
Obviously, Fnatic, this is their map selection. This is a map of which they feel comfortable picking. I think it begs the question, if Nemiga do find victory here on Mirage, Nemiga potentially giving up such an opportunity for the series, because they should have won on Ancient, shouldn't they?
Definitely were the team leading, definitely the team that had a great chance to do so, but weren't able to quite bring it over the line, and that was the issue. Seen some really close games from them before, but having a close game is one thing. Jambo's Deagle will be able to find one onto Xanta. Lamef in a 1 versus 3. We get found by Swalio, so just a couple of kills found. Nemiga continue their streak.
Obviously, Nemiga, it's clear that they have really found disappointment in that loss throughout Ancient. They have come with a real level of threat here. We've got a double AWP in play. Risky feels like the big green could be the way to continue this streak of success. And there it is, Risky finding Crims. I think they'll realise, okay, well, that's a secondary AWP. That isn't Khan, so maybe Fnatic should just look to try and speed things up, play as a unit. The slow nature, I don't think it'll be the best way to work this one. Top con smoke thrown. Like what we're seeing from the AWPs as well now. One towards the A bomb site, one on B.
Xanta good as he getting caught off it. Fit makes a lot of noise, pull bait out of the smoke. Obviously, would have been very dangerous if he did push any further. If he does lose that gunfight, that would have been the bomb going down on Fear as well. The disadvantage Fnatic of 40 seconds to try to play with and discuss what they are going to do. Jambo's joining Cypher towards A. We've already got Swallow and Palace. As it feels like we're going to attempt to see this A split, but with 30 seconds remaining. Time is against them. Blame F here in window. Jumps across. We've already got Khan towards CT to worry about for now. They should be aware Swalio's in Palace with how undefended the bomb site is for now. Shallow spotted. Khan. Couple of wall bangs aren't going to connect. Swalio falls in Palace. So all square in this 4 versus 4. Jambo's AWP strikes onto Xanta as well.
Nice flashbang. Means nothing, Jambo. Reposting on the AWP, but Khan can take him down. No smoke on Molotov to try and keep the T's at bay. Risky now, just trying to be a nuisance. Blame F will find him. They're taken down as well. AWP shot connecting again for Khan, but Cypher ready for the trade. Fnatic, they get their first round on the board now.
It comes from a disadvantaged hit towards A, split through connector. Lame F does a good job just to stall out anyone being able to rotate in. This initial kill that Fear finds onto Swalio that just makes that round 10 times easier. Knowing that you're not completely crunched in from so many angles. Just allows players to have a bit more freedom as well as having blame F towards jungle. You can see what that one round's done. Fnatic. A couple of their ecos have done some decent damage to some of the Nemiga players. We've got no money on Risky, Khan, Sawalio, and Lear. Got a pistol in play for Risky, no defuse kit. Dante's got a little bit of extra money. I'm not sure if he's just saving that for the AWP. But still a few question marks. Why did he not just bring out an M4? Why didn't he get a defuse kit? Only a few things to talk about, but it might not make a difference. But it's not a great buy for Nemiga.
Well, I think as well, it's more as in, why haven't you just dropped over an M4 to Risky, and then he could have maybe dropped you a weaker weapon if you want to play aggressive. Surely the only reason that we're seeing that, you know, the MP9 invested over a rifle is because he wants to play aggressive himself, which you understand, but then why hasn't he been dropped? Why hasn't he dropped a rifle across? Jambo with a no-scope, Sawalio trying to trade, but Fear ready out of the con smoke, and Fnatic, this is looking better.
And it all started thanks to that one round. Winning that. Money's not good for Nemiga, gets swarmed upon towards A. I'm not sure if we're going to see any sort of a hunt from Fnatic. I probably won't imagine we will. And this is where maybe you're looking at Xanta's money and saying, okay, maybe we could go for somewhat of a buy now. The fact you've got a little bit of extra to play with. Could see an M4 purchased. I mean, a loss bonus isn't great, so Nemiga can't exactly drop over from Khan and Lear. But I still think the better play will probably just be to eco around these weapons. But Nemiga, I do want to discuss this. Maybe don't think it's as easy as that. Obviously, if they do eco, be Fnatic being able to bring their scoreline even closer.
Yeah, I don't think the choice is that easy. I think they do just need to accept, well, is it really worth investing around these weapons? I think the easy answer is no. The value on this investment is not enough.
Oh, we would just see Xanta purchase the armor and Deagle. So Lear and Khan. What are we going to see from these two? Khan's played quite heavily towards B in some of these early rounds. Lear is going to join him, so could see some aggression into the apartment. We are seeing the boost come through. Lear elevated nice and early. Space going to be taken very quickly here. In fact, it's just a USP Risky that's been boosted up, I believe. We've got both the M4 and the York for sure. Blame F finds Xanta's an easy second onto Swalio. Cypher finds Lear, and Khan might just look to save this AWP once again. We'll drop over the M4 to his teammate, and another save mission as Fnatic find 3. Oro down. Quickly being able to bring themselves back into this. Money's looking very good for them now after winning this round. But they are looking to remove these weapons.
Yeah, Khan's 10-2. He's having an absolute stormer of a game.
Risky will find Fear at least, even on armored. Quick finds, Cypher taking down Risky, and can't. He's going to start to feel this heat. Steps haven't actually been heard from Jambo. I somehow think he's going to be able to be safe. Or Jambo just peeks towards the angle where he could have found Khan slightly too late. So the AWP's been able to be brought across again. And see another investment from Nemiga now. And obviously spoke about Fnatic's recent form on this map. I haven't majorly touched on Nemiga's. Obviously, both teams' most recent game was against one another. where Fnatic did win that one 16-14. For Nemiga, lost. They won 2 out of the last 6. Both of their wins were against Encilio and Spirit Academy in very close games. But yeah, Nemiga have been a little bit up and down on this map. They've had some very big wins against sort of your OGs, your Paravisions. Had a really close loss to G2 as well. So certainly have seen some decent stuff from Nemiga on this map. But it's just been a little bit inconsistent. And I think it probably goes hand in hand with Nemiga's current consistency as a team anyway.
Yeah, Nemiga, again, we mentioned they've made these roster changes, plural. The most notable one and the most recent one obviously being Sawalio. The rest of this team has been pretty confirmed for the last year and a half, so you'd assume they're the side with better synergies in place.
Jambo does find Calm before the smoke blooms. Sawalio playing close to this. Will Crims even look towards this angle? Crims not fully. Oh, but Sawalio thinks he's already got the kill. Does turn. Jambo does fall due to it, but Crims is able to get that kill back and keeps things favoured for Fnatic. Blame F knows that Risky is here. They know where one another are, but Blame F comes out on top. He's been an absolute madman towards this jungle position, and Crims wielding the Orb. Certainly not necessarily a player you'd normally want to wield this weapon, but he could get backstabbed here, as Xanta should be able to find a freebie. Crims does just look towards the angle, but too late. Still the chance for Nemiga.
Well, Cypher's going to be sent in to try and deal with this. It's going to be a flashbang. Great flash. Cypher, well, do they forget where they planted? They didn't plant for triple. They planted reverse default. And this is the issue that I feel like a lot of teams have, especially with the A-bomb site. It seems like teams, when they're wanting to plant for con, or more like they're wanting to plant for jungle, and then they reposition to con, they completely forget actually where they planted for. That's such a silly mistake from Fnatic, because that should have been a 4th. We should be looking at a 4-4 scoreline. It was a 4 versus 2, Charlie.
Yeah, big slip up there. I suppose mistakes are only going to be natural against these two teams, but that's certainly not one that Fnatic are going to want to have after they've been on good string of form here on this map, and momentum certainly did shift in their favour after the initial 4-0 start for Nemiga. It could have been Fnatic's opportunity to level this one up. Will get stopped for now. Both teams favouring obviously the CT side quite a bit, so I think it's important for Nemiga to win this half. Oh, great damage dealt there from Crims. Crims has been a real big focal point for Fnatic. A lot of important kills, a lot of important moments. So we are going to see this split up towards short. So much space taken in mid already.
Jambo. Already in ladder. We know this is just such a power position here. You get yourself in ladder, and the vast majority of the time you'll win those types of rounds because you can just pivot so easily.
Well, the nade what finds the kill onto Risky. You've still got a low HP Xanta. Khan finds one. Same time Sawalio gets one. Can't. Shooting gallery towards short, making things look easy. Finally a missed AWP shot, and it costs Xanta his life. No scope attempt from Khan won't connect. Oh my god, quick flurry of kills here. It's non-stop, there's no time to settle. Fnatic do win the round.
Obviously Fnatic should have found a 4th in the last, but at least they find it here.
And Money's instantly in a rough spot again for Nemiga. Tactical pause out for Fnatic. This should be the chance. And the international side have to level up this game. Level up their map, already leading. Thanks to that victory on Ancient, they have this chance to 2-0 things here. Advance themselves to that semi-final spot.
Again, we can kind of pinpoint where the real kind of positivity for Fnatic's win rate here on this map. You can see in the last, I think I want to say in the last 9 games, they've won 8 of them. Obviously, there's some close victories. OT win against Monty, against Incilio, against Nemiga. But still, winning 8 out of the last 9. Very impressive hit. Fnatic, obviously, they do prefer the CT side. You certainly understand why.
Well, there's 3 USPs, there is 2 Desert Eagles.
Fnatic should find their 5th hit. I'd be very surprised if Nemiga could make this type of round work.
I think just need to make sure they don't overcomplicate things here. Already lining up towards a B finish, and that would be the right play to be made. Lamar finds one onto Xanta. He's just looking to probe out towards mid, get some information before the call will be made. Fear going to be joining the rest of the team now. And Util starts to come over. Fnatic executing into an empty bomb site. Another round that they should just look to keep players alive. Make sure you got perfect buy for the rest of the half. Only going to be a couple of rounds remaining after this, but no need to make sure you got any weaknesses in those final 2.
Yeah, obviously for Fnatic, money's not perfect yet. And I think this round, I think it puts it in a place where they will be able to buy regardless. Obviously contingent on not having any more casualties. Grims, though. We'll get one more. Risky could find Blame F here. Doesn't hit that instant headshot, and I think we know what happens when you give Crims a little bit of, when you give Blame F a little bit of time, sorry. What I found though from Fnatic, I feel like when you look at the general stats for Fnatic, they have a very weak T side, a 43% win rate on their T side. So when you look at how well things have gone, you know, 43% win rate, that's kind of 7-5, that's what we're expecting, right? They're going to be moving to their favoured side. If they can get one more, if they can, worst case scenario, find 6, that's not bad at all, is it?
They'll certainly be pleased with that. Aggressive stance here from Nemiga. I like the change-up. Made sent in deep. Swallow steps should have been heard. And Slifer will just back away slightly. Suddenly going to be aware of this, communicating with Jambo. Exactly what he wants. There could be a flash thrown from Fear, perhaps. CTs do back off for now. Util's thrown over towards an A. There's quite a few defenders here waiting. Khan needs to be stopped with the AWP. Finds one on Cypher and drops back towards CT.
All about the patience here from Fnatic. They've seen the nades of the smokes, they've seen the spams. Just have a little bit more discipline. Khan could get caught. Has been found by Fear. Oh, Risky takes down Fear though, so advantage goes the way of Nemiga.
Yeah, repositioning now from jungle towards CT. It's going to be 3 defenders coming from the CT position. Jambo back on the AWP.
Yeah, Blame F, he's under a lot of pressure, but he gets the first, so Walio just shifts into him. Minimal time here for the CTs. Blame F can't find another, but been able to delay enough. Crims gets taken down. On the AK here is Jambo. He gets the first. Needs to find the second and the third, but no. Nemiga. They will find themselves 6. They deny Fnatic.
You can see how wary Jambo was to sort of look towards CT, despite that being where the majority of the Nemiga players were coming from, just because of the reposition. From what Fnatic were aware of, there was a fair few players coming from jungle and connector. And rather than Jambo getting posted up towards CT with the AWP, Blame didn't have a lot of space, which we've seen in previous executes towards A. And he just sort of tucked towards Sandwich, and there's not a huge amount of information that the T's have there. Sort of just hoping that players push into their crosshair. Great nade there. Thrown from Lear.
Oh, well. Beard as well to get a kill. He's searching for another. Will get taken down. It's a full playthrough middle here from Nemiga. Race has been taken towards A, obviously, but Swallow needs to be dealt with, and Blame F. Blame F has been taken down. Swallow with another Cypher falling. Jambo now on the Deagle. Does have the AWP for this clutch. Tap of the bomb, though. Jambo. Oh, Jambo goes for the quick shot. Xanta is really playing with fire here. Double peek scene. Jambo on the deagle. Frantic in this clutch here is Jambo. Lear will take him down. Nemiga win the half.
Yeah, final resurgence there from Nemiga, getting those last 2 rounds. Going to be a big change up. And again, I mean, what we see, just like what we've seen on Ancient, the trend is continuing where Nemiga have won every single pistol in this series. Fnatic, I still think 5 rounds is a decent spot for them to find themselves in. I think it's probably what they're coming into this and hoping they'll be able to at least get on this T side. They have been able to do so now. They do have a very good T side at this map. I think one thing that I do just want to see from Fnatic is, can they win 1 pistol? Everything's gone against them so far.
Yeah, the pistol rounds have been pretty basic as well. Not just on the T side, it seems like the CT setups haven't worked.
We do get to see this pistol, and BlameF gets aggressive towards top mid. 3 T's waiting. BlameF.
Oh, well, that's one way to deal with the pistol. Actually, just take the fight to them. When you've got players like BlameF, why don't you really take full advantage of his individual ability? Flash into CT here. Sawatli is searching for Jambo. Jambo just attempting to back away. He'll have a teammate joining him shortly, but Jambo on the fadeaway shot can find it. It's Lear. 1 versus 4. Glock spamming to Con, but not found. Fnatic, they do what you hope. They win that pistol.
Yeah, which has been granted here.
Can BlameF drop an AWP? I think he might be able to. Yeah, he can. He gets the defuse, so he can drop an AWP. I'd love to see an AWP in this second round for Jambo. Yeah, lovely. Exactly what I want. That's why he's obviously gone for the defuse, to allow him to drop the AWP to Jambo. I'm loving this.
And it's going to be the 4th by 4 Nemiga. It's an opportunity now for Fnatic to actually take the lead on this map, on their map. Not a huge amount of utility for Nemiga, so you imagine what we're going to see is what we're going to get. No fakes, nothing of the sort. We see util towards B. John's eye is going to be that B finish, but see the initial smoke here in middle just to block off any vision.
I think these are how you have to invest in these types of rounds. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. I would have preferred it being Tech 9s over Deagles. Don't get me wrong, the Deagle can connect well, but just to get an extra flashbang, maybe another smoke. Give you a real chance in the util.
Very passive from Nemiga. Not much utility remaining on Fnatic, to be honest. We do have a deep stance towards ramp from Fear. And he's now actually just taking this space as soon as we've seen Lear back away.
Oh, well, that's one way to deal with that short pressure. Cypher gets a double. Another shot from Jambo, but he will eventually connect again. Obviously found a player towards apartments in the process, and it's Lear. They know he was here towards T-spawn. Oh, great shot from Lear there. Doesn't have the bomb, he's just dropped into middle. He didn't really have time for this. Potentially just going to be looking for the save, though. Fnatic should find 7, maybe even an 8th. Lear's got to be cautious. He could die off the time. Well, BlameF will find him before time.
Yeah, and 4's retrieved. Fnatic level up the game, and with this one just having to be an eco for all Nemiga, it's where Fnatic can find 8. Obviously, they are leading this series. If they can take Barrage, that will be them eliminating Nemiga. Or Fnatic advance to the semi-finals where they'll be facing off against ENCE. But I think if Ancient's anything to go by, even if you're the team to hit 12 first, there's no guarantees.
Yeah, obviously as well, for Fnatic, they are on their preferred side, as I mentioned. They should find an 8th as well. There's not really a reason now why Fnatic can't take this map. Obviously, it is their map pick, so we alluded to the fact they're probably advantaged and they're probably feeling pretty comfortable, but that isn't always the whole story, is it?
Again, Nemiga just slowing things down. We're going to have 5 players dart across the map looking for individual gunfights. Slayer not far off connecting there onto Blame. Blame goes back for the peek into connector. Still wanted to give up these fights. We'll drop the Molotov, forces Lear out into an uncomfortable spot. And it's now all on Xanta. Should be a clean round for Fnatic. It's going to be an important thing. You know that although Nemiga have looked a bit up and down on their T sides, just like Fnatic have, they certainly can cause some damage. So for Fnatic, make sure you've got a good amount of bank to sort of bankroll any sort of losses that you might suffer.
Yeah, and I think in moments like this, they've just got to ensure they don't have any casualties. Fear might not even be seen, as Jambo is holding. Jambo. Well, Xanta swings out wide, Blame F ready, same with Fear. So we will see that 8th B found now. Lead taken from Fnatic. 5 rounds away from closing out the series here now are Fnatic. They are in a great spot to do this.
Yeah, first real look in Nemiga's T side of the force behind the second. Didn't work out. Now they do have AKs, no AWP for Khan, but that shouldn't make all the difference.
Interesting. Slow played round here from Nemiga. They've got 2 towards top mid, 2 towards under. It seems like Khan's going to be backing away here towards A. Maybe just sending another smoke in middle. It is in fact the smoke towards top Con, I believe. Lower Con.
A couple of nades just dunking down onto Risky. Shipping him down below half HP. Cypher.
Nice find there from
Actually
Cypher.
anticipating that as well. Really great stuff from Cypher. If he peeks out any further, Risky could find.
Cypher needs to be cautious. Sawalio has found Fear here. Now Jambo feels a bit under pressure. Well, he's going to have the presence of Sawalio towards A. Also the players in middle. And with Cypher falling, it adds even more pressure to Jambo because that's someone who could have kept him alive, kind of kept contact going. Crims is holding for any boost. Crims will get a freebie. And the fact it's done silently, they know there's another here. Peeking here is Lear, takes down Jambo. 2 versus 3 now. Crims. We've got Crims and Blame F. These two have been key in clutches beforehand. Blame F sitting behind the Molotov currently, and he can take down the bomb. Okay, there's 15 seconds left. This is where Blame F can activate so nicely. 11 seconds. Trying to clear out for Blame F. Need to just hold towards CT. Sawalio, he's recovered the bomb now. Planting safe, and Blame F is just going to try and escape, but instead he doesn't realise how close Khan actually is. And Nemiga, they win their 8th. A big clutch there. A necessary refrag. I think if Blame F just holds the angle, he wins it anyway, but you understand what he's going for. There's no physical time for his opponent to plant. So Blame F, he runs away. Executioner style there from Khan. Takes him down, back of the head.
I mean, that's the thing. It comes down to a 50-50 gunfight, and Blame F doesn't like those odds. Wants to try to give himself a 100% chance of winning it, but like you said, doesn't realise how close Khan is. So the game will remain closely contested as Nemiga do deny Fnatic slipping away and bring things back level here. Sadly, Orb not able to be retrieved from Khan. And obviously, with that one being so close, neither team really have any money left. This round could count for 2.
Yeah, and obviously, for Nemiga, this is for survival. They need this round. Fnatic can find 10. And obviously, even if Nemiga find this, right? They put themselves 10-8. Still Fnatic on the favoured side. Still Fnatic with the idea and the opportunity to close out the series here.
Blame F. Finds one. In fact, it's Cypher to do it all. Just with the support of Blame F on the first. Cypher gets a triple hit. Nemiga's
gone down for nothing, though.
Ooh, Cypher has been tagged down and taken down. 2 players, 4v2. Or very close. Jambo's so hyper fixated towards Palace that he just allows himself to get brought down oh so low.
Crims has got the bomb, though. Crims has got the bomb. He's known this for quite some time. Oh, Crims has missed the shots. Nade landing. Nice nade. Crims, information. 17 seconds on the clock. They know they need to fight him. Oh, are they heading towards CT? Are they really heading towards B? Oh, what a call. 10 seconds. Sawalio. Is he going to have enough time here? 4. He will get the bomb down. Okay, I like it. I really like it. There's a bit of risk. There's a bit of scariness about that decision, but it works. And again, but it's a 4 versus 2. Fear shouldn't be going down towards Underbalk. He should be getting one. I guess, obviously, Cypher's death you can kind of forgive. He's found 3 kills. He's given the round possibility to his team. But yeah, Jambo could have waited for the plant. I don't actually know why Fnatic and how Fnatic it falls so flat there. But Nemiga, they've got themselves a 9th. And as we said, could be a 2 for 1 as Fnatic, they might not feel comfortable investing unnecessarily around this AWP.
Yeah, it does just feel like we see Fnatic so close to winning that round that they sort of just throw caution to the wind. Oh, let's end it now. I think Cypher probably should have just actually tucked, not even looked to swing at all, and hope that Crims or Jambo can help keep him alive.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it'd be harder. It was harder for Fnatic to lose that round than win it. Somehow we're here. Nemiga, they gain the lead here towards the final stages.
Like we said, that round was a sort of a bit of a 2 for 1, so Nemiga can go on to find 10. It is just Jambo's AWP that's been brought over into this round. Jambo with this AWP. Rounds purely relies on him. With a couple of upgraded pistols on Cypher and Blame F.
I like the fact they got Kevlar as well. If Jambo can find an opener, that's a retrieve weapon possibility. We got Blame F playing close. Taking space in middle here. And they've taken a shot there accidentally towards A main. Look how much space is being taken. Jambo just cleared all of this out. And Blame F going to be under pressure. It's all about... Oh, is Fear going to flash him in? Is Fear going to flash him in? Oh, the timing on this is crazy. 3 are blinded. Blame F gets 1. He doubles down. Can he find a third? But he deals so much damage here. Khan. It is Khan on his own effectively. 1 HP for both. It is a 2 HP 2v3.
I don't think I've ever seen 2 players on 1 HP at the same time. This is absolute madness. And Fear gets them both. What a round. What a call. I love that there from Fnatic. Brilliant stuff. Not a fan that no weapons would be able to be retrieved, though. As Fear throws away the AK, thinking he had a bit more time to pick one up himself. But yeah, what a call there. Just Fear investing in a flashbang. You got Cypher and Blame F with 5/7s in armor. And hearing the contacts. I mean, Fnatic looked so well prepared for that call and countered it perfectly.
Yeah, and obviously we mentioned this kind of retrieved AWP. Jambo's the only one who can do anything. Jambo only gets the 1, but speaking of Jambo's kills, he finds one here. Fear as well takes down Khan. This is just the eco though from Nemiga. Crims with the HE grenade.
What should have been an attempt for Nemiga and Fnatic 2 rounds behind with their next investment out. It's going to be Fnatic with 10 and Fnatic with a round that they should win with 5 survivors. Sawalio does find one with the Desert Eagle. That's all they'll be able to get. The AWP can be retrieved, so not too many issues. But you can see Money's being able to sort of keep Fnatic in a decent enough spot where they can get an investment out in the next, even if they do lose. Same can't be said for Nemiga.
Obviously, Fnatic 3 rounds away from closing out the series and getting that spot in the semi-final. Obviously, the victor playing against ENCE, certainly not an easy opponent. I think many will look at that ENCE semi-final as a proverbial look at what a grand final could be. Not to say that I think the victor of that one will take the whole event, but I think a lot will look at that game with a little bit more of a contentious nature than Foot versus Patera. knowing both Foot and Batera and watching them throughout the proving grounds, certainly the idea that both of those key teams could make their way through, not only to the grand final, but also to a victory in said grand final.
What an important round this is for both teams, though. Got about a minute of play. No casualties found on either side. Crims aggressive towards middle. Lear will get taken down. There's some really great shots from Crims and Cypher.
I'm liking the combination that we've seen in middle. Felt like Crims and Cypher have done some work, but risky, important frag there. Getting the kill back. Getting the eventual trade onto Crims. Flame F. Is this B defender currently? I feel like this is a scenario that has been built for Blame F. 3 aggressing from apartments. He's got an M4, A4. Enough ammunition to get the kills. Enough opportunity and enough on the line. Here's Blame F. He gets the first and the second. Excellent from Blame F. And Cypher, as the backup to B, will find Sawalio. And it's a 1v3 for Risky. And all that can be done is a save. But Blame F, great sight hold there. And Jambo on the AWP to get the final. 11 for Fnatic. Finance is broken for Nemiga. An expected 12-9 scoreline that Nemiga will be devastated for. Remember, we should be looking at potentially a 10-9 scoreline in favor of Nemiga, as obviously Nemiga, they fumbled against the kind of Kevlar and 5-7 investment. Yes, Jambo had the AWP save there, and it was the space that they took with Jambo's AWP that allowed for that round, but Fnatic, they shouldn't have won that one so comfortably. Nemiga now trailing, now with a decision, and now hoping that their little half-buy investment can yield fruit, because without it, Fnatic will have 3 opportunities to close out the series and make that push one step closer to not only the grand final, but to the trophy waiting.
Yeah, I mean, you said it should be this scoreline. Realistically, the scoreline should be a map up for Nemiga, if we're being honest. And the fact that we might not even get to train, might not even get to a map that we've seen such good things from both these teams in the last few months is a really scary prospect for Nemiga. It's going to be this hit through away. Jambo is posted. We'll spot one out. Nice find on Risky. A lot of early information as well. Look how many defenders are here already. Cypher in rotation along with Crims.
Great damage and Molly combination with the Tech 9 onto Fear. Flame has been chipped away at, but so is Xanta. 4 versus 4 now. Bomb plant. That's going to set the timer here. That's going to create some difficulty. Blame F. It looks like he wants to go through this. Just wait for the smokes to fade. You've got the weapon advantage, and there it is for Jambo, and he finds one. Flame takes down Lear. Sawalio tucked away in Sandwich. Xanta has punched in the digits, but it's a 4 versus 2. And we've seen Fnatic lose these before, but certainly not to see them lose it here. As Sawalio needs a 1 versus 4, 21 points of health. Pre-firing, he gets the second, but Cypher swings wide enough to get the kill. That is 12 for Fnatic. Nemiga now needing 3 in a row on the T side. Otherwise, that is their time here in the proving grounds over. Fnatic.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's a nice attempt from Sawalio to get a couple of kills, but there's just too many players there. Too many targets coming his way. Obviously, on map number 1, Nemiga had 4 chances to close things out there. They couldn't do it. We went to overtime where Fnatic eventually did manage to win things on Ancient. Fnatic have 1 less chance, but you could certainly make the argument they have looked a bit more convincing here.
Obviously, Nemiga having not only 4 chances, but 4 chances on their favoured side of Ancient. Now, Fnatic, they've got 3 on their favoured, the CT side. Again, it's going to be Crims and Cypher looking to take some space towards middle, but space and fights on the B-bomb side for Nemiga. Khan, deep reposition. In fact, he falls so heavily back, and that's what baits Jambo into that peak. Cypher through the smoke confined. Timing for Cypher's brilliant. And look at Blame F. Blame F has taken all this space. He is going to be such a fast flank here in apartments now. He's worried about late play from TV. But it's all about how long can Cypher spam and get away with it. Lear. Oh, Lear's taking contact. He's taking a fight, and Lear caught off guard. Crims can find it. Now Blame F can activate. There's a flank from Blame F. Crims just needs to try and keep himself alive. They just need to take attention away from Blame F. But he's so late here. This is when the T's might recognize a flank could come through. Oh, and they line up for Blame F. He gets 2. Sawalio has 2 HP. It's a 1v4 for Sawalio again. He fires off the first shot. It's the defuse coming through, but Crims takes him down. Fnatic victorious, and they get that spot in the semi-finals.
I mean, for a brief moment there, it looked like we were going to see a save. The fact that Fear jumped out from short towards middle, not even into window, as if he was looking to reposition, and it felt like the layer kill kind of spurred Fnatic onto that. I don't know whether that was the case or not, but regardless, a great retake. BlameF, I mean, showing that patience is a virtue. What a double kill from him, and that just put things into motion there. 13-9, a close overtime victory on Ancient, and Fred, we were coming into this quarterfinal, we're coming into all of these quarterfinals, frankly, and saying they could be long, close 3-mappers. We looked at this one in particular. We've seen the head-to-head between these two teams where they played about a week ago. It was also a 2-0 for Fnatic, and it was the exact same situation, a very close series between these two teams, and it just shows how hotly contested both rosters can compete against one another. But unfortunately for Nemiga, again, Fnatic just have that one up on them.
Yeah, and I think BlameF was obviously such a key component of that. I think he ended the game with 52 kills, and I want to say 52 kills and 31 deaths. I think that's what it's. HLTV is going to be a little late to fully update to that. But yeah, BlameF, what a game he's had. Now, Charlie, we can see the semi-finals. We got ENCE to face Fnatic, Foot against Batera, and obviously the two victors of those games fighting off against the grand finals. And that is all going to be played out tomorrow, as we'll be kicking things off at midday UK time, 1 p.m. CET. We're unsure as to what the scheduling is for it. I think we just got to wait and find out which game's being played first, which one's second. But I'm really excited. We're going to be on that first match. We're going to get to see one of those semi-finals, and obviously we'll just stay tuned for the remaining two matches. But I'm so excited to see how these semi-finals go. And I think when you look at all four of these teams that have made their way through, I think every single one, arguably, have kind of really earned their spot here. For Foot, they're a team that have looked really good. The recent roster change of Launix has been really key. Batera probably shouldn't even be here. They should have lost to TNL, but somehow, some way, they made that 12-0 down comeback on Overpass, gave them that map in the series, and obviously besting ESC in a very dominant fashion. Many have seen ESC being one of the most dominant teams in the Tier 2 scene, and Batera, they absolutely destroyed them. So obviously both teams there, very, very necessary and very kind of understanding as to why they've qualified. And obviously we know what Fnatic and ENCE can do, and we understand how that one's gonna, why these two teams are deserving. But Charlie, any final remarks from you?
Yeah, I mean, in general, look at these semi-finals now. I'll be honest, I'm fully locked into the fairy tale story of Batera, just sort of making it work from the initial round of 16 game against TNL that it felt like they had no right winning. They're losing 12-0 on Overpass to coming back and winning that map. I mean, the storyline, if Batera could do it, would be absolutely unreal. So I'm sort of fully locked in on that. I mean, whether it's a bit of sort of delusion, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm already super impressive that Batera are here. There's some really heavy-hitting teams that they've taken down. There's been some really heavy-hitting teams that we've already had to say goodbye to. I mean, BetBoom being a big one, Shaw on the other side of the bracket, of course. Yeah, it's been super exciting that we've seen, frankly. And I think as we do approach these semi-finals, like you said, I don't exactly know what one we're going to be watching yet, but I don't really care. I'm buzzing for both of them.
No, exactly. I think we're just going to have excitement regardless of what is going to happen. But obviously, in around 24 hours time, we're going to have our champion and we're going to have our victor crowned here in obviously season 4 of the Proving Ground. So make sure you guys set your alarms for tomorrow, because we're going to be seeing all of the action unfolding then. But sadly, that's been it from us tonight. I hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you tomorrow at midday UK time